Good afternoon or evening. Welcome to the Stage of Reason. I am JL here at Bridge the Divide. Thank you all so much for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon, because it's only 6 here where I am. So I hope everybody is doing well out there. Good to see everybody. And we're here doing it again. So, Stage of Reason. If you're new here, if you happen to have not been here before, this is the stage where we talk to believers about what they believe and why, or maybe answer questions about how a non-believer justifies things in their worldview. But if you are new here, I welcome you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for hanging out with us. And so hope that we get some good conversations today. If we don't have anybody who wants to come up, we do have some content to review, some stuff that might be kind of funny, but we will find out. Let's see who we have in the chat. And I realized I'm going live at the exact same time as The Line and the Rabid Atheist. So it may be a little bit slow. The pickings might be slim. However, I have put feelers out on the politics Discord server, and I have my own little voice chat over there set up. So maybe if anybody comes in, they'll be willing to, I can bring them over here to the stage. So try to set it up so that we have every opportunity we can. But I appreciate everybody being here. Let's see. Spam Goes Here was first in the chat. Good to see you, Spam, as well as Ankalagonchik. Good to see you as well, who's also hanging out with me over on the politics server. And then Kalagonchik, if you're interested, you can come up on stage. You said you had some questions. You're more than welcome to come up on stage. We can talk about it there. Andrew O is here as well. He's also hanging out in the back. Jverse has arrived. Good to see you, Jverse. And Spam Goes Here is officially a member of the Godless Army. Thank you so much, Spam. Do appreciate that support. You rock. Please enjoy all those custom emojis and the channel badge. Rodin last name is here. Says, let's see if he remembers to unmute his mic this time. I did, as you can tell. And Turtle Moves is here. Says, no icons of windmills or solar panels. You have to put up with ghosts. I appreciate that alternative energy. It's very, very helpful. Keeps this stream running. So thank you very much, Turtle. Lindsay Bow is here as well. Good to see you, Lindsay. And Jessica Transmetal Alchemist. Good morning. Good morning. Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate it. Let's see. That's 6 p.m. Is it morning? Because it's 6 p.m. 6 6 a.m. It must be like 9 where you're at. So it must be 9, well, like around 9 o'clock where you're at. At least I think, my estimation. My math could be wrong. So, what is this going on? CIA operatives are on the ground in Cuba right now, and they are freeing up Cuba. Oh, this is more stuff from our illustrious government going on. But thank you all so much for hanging out here. It's good to see everybody. A bunch of friendly names. It's 9 a.m. There you go. It is 9 a.m. So my math was right. Awesome. 9 here in Upside Down Landia. Hell yeah. That's one of the places I want to go. There's 2 places on the planet that I've always been on my bucket list, and Australia is one, and Alaska is the other. I'm gonna spend some serious time in Alaska. One day hopefully I'll be able to do that. Oh, but we do have someone in the back, and it's Andrew O, I think officially co-host at this point. But let's bring him up. Andrew,
howdy, howdy.
Good to see you, sir.
Doing well again today?
Oh, yeah. There we go. There's my background.
I will be muting intermittently as today is air conditioner install day.
Oh, fun.
Yeah.
You getting a new train?
I'm trying not to die from heat stroke.
No, I mean the type. Did you go with the train?
With a train?
That's the manufacturer, TRANE.
Oh, nope, not familiar with. I think it's a Samsung.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I used to be on the carrier, old school.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Well, Alan Kalagonchik says it's 2 a.m. It's 2 a.m. where Kalagonchik is. And Jessica says, after watching Northern Exposure, Alaska looks like an incredibly beautiful place. Absolutely stunning. And the islands are some of the best off of the peninsula, are some of the most amazing areas. There's a lot of places I would like to go to and visit and stay some time down, spend some time up there. just absolutely gorgeous. I consider Alaska, some of the deeper, wilder parts of Alaska, and of course Australia. Some of the I think Antarctica would probably go in there as well. But like I said, with Antarctica, it's there's mountains and stuff, but it's predominantly ice. So it's the whole issue. But I consider like some parts of Australia and some parts of Alaska to be like the last kind of untouched frontiers where there's still a great deal to explore. Where it's just too harsh for your average Joe to go. I know you could consider Antarctica, you could consider areas of northern Russia could be up there as well, but I think Alaska and Australia I'd really love to go to someday. I'd like to visit there. And the winds have died down in Southern California. That's good. Lindsay Bowe says, with all the volcanoes having conniption fits around the globe, it may not be the best time to visit Alaska. True. That's also true, because Alaska is within the ring of fire. So, but you never know. Plus, it's also incredibly expensive to go up there and stay up there for extended periods of time. So hopefully one day I'll get the opportunity. Would very much like to. So hopefully we will get somebody in who on the stage who'd be willing to have a conversation. We shall see. We shall see. Sorry, I was responding to something that somebody said. It was like, nope, they're not gonna come and talk to me. That I stand condemned. I was like, aw, how Christian. I ask for the good news, and I'm denied. Oh, they're Calvinists. That's hilarious. All right. So hopefully we will get somebody, and I will let that sit and stew. And until then, I guess we could take a look. I do have some content to look at. Also, obviously, a lot of wild stuff. One thing that kind of struck me recently is, I don't know. So I don't know how many people out there are a fan of it, but I enjoyed The Boys, and the first few seasons were really, really strong in that, and The Boys had its series finale just today, and I am disappointed in what we got. There were a couple of good moments, but I was not impressed. The entire final season was by and large, there were good moments in the season, but by and large, it was pretty lackluster, pretty weak offering, which is a damn shame, given how much effort, like all the buildup. So yes, Jverse, now you can binge it. Now I'm simply expressing my opinion on it. I was not impressed. I felt kind of let down. So but that's for people to decide. Having followed the season, with all the buildup over the first 4 seasons, and then we get this 5th one that I think it felt very much like they just kind of wanted to get it over with, which is a shame. But I said, there are plenty of good moments. There are moments that I enjoyed, and I'm not going to spoil anything. Definitely don't go watch the Moist Critical, the Penguin Zero chat, or his video that he did about it, because he definitely does spoil. But Spam goes, hard to do satirical social commentary when reality is so much more batshit insane than fiction. I agree. It wasn't so much that. I mean, there was tons of that, tons of social commentary, and it's fun. As I said, there's a lot of good moments, a lot of funny moments, but ultimately, I think it was a bit of a letdown given the strength of I would say, given the strength of the first 3 seasons. The first 3 seasons were really strong, and 4 and 5 just kind of dipped. So. And good to see you, Jared Reed. Thanks so much for being here. Appreciate you hanging out. Make sure I didn't miss anybody. Nope, we're still good. Yeah, it's true. Not every story can stick the landing. Looking at you, half of every Stephen King novel. Agreed. But when it comes down to it, it's true. Very few seasons. The shows either go too long and get too convoluted for their own good, or they don't end them well. I think we could probably count on 2 hands. Yes, I am very disappointed. So I think Breaking Bad, Better Call Saul, Vince Gilligan, of course, is the mind behind those. Fringe, fantastic. Buffy the Vampire Slayer was great for the first 5 seasons, but then it switched networks to basically run out Sarah Michelle Gellar's contract. So because she was contractually obligated for another 2 seasons, even though she died at 5. That's where it should have been the end. And then, but they drove it on for another 2 seasons, which weren't bad, but could have been better. But I think that there's like I said, the number of shows we could say ended solidly. Can't all be masterpieces like Gilmore Girls. Babylon 5, yeah, excellent. The Expanse, right? We didn't expect to survive past season 3. Now what? Fringe did great though. I loved the way Fringe ended because of the continuity of the show was magnificent, and J.J. Abrams did such a great job. And knowing going ahead, because we see that the strongest shows go the distance because the creators have a set narrative that they plan out over the number of seasons, and then they play, like, for example, Vince Gilligan planned for Breaking Bad to go 5 seasons, and it was set within 5 seasons. They wrote it within 5 seasons, and bam, they were good. That allowed them to time the narrative points extremely well. The same with Fringe. Fringe was always set at 5 seasons. Never meant to go further than that, which is why the pacing was so good. And so that's the kicker right there. Resist OP, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. And I got to say, yeah, Jessica, with Gilmore Girls, I think there's an argument to be made that Rory and Lorelai are terrible people. I would say Rory more so, because Lorelai has reasons has legitimate reasons for why she is the way she is, the traumas that she's endured and what she's dealt with, during her formative years. But Rory, I think ultimately is a terrible person, and I think Lorelai is largely to blame for that, for being a friend instead of being a mother. And so because Lorelai's idea of what it is to be a mom comes from her own mother, and she doesn't want to be that because she knows how much it damaged her. So she did everything the complete opposite that her mother did. But even like that, it's an overcorrection. And so I think that she did Rory an extreme disservice as a result of how she raised her, which is why Rory is not a great person. I think there's an argument to be made there. Farscape was good. Suffered, the semi cancellation, but then they shorted up with the Peacekeeper Wars, which is really, really good. Luke is the true main character of the show. I can actually agree with that. It's all about Luke, because Luke was awesome. I can't think of a mistake that like a mistake Luke ever made. But Luke was excellent. But given how Rory treated all of her love interests, how Rory treated her grandparents, very, very it was weird. It's just extraordinarily entitled. Some people would say it's its independence, but I think Rory was not a good person. That's just me. But Farscape, love Farscape, and I'm currently like catching up. I'm currently like going back and revisiting it because all of the episodes of Farscape are free on YouTube right now. So I'm just going episode to episode. Remember that, and I felt so bad because a couple of years ago, I don't know what her current status is, but Virginia Hay, actress Virginia Hay, who played Zahn on Farscape, was diagnosed with stage 4 cancer. So I recently heard about that. I think she's still fighting it, but that was the last thing I'd heard about Virginia Hay, which is such a damn shame. That's true. Carnival only had a massive plan, but only got 2 seasons out because thanks HBO. Production values are such a pain in the ass. It's the reason Rome fell as well, because of production values or the production costs of doing the show versus how much they were bringing, how many viewers they were bringing in. And HBO had to stick to that. If the viewership is there, they don't care how much they have to spend, so long as the viewership meets specific metrics, because that justifies it, And Rome, it was the same thing happened to Rome. The same thing almost happened to Deadwood. But they fortunately were able to kind of tie that up, and then before they got canceled, and then they did the Deadwood movie to give closure to everything. Oh yeah, Labyrinth the Dark Crystal. Hell yes. Managed to irritate Star Wars fans and Harry Potter fans in one shot today because I said Harry Potter and Star Wars is the same story with different characters. It is. Harry Potter and Star Wars are the same thing. You can line them up. I've seen the video where they line them up directly. Well, I got a bunch bunch of theists over here in the over here on Discord who are not willing to come up and defend it, which is a shame. Hopefully we'll get somebody. Let's see some real quick. Okay, nobody in my room yet, unfortunately. Ooh, had to sneeze. They rely heavily on the hero's journey or the monomyth. Let me see here real quick. That's Harry Potter, Lord of the Rings. Harry Potter, Star Wars, the hero, Harry Potter, Luke Skywalker, the ancient mystagogue, Dumbledore, Obi-Wan, the enemy, Voldemort, Darth Vader, the Threshold Guardian, Corell, Stormtroopers, the Shapeshifters, Snape, Han Solo, the Trickster, Ron Weasley, C-3PO, and R2-D2. That's just the tropes. Young male protagonist, remove parents, make him live with aunt, uncle, introduce an old, wise, and bearded mentor, add some supernatural help. So you got Harry Potter. He's a select young male protagonist. Harry Potter, Luke Skywalker. Remove parents, make him live with uncle or aunt. Uncle Owen and Aunt Beru, and of course Harry Potter's aunt and uncle. Introduce an old, wise, and bearded mentor, Dumbledore and Obi-Wan. Add some supernatural help, wand, lightsaber, and a super evil villain who wants to rule everything, Emperor Palpatine and Voldemort. Finally, add a character striving for redemption, Darth Vader and Snape. Angel Rivera, good to see you. Jerry, them's are fighting words. Frodo is genuinely an ordinary person chosen for the epic journey. He wasn't like Gandalf's or Sauron's great-grandson. True. This one person said, okay, seriously, am I the only person on the planet who figured out that Harry Potter was nothing more than a blatant rip-off of Star Wars? Harry Potter, Luke Skywalker. Orphan children who discover they have magical powers and fight evil with their saber wands. Ron, Han. Damn, the names Ron, Han. Ron, Weasley, Han Solo. Damn, the names even sound the same. The faithful sidekick, always there to dig our hair out of the fire, threaten they will never be with the one they truly love for fear the hero will get the girl. Hermione Leia, the super close female, confident sister type of our hero who we meet when our hero and sidekick rescue her. She, of course, eventually ends up with the sidekick. Dumbledore, Obi-Wan, the teacher and savior of our hero, who will, of course, become a martyr, but only so our hero can talk to them after they are dead. Hagrid, Chewbacca, the oversized, bumbling, misunderstood friend and comic relief who can also come in handy in a fight. Snape, Darth Vader. Okay, so instead of making Snape Harry's father, she only alludes to the fact that he could have been his dad had things just been a little different. The misunderstood bad guy who will eventually show that he is a good guy by sacrificing himself to destroy the ultimate evil and save our hero. Voldemort, Emperor Palpatine. The true, previously normal-looking and now deformed evil overlord that is vanquished because of the misunderstood underling. Death Eater stormtroopers, mindless killing machines that only exist to be vanquished in a blaze of light and smoke. X-wing fights. Brooms, everybody can fly, Mos Eisley Cantina, the 3 broomsticks, gotta have a bar, Weird Sisters, Figuring Dawn and the Modal Nodes, gotta have a funky band, Magic, Force, the same, Magic and the Force, same. They even both levitate objects. The similarities just go on and on. Almost every single character from HP has a Star Wars counterpart with a similar plot. Heck, even at the end of both Snape ends up with friends with Dumbledore, and even at the end, both Snape ends up with friends with Dumbledore and Darth ends up hanging out with Obi-Wan. It's the same story. It's a good argument. Good argument there. Mystery Man, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Are we trying to keep PhD Tony away by talking about Tolkien? Haven't brought up Tolkien yet. We're talking about just hashing out how Harry Potter is just a rehash of Star Wars. Big Nick says Star Wars is just a ripoff of Kurosawa's Hidden Fortress in Space. Intriguing. Let's see, the Hidden Fortress. You said that Star Wars is a ripoff of Hidden Fortress. It tells the story of 2 peasants who agree to escort a man and a woman across enemy lines in return for gold without knowing that he is a general and she is a princess. It influenced the 1977 American film Star Wars. Well, the influence is straight up acknowledged. So, PC Tony, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Cindy Sue as well. Good to see you. Appreciate you hanging out. And Cindy Sue, thank you for that link you sent me. I do appreciate that. The whole situation with Matt Dillahunty responding to this is wild for anybody who may not be familiar. But Matt Dillahunty responded to what was it? Oh no. Sorry. I'm talking about 2 separate things. Forgive me. I'm talking about 2 separate things here. So Cindy Sue sent me the video about this girl who went. Her name is Casey Malone. She's got about 48,000 subscribers. And Casey Malone did a 1 atheist versus 20 Christians. It was kind of like Jubilee Surrounded, but it was 1 atheist versus 20 Christians, and it was over on the bridge. And she went viral because a bunch of the Christians did the whole performative praying for her before they got started. It was kind of like, and one of the girls who was there, one of the Christian women, didn't participate, and then went over and talked to them. I'm so sorry about this very very inappropriate or very condescending what they were doing right there. It's just very it's just gross. So she went viral for calling them out or for basically that happening. So I appreciate that, Cindy, for showing that. I know that Matt Dillahunty recently has kicked off a thing by going after seriously. What is her name? What was it? Serious Spirituality or spirit, something like that. Seriously, it's like Serious Spirituality, I think is the channel. And Matt Dillahunty recently went kind of like popped off because he responded to her about how spirituality is the term itself is just nonsense. And so it was kind of, it's almost like it came off very much like a strong atheist kind of going after a weak atheist. In that respect, it kind of had those feelings about it. And then I know that Shannon, and then that he responded to her, she responded to him, and then Shannon Q weighed in as well. And it's all about kind of like not giving any leeway. I think they both have solid arguments, which is really, really odd, because both of them, I think both sides kind of have arguments there. I do agree with seriously. I do agree with seriously in that we cannot allow like theist circles to kind of colonize terminology. So they're like words, have meaning and words have power, but they'll take words and they'll claim them as their own and say that if anybody else uses this word, then they're invoking kind of like what we believe and shit like that. So colonizing, terminology. And the term spirituality has a wide range of what it can apply to. And so her argument is that people can call themselves spiritual, atheists can call themselves spiritual in that sense, in a kind of like, I guess in a colloquial sense, however they take that to mean. And I get that as far as kind of like an emotional assuagement on their side and allowing them to, I guess, reconcile certain things. But Matt also has a point. Matt and Shannon Q both had a point in that opening the door on that is very, very problematic because it opens the door to magical thinking. Okay, because the term is so nebulous and it can apply to so many different things. And all it does is, when somebody uses that term, it muddies the water. Like what does like spirituality like even reference? And that can be different for other people as well. When I talk about it, when I hear a person say that they're spiritual or that they had a spiritual experience, something of that nature, all I hear is like profoundly emotional. That's all I hear. So yeah, it was just it was weird. The dialogue going off between, I would say, someone with a strong position going off against someone that they view as a weak position, when it's really just comes down to semantics and kind of like a pragmatic application in society, I think is a conversation best had in private, not pasted all over the internet, that invariably will create more division. I think Matt had a very good point. I don't think he went about it in the right way, would be my assessment of that. It was a good point to make and an important thing to recognize, but that was something that should have been reconciled over on, like, she needs to reconcile that on her own. But calling her out and putting her on blast I don't think was the right way to go about it. I think that there's a common ground there, and kudos to her, because in her response, she wanted to continue that dialogue and maintain that kind of bridge that she, not cutting everybody, not cutting people out and not like ostracizing people. She really tried to maintain that. But then Shannon Q kind of jumped in when another dude was reviewing it, and kind of problematic. Atheist versus Christian versus spiritual thinker is not believing in God. And thank you, Jared Reed. I appreciate that. Let me appreciate this. Is not believing in God causing more harm than good? So this goes to like the utility, I guess, like the utility of a certain thing. Is my imagining? Wow, that's 3 hours long. I'll have to take. That will take me some time to get through, but that's like a 3-hour video. But I appreciate the link, Jared. Make sure I've got nobody popping in. No, not yet. Haven't got anybody in yet. Oh, we do have someone in the back. Ferrari, can you hear me? Yes. Okay, can you hear us? Okay, is your audio working? Okay, fantastic. And can you do me a giant favor? You do not have to be on camera to be on the stage, but I do need to, for security reasons, just for the stream, I do need to make sure that there's a person there. Can you flip on your camera? Okay. If you don't want to be on it, you can turn it off. There you go. And we do have someone in the back. Ferrari is here, first time on the stage. Ferrari, can you hear me? Good?
Yep, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, cool. I was wondering about your claim on Christianity being a cult.
Yes. I hold that Christianity is a cult, that by virtue of how it's designed, it meets the definition of what a cult is.
Such as, what's the definition of a cult possess?
So, cult would typically be a top-down, power-structured, authoritarian dynamic in which individuals are instructed to ignore outside information that invalidates the edicts of the cult, and to only accept information that's coming from within, creating a disbalanced power dynamic between outside influence.
I'm sorry, could you repeat starting at power structure? Trying to get this down.
A top-down power structure that controls the lives of the individuals that are you could technically call them lives of the adherents, by isolating them away from outside sources, and creates an imbalanced power dynamic. And does that through authoritarian control measures like behavioral control, information control, thought control, and emotional control.
Okay. Well, speaking from personal experience, just humor me for a second. I've demonstrated that this is not true through my personal life, where I was an atheist for years and years after being. So I was born Christian, right? And I was raised.
You were born Christian, or you were raised?
I was born Christian. I was born Christian, raised Christian, all that. When I was 11, I went away from Christianity, deeming it illogical, because I was given all the access to outside sources, not restricted from those. But after much study, and debating and all this, I have come back to Christianity, specifically Eastern Orthodox Christianity, still with all ability of outside sources and all ability to leave at any time, as I have already left and rejoined.
Are all cults identical?
No.
Okay. So can one cult be more extreme than another cult?
Yes.
There you go. The grouping or the specific denomination that someone happens to be in could be less extreme or less authoritarian than other ones.
I've been every denomination.
True. Yeah, but I would say that they still
I've been Lutheran, I've been Presbyterian, I've been Eastern Orthodox, I've been non-denominational, I've been Baptist.
Okay, would you say that Catholicism is far more intensive than, say, Methodism?
Yes.
Okay. I was a Methodist. I was raised in the Methodist faith. I was confirmed in the Methodist faith. But I still consider the Methodist denomination, I still consider it a cult.
Why?
Now, there's a couple of quick things to amend with this. JL, if you want to, since I put the byte model up here, if you want to maybe full screen mine.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can full screen mine and put the other as side panel. Oh, okay. I guess I absorb the whole screen. Yeah. So a quick note that when you talked about your personal experience, the cult label, as far as the control factor, these are not all the things that you necessarily feel are being imposed on you. And it's also not something where you should necessarily lean on your personal experience. That's like saying somebody could have a good experience with Scientology. Meanwhile, they have compounds and they imprison people. So remember that your anecdote is not the larger statement we're making.
Right.
So a lot of the nature. So can you see what's on screen in full here right now?
Yeah, I can.
Okay. The thing to remember is that the largest part of the control structure, the top-down part that JL was talking about, is itself the depiction of God. Okay, not even a specific denomination, not the idea of there being bishops, a pope or whatever. The very concept of God with rules that tell you how you have to be. That's the control structure. It's the very story not the people telling you the story even. The mere fact of your believing that the thing that's in the book is an entity, it has intentionality about it, and there's going to be consequences, and it tells you what to do. So those controls, the items that we see here, I'll go actually from the reverse side here, emotional. Feeling chosen or special. Yes, the chosen believers of, for instance, in this case, Yahweh. Yep. Guilt manipulation, born with sin. Emotional.
Wait, no, I'm not chosen. What?
Well, there's
all people have been elected. It's just those who deny.
This also. So there's factors here. Remember, the jail said this comes in scales. Okay. So different denominations have different outlooks with this, but there's the idea of saying, do you believe that non-believers will be saved?
Yeah. No. But yeah.
There you go. There's the chosen. If you're not in the camp, you're out.
Okay.
So that's what this is. We're showing how this applies directly to the story itself. As I said, it's not a human power structure. It's the very book itself. So guilt manipulation, we are born of sin. Emotional blocking, yep. Phobia and indoctrination, well, we can go on to the scales where that's a little bit more human involved. So we're actually working from right to left a little here. Thought control. All or nothing, good or evil, us or them. Very much into the, well, if you're not Christian, you're not saved. Thought stop. So we can go through the idea of what thought stopping techniques are. Take a look at, for instance, JL, what was the, I'm trying to remember the verse. Was that Romans 1?
Are you talking about Romans 1:20?
Probably, yeah. So thought stopping techniques, Romans 1:20. Definitely falls directly in there. So information control tends to be a more human structured impact. So information control, now a portion of that, Romans 1:20 falls into information control as well in terms of saying, don't listen to the non-believer, basically.
Sorry, I want to re-clarify. It's Romans 1:19 to 1:20. It's a combination of the two. When the book states that God's existence and character are obvious to all people, like what can be known about God is plain to them because God has shown it to them. That's literally telling you, like automatically telling you that anybody who's a non-believer is automatically in denial and having you not think about why they don't believe. Because if it has been plain to see to them, that automatically says that they're either liars or they're just ignorant as hell. But is that the case? Like, is that true? So to think about why some of the people have not seen it or are not convinced, you'd have to go and talk to them and be like, okay, so why is it that you're in the state that you're in? But they're saying, no, you don't need to ask that question. You don't need to ask what that is. Just, that's what it is. They're telling you what to think there. Like, this is the state. There's no need to go outside of the realm of that because there's no other reason why. But how do you know that? You'd have to go and talk to them like you're talking to us today.
Yeah, so this is one of the key items for thought-stopping techniques.
Mm-hmm.
Tie in the idea of not casting pearls before swine. It's all about you don't even have to engage. They've given you a way to shut the whole thing down.
Well, wait, what's the context of the pearls before swine?
The idea of not throwing, not having to sell your case out to everybody.
No, it's talking about cities that reject you. So if you're already rejected, don't keep pushing it on somebody. For now you are showing your greatest possession to those who hate it.
But here's the problem. It's not that terribly specific in the Bible. That's what you've brought up there is definitely an interpretation of what.
I don't believe in individual interpretation. I believe the church interprets.
No, then how did you solve the problem of hermeneutics?
You don't actually have to. Just remember, see, you may have an interpretation. The next person will. The problem is the book itself.
Well, I don't interpret it. That's what I'm trying to say.
You do interpret it.
No, I
it's
don't.
like everybody's got their interpretation of you can either do.
No, I just go with the church's interpretation.
That's their interpretation. But you obviously you're Orthodox, right?
Uh-huh.
So obviously your interpretation is different from the Protestant interpretation, correct?
the church's interpretation does differ from the average Protestant's.
Same thing.
Exactly, it's the same thing. That is the problem of hermeneutics. That's the hermeneutical problem, and then it goes even deeper into exegetical interpretation or eisegetical interpretation. Whether you're working internally or you're bringing stuff externally to try and understand what is being said there. But you have a contradiction in that the problem with how you interpreted that is that there's a contradiction. 1 Peter 3:15 says to always provide a defense for the hope that lives within you. But Romans, but then we'll talk about, then I believe it's in, give me 1 second. It's Matthew 7:6. I knew it was Matthew. I want to get the numbers right. Matthew 7:6 is pearls before swine, which is a part of the Sermon on the Mount. Okay. And it's what it's meant to describe from what I understand is that it's a discernment regarding how and where to share valuable truths. Okay. The problem is that assumes, that statement right there has the baked in assumption that there are people there who are unwilling or unworthy of hearing whatever the other person has to say. All that is an excuse to not engage with somebody. For example, I have had Christians, of many denominational stripes, come at me when I ask them questions and I start digging down into their worldview, where they will just literally go they'll Matthew 7:6 me, and they'll just stop engaging because because by my questions and their inability to convince me, the cult has convinced them that I am simply being obstinate. I'm not asking questions to find out truth. I'm asking questions to be problematic. Okay. And that's the problem when you have a system that is predicated upon the necessity of faith and not something that you can actually back up with any kind of legitimacy. So,
am I on
PhD
stage?
Tony is here. Thank you. Good to see you, Tony.
Hi. So I just wanted to push back a little on what you and Andrew are saying. This is quite unusual. I've come in to sort of defend Ferrari a little bit.
Thank you.
The definition of, so we need to be careful how we use the term cult. I mean, originally a cult was any religious structure whatsoever. Under that definition, Christianity was a mystery cult. But in modern parlance, we use the term cult in a very specific sense, where the level of control and physical, emotional, and economic control exerted is undue. For instance, I don't think any of us here would claim that the Branch Davidians were not a cult, or that the settlement in Jonestown was not a cult. And the Branch Davidians at least claimed to be Christians. But that does not mean, I think, that you can extrapolate that all Christianity exerts similar levels of tyrannical control, economic, emotional, dictating who you can marry, dictating who you can socialize with, punishing you with, say, sleep deprivation or programming events if your behavior is non-compliant. These are not things that most churches do, right? The Eastern Orthodox, while it is somewhat authoritative, it's got bishops, it's got archbishops that dictate what the followings are. There is no sort of formal process as there is in Scientology. For instance, if you try and leave Scientology and start activism against it, they will send out groups of people to confront you and harass you. They will start economic and social warfare against you. This doesn't happen in Christianity. And we need to be very careful about this, because any social group, say for instance being a football fan, can have some of the elements, like you can be excoriated for not following the right football team. You can be ostracized. You can be criticized for, and harassed if you leave the social group that you used to be a part of. This is just a part of human social systems. It's not unusual to religion. So we need to be careful to restrict our usage of the term cult to the specific negative outcomes that I think some Christian elements, some Christian movements display, and many pseudo religions, Shinrikyo, the Branch Davidians, that sort of stuff. Sorry, that's a long.
No, it's okay. I do see what you're saying here, and I think someone could make an argument that I may be a little too. I myself may be being too strict, but what I view it as this is looking at what we've got up here on the screen, that a cult by definition does not have to. I would say a cult by definition does not have to engage in every single one of these things, or even more, in order to be established as a cult. I would say that if they engage in any manner of these kinds of things, that is a cult. And so I would say, I think that cults used to be viewed one way historically, and very, very wide. I would say very, very broadly. If it was one group that did a particular thing, and there were many of them around. But nowadays, there's this idea that I think, socially speaking, that we have accepted that there is a major distinction between cults and religions. And looking at how these are typically seen, predominantly religions are viewed as being mainstream, open, and encouraging autonomy, whereas cults are often high pressure groups demanding total devotion, isolation, and control. And so very abusive, all the hallmarks of an abusive relationship. But I think that high pressure groups demanding total devotion, isolation, and control, we can view those as extreme measures, or we can say that those tactics still exist, even if they are very, very subtle, I think is the biggest problem. And so when they're very, very subtle, okay, and they're not as I would say they're not as extreme and obvious. If they're surreptitious in their application, if the authority figures of that group are surreptitious in their application, they can fly under the guise of being a religion, when in reality, foundationally, they're still a cult. And so I think I'm getting echo. Ferrari. One sec. So I think that it is dangerous to ignore that. Because to say we establish a distinction so that people who are in mainstream religions don't feel it, because cult is typically pejorative, kind of used as a pejorative. But I think it gives them too much leeway, and has allowed them to become mainstream, because they say, oh well, we're not going to be so extreme in our behavior. We're going to keep that kind of under wraps and be a little bit more passive aggressive with that. But isolation, being aggressive isolation versus passive aggressive isolation, is still isolation, is kind of the way if you can see how I'm coming at it, Tony.
Yeah, I do see it as a matter of degrees. But for instance, if we look in the chat, Javers just said, anybody who tries to impose their ideology on others. I'm a socialist. I try to argue that socialism is a good thing to other people. I'm a climate activist. I believe that anthropogenic climate change is very different. I try to make people aware of the dangers of anthropogenic climate change. Under that definition, I'm a member of two cults. I don't consider either of those to be cults. So we're in danger. You can, and Cindy Sue points out the Westboro Baptist Church, which I think is a cult. But right. Just because it's a Christian cult just because there are some Christian movements that are cults, doesn't make all Christian movements cults. I don't know. So Ferrari, I apologize. I'm talking a lot, and you should be defending your own. Do you think that I've actually accurately summarized where you're coming from?
Yeah, I'm using the more common man's definition, which is the main problem here. Well, he's using the more scholarly definition. But yeah, you've done a very good job summarizing it.
Okay.
I'm also willing to admit, I will throw myself in the chopping block and admit that my view of these things is a bit harsher. My you could say my judgment of these things, or my conclusion on these things, is a bit harsher, because I view that religious ideologies in a social context where they become almost capitalistic in their endeavors, where they become such extreme influencers on society, is the reason they become that way. The reason Christianity became what it is today is because because of these tactics, because of these things that it does that Andrew has laid out on the screen, because of these things. The reason like these groups have survived as long as they have is because of the behaviors the tactics that they engage in. And so nowadays, because of how our societies are laid out, the more kind of like in a sense more globalized with the with a steady confluence of different ideas, especially with the internet like this, you can't behave the same way. Obviously, Christianity today cannot act like Christianity did, 1,000 years ago. But I think that needs to be I think that we can't ignore that, is where I'm coming from. It might be too harsh, it might not be, but that's how I approach it. And I still view it as a cult because it engages in those, even if it engages in those in a passive aggressive way.
So I don't know how many. Sorry, Andrew, were you about to say something?
Yeah, I want to try to bridge because Tony, you brought up a very important thing for us to center this on: sliding scale. That is very, very important. So it's not an all or nothing. How would you look at it? I'm reminded of some Bob Marley at this point. Emancipate yourself from mental slavery. This is where one who has taken attachment to the book, for instance, just the book, it's an external source imposing a whole structure where you gave a description, for instance, of some of your personal beliefs, which are a little more individualistic, right? This aspect of this aspect of that, it's not dictated to you with a sense of authority to it. You took in these individual elements and argue that each element, as if they're very separate things, which kind of make up a bigger picture of life, but it's not an imposed structure thrown on you. So I see where you're coming from that. For not all the things overlap exactly. So sliding scale, like the left hand of the chart is a lot more of what the human impact that we're used to feeling when we use the word cult is the human control. That's what we're used to instinctively falling on. And behavioral control, the first one, control of physical environment, yes, that requires human intervention and structure. Sometimes it can happen, let's say outside of a denomination. It could be your own family structure. So take a look at your family and just your parish, the way that those can control you, where you might be ostracized just from your family. So it doesn't have to be even the whole church. It's just your family's particular attachment to that. All of a sudden, they may distance themselves, as we've seen. Now, JL, living in the States, has a lot closer view, I suppose, to this than perhaps either of us have been experiencing. I'm not sure exactly what where you've lived, but I'm
predominantly Texas, and I'm deeply familiar with like the South and southern U.S. representations of Christianity, which are all extreme in their own like unique ways. But I'm not going to say that the obviously the United States South represents all of Christianity, but I see the threads that exist throughout all of those denominations, even in Methodism, which arguably, even in Methodism, when Methodism, like my pastor was more of a philosopher than you would say he was a pastor. Okay, he was pastor pretty much in title, but he was definitely more of a philosopher. But even Methodism engages in these things, and how I know that, despite how lackadaisical Methodism can be, the reason I know that is because there is currently a splintering going on in the Methodist Church between Orthodox Methodists, what are people calling themselves Orthodox Methodists, and Progressive Methodists over their view of LGBT or LGBTQ. And so when that happened, that just confirmed for me what I initially thought is like, if Methodism was not in the kind of like the cult-like mentality that it was, then there would be no division on that, because they would understand how these things apply in society. But there is obviously this, and they're obviously getting that kind of division from their interpretation of the faith. And so I have yet to encounter a denomination that does not fall into that metric of what we would call a cult. Just like Scientology is, just like the Mormons are, just like the Branch Davidians were, just like Heaven's Gate is, just like, I would say, they come in different stripes. You could say that you could some you could freely go into, you could freely walk out of, like this, but the tactics are there. Whether they're subtle or they're overt is different. But I still say it's dangerous to not recognize that, to give them the leeway that just because they don't engage in ancient, like, extremist cult tactics doesn't make them a cult. It just means that they've changed their tactics to appear more benevolent than they actually are. And the primary guiding principle that I have on that is this group telling its adherents that they are somehow better, more informed, more in touch, more aware, more knowledgeable, or in any way somehow elevated above everyone who is not a part of that group, which is what Christianity does. It automatically creates.
You can make the argument that socialists and climate activists do the same thing. The people who aren't members of this group aren't are being harmful in some sense, that they're behaving worse. So you need to be. I do see where you're coming from, but you need to be careful to not use the term cult in such a way that any social group can more or less fit into it. I'm not sure, you guys probably don't follow the flat Earth debates, but FTFE had a debate, I think yesterday, maybe it was the day before, on whether or not flat Earth is a cult. And he had and he had an expert, he had an ex-Scientologist whose career is the study and deprogramming of cult members, who was making the counter-argument, who was saying no. If we consider because flat Earth does not have a centralized authority, flat Earth does not have the imposed elements of control. You don't see uniformity of belief, you don't see uniformity of behavior in flat Earth, and I would argue that the same elements the same points he was making would apply to Christianity as a whole. I agree. There are some worryingly cultish elements to Christianity that do need to be pointed out, but the same is true of any group. There are, I think, very antisocial climate activists who believe that it's okay to go around in public and do all sorts of, basically dickish things that destroy people's lives and do no good whatsoever, just because they're unhappy about anthropogenic climate change. And it's completely unconstructive, but they think that it's worthwhile because, they're really upset about it. You could make an argument that that's more cultish than many Christian groups. There are sliding scales here, but I think it's important not to make our definition of cult so broad that pretty much any social group can be made to fit into it, provided you look at it the right way, or you emphasize the right points. I think there's an element of physical, emotional, and economic control that many Christian sects don't apply.
Okay, like I said, I'm willing to take the position that my view on it may be too stringent, just by virtue of my own personal experiences and the things that I've seen in society throughout my travels. And my study of these various groups. Okay, if it comes down to semantics,
Ferrari would like to talk about the existence of God.
Oh, sure.
Saying in the back
yeah,
chat.
We can definitely do that. I think just to put the final nail in this where we're going from this, I'm willing to acknowledge that my position may be too stringent in not allowing that leeway. So I think it's entirely possible. My position is a result of my personal experiences, my travels, my studies, and my review of how damaging religion is in today's society. So I could say that I think in this, what Tony's brought and what Ferrari has brought, I think this may come down to a matter of semantics.
Yeah, sorry, I can't hear whenever Tony speaks. It all goes silent.
No, the problem with that is, are you on your phone, Ferrari?
Yeah.
There's a bug in StreamYard that if you're on your phone, someone who comes in after you won't be able to hear them.
Ah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Don't worry. I'm going to drop now. I just
Okay.
wanted to make the point because this had come up fairly recently, and I think that there is a risk of just making the definition of cult so broad that it includes pretty much any social group, football fandoms, the Scouts, etc., etc. We all naturally apply punishments for people who want to live, but Ferrari wants to talk about the existence of God, and that's a much more productive thing for you guys to be talking about, and I'll duck off and leave you to it.
Cool. Appreciate it, Tony. Okay, so Ferrari.
I was wondering.
Yeah. So you want you prefer to switch kind of over to the topic of the existence of God. So what do you got?
Well, I want to go. I want to go off this book, which is Aristotle's The Metaphysics. When he talks about how everything is act and potency, and how every time a potency is actualized, it's actualized by a different potency being actualized, and we could trace this back to the beginning, but there must be an unacted upon act, which started all things, and whatever this thing must be infinite potency, right?
This is kind of what informed Aquinas.
Act, not potency.
This is kind of what informed Aquinas' interpretations, right?
Yeah, I'm not a Thomist by any means. I'm very.
Yeah, I'm not saying that. I'm just for people in the live pitch, so they understand where the kind of mode of thinking, where that line of thinking, that line of inquiry kind of went to, is like the observations that Aristotle was making and what he was deriving from a metaphysical sense informed what Aquinas' arguments and his points. So the only question I have regarding that, I don't see. I mean, there's some value in going back to like ancient thinking, such as Aristotle and other Greek philosophers. My question is this: can we demonstrate that a metaphysical position is in fact the case?
What do you mean?
So, like, if you take a metaphysical position on something, like there's so many metaphysical positions you could take, but are we able to demonstrate? Because metaphysics deals with first principles, origins, shit like that. So, is there a way to demonstrate that a particular metaphysical position is true?
Well, can we just demonstrate how act and potency are real? Like, I can demonstrate how I have the potency to, if I work out, to get stronger, because I clearly need that. And how in act, I'm pretty weak.
We can show that because we have you as a reference point. But when we're talking about, when we're invoking a God entity, we're obviously talking about things like the universe in and of itself. So going back to that, going back to the question, is there a way to demonstrate that a metaphysical position is the case? Because I could describe what you're talking about under a completely naturalistic world, naturalistic view. Is it completely and totally explained by naturalism? Okay, but as far as metaphysics goes, we cannot show that any one particular that's why it's metaphysics and not physics in and of itself. So when you're talking about metaphysics and we're talking about the nature of the universe itself, can we show that any particular metaphysical position is in fact the case?
Well, on that, I can even go outside the realm of his metaphysics and simply state, well, we can observe that whenever something happens, it's because something else happened, and because something else happened. And we can trace this back to the beginning of time. But whatever must have happened then must be uncaused. Due to it being uncaused, it must be lacking the ability of being caused.
Yeah, so that's the Aquinas connection. Okay.
Yeah, cosmological.
That bakes something in though. See, you just said you just trace it back to the beginning, so you're already assuming a beginning. You're assuming.
Can we show that the universe, the physical universe itself, had a beginning?
Yeah, with the Big Bang, we've observed the microwave.
But the Big Bang doesn't state that there's a physical beginning to the universe. It marks it marks the origin point of observability for our universe. That's the point where we can begin to measure our universe. That's observability in a scientific sense. It does not state that there was nothing before that. It just means that whatever existed before that was simply unobservable.
Okay, yeah. But if we're holding to a similar idea of Occam's razor, where we'd have to take a jump in logic to get to that there was a different set of logic before, because we have no evidence that there was, which would thus require a leap in logic.
But we're
Not
not
really.
We're not
if you
doing that at all. That's
yeah,
even
not if
happening.
you hold that logic is descriptive in nature and not prescriptive.
Yeah. Now,
If you hold that logic itself is a language, the language itself is subjective because it's human minds that created it in order to describe what we perceive to be objective reality. So the reality itself is what exists, external of our experience. And so in order to describe it and convey that information to other people, in order the descriptions that we're making, which is the information that we are making in order to convey that to other people, that's the language that we've invented to describe that. So it's descriptive in its nature, not prescriptive in its nature, because prescriptive would be begging the question. Descriptive would simply acknowledge that the language itself is human invented to describe the objective observations that we're making.
Yeah, quick note. Logic here, at least,
yeah,
kind of the thing. Logic isn't the thing in question.
But
here.
my point on that was,
yeah,
it is
okay, hold on.
equal logical possibility with, and seems to be more logically consistent with what we have observed as humans, that what is likely what was before.
The universe, yeah, the universe itself, yeah, right.
Yeah, so the universe would still hold what the universe holds to, such as the laws of physics, right?
Well, those are also descriptive in that respect. So same thing with the laws of logic is what these laws are. They are descriptions of what we observe. My philosophical position is that the universe has always existed and will always exist. It is, and I infer that is an inference I make, or a strong inference I make, from the fact that there is something that exists, the universe, and the inference that nothing that, or say, and the logical conclusion that something cannot come from what we would call nothing in a philosophical sense, not a scientific sense because that's completely different, but in a philosophical sense from nothing. And so because there has always been something, what then is that something? And the one thing that we have access to is the universe itself. And that's the one thing that we can test. And so there's no need to go beyond that. If the universe is what has always existed and will always exist, then there's no reason to go beyond that, because we don't have anything to indicate that there is anything beyond that.
Yeah,
I'm sorry,
I wanted to correct
a
a quick point on your use for Occam's razor.
Andrew, I don't think he can hear you.
Wow.
Hey, Ferrari, can you do me a giant favor? Can you do me a big favor?
Mm-hmm.
Can you pop out and then pop back in? Because I think that bug is affecting Andrew as well.
Gosh darn it.
It's okay. StreamYard knows about it. We've all reported it. So I'm going to have Ferrari come back in here in just a sec.
Bugs. Actually, I was wondering if you're taking him off of the stage and putting him back right up immediately would have done that. Or is it app level?
App level.
I'll stay just mildly irked.
Tony, I see you asked that question, what causes quantum fields? My understanding is that, and I could be wrong in this, but my understanding is that quantum fields are considered like fundamental. Like fundamental and effectively like always. They've always existed and will always exist. And that's kind of like where the basis of it is. Like they're foundational, is my understanding. Correct me if I'm wrong on that, but...
Well, I think it's as far down as we've modeled. That's where we're at. That's what we call the bottom of where we've gotten ourselves to. Is there a bottom? Is it turtles? Who knows?
Ferrari, the link is pinned in the chat. Let me pop over there and make sure it's still there.
Yep, it's still there.
Yep.
I see it.
There we go. Really quick, Andrew, can you hear? Or Ferrari, can you hear Andrew? Andrew, give him a
Test
test.
1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, I can hear him.
Bingo.
Awesome. Okay.
It's a stupid bug. You think StreamYard would fix it? Come on, guys.
Yeah. Okay. So what I wanted to bring up was use for Occam's razor. Now, Occam's razor usually tells us that there is a general preference towards the fewest assumptions. Now, that's not a hard logical deduction at that point, but it is a preferential stance. But that means having fewer things. So to take your idea for causality and the idea of a beginning, think of it like links in a chain, right? Like you're trying to describe that one thing follows another, right? In general. So what you'd be describing when you say the word first, you're saying you've got a link in a chain that isn't like every other link. This is a special link. So we're adding one extra thing into the picture. A special link that has no other source. So that would be an exception to everything we've seen. So if we have our expectations, like, if it rained every day of your life, it would be reasonable for you to think, well, tomorrow's going to rain too, because that's what days do, right? So take that with the link in the chain. To think that there's a first without a justification takes everything we have experienced and says, oh, nope, I'm about to make an exception now. By declaring a start, you're creating the violation. And then you'd have to add another thing into the picture to explain that. Or that's what you're going to be doing in a moment by proposing the God thing. So now this is where Occam's razor comes in. So you've added a link with no previous link and a thing that makes that be a thing. So this is where Occam's razor turns against your position.
Yeah, but Occam's razor is the fewest, not just.
Yes. So we went from every link has a link before it down to now I have a kind of link that doesn't, and a God that made that thing work. You're adding.
Well, no, that's the same link.
Oh no, they're two things. The very thought of there being an existence. We're now adding an extra thing.
The very thought of there being an existence.
Yes, we're going from non-existence to existence, and a starting link, and the thing that did it. And we're adding two things.
Well, I think God. When I think God is the first link, then.
Well, I guess it's a question of what you call chains. So we're still adding a link that we don't have a justification for yet.
So one.
The Big Bang. So the Big Bang doesn't do that. So what I wanted to mention on the Big Bang side is that it only describes, as JL was saying, the limit of our ability to model and observe. It's like saying if you can only see like 100 miles, and your eyesight doesn't let you go further, something tells me there's something at 102 miles away from where you're at, just because you can't see it. So this is where we don't have a justification to say there was nothing. So
something to kind of interject here, something that I want to address, and I want to run this by you, Ferrari. Would you agree with this statement? It is possible. Oh yeah, it is possible that all of our understanding of science, every single our complete total scientific understanding, it is possible that understanding is wrong, and that would not entail a God doesn't exist.
It is possible that every single thing science is wrong.
Like I'm saying, is it possible that is it possible that that our entire understanding of science could be wrong, and that would not entail that a God doesn't exist?
No, I don't think there's.
That wouldn't entail a God does exist. Sorry, that wouldn't entail. So our complete entire. So I would say it is possible that our entire complete understanding of science could be wrong, and that would not entail that a God does exist. Like we could be wrong about everything, but that would not entail that a God doesn't exist, right?
I don't think
or does exist.
I don't think there's a possibility we would be, but I don't think it would disprove God. No.
Right, exactly. On the converse, it is entirely possible that our entire complete scientific understanding is entirely accurate. But that would entail that a God does exist, does it? Or doesn't
No.
exist, right? So in focusing on science, like what we may or may not know, or things that are like hypothetical models or working
Well,
mathematical
science
models.
is the study of everything in creation.
It's a study of what we have access to, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, but when you call it creation, you assume the existence of an entity to do the creating.
Okay.
What
Science
we have
is the
is the
study of
universe.
everything in the physical. I believe God
Everything in the world.
transcends the
That's what
physical.
science does, right? That's what science does. So focusing the conversation on science is not going to get us to whether a God does or does not exist. We have to be able to show that an entity exists and that it has some sort of mechanistic relationship between itself and everything else that is not itself. So like the link between the God entity itself, which occupies its own category, and then the category of everything that is not the God, which is literally like the universe, the sum total of everything that exists, in between the two. So you're asserting that there's this category that exists from which everything that is not itself actualizes from. Okay, so how do we know that? How can we say that the God exists without begging the question? Because like you said it was creation, but that assumes the existence of a creator to call it creation. It could simply be the universe and has always existed. So we're not going to get there using science by exploring science, because with science, we're going to be like, well, we simply don't know just yet. And then asserting a God's going to be God of the gap. So how can we determine that the God itself exists without begging the question?
I'm sorry. I'm trying to get down all your beliefs and definitions, have a Word document up, right? How would you define universe? Because
the sum total of all that exists.
I might use the term stuff. Do you know the stuff? Like rock, stuff, air, stuff, space, planets, stars. Stuff that has existence.
Wait, what does it mean the universe has always existed if the universe is the sum total of all that exists? Does that mean all that has existed has always existed?
All that currently exists, all that has ever existed. So the universe in and of itself can be in a state in which matter is possible, but it could also be in a state in which matter is not possible, where just simply energy exists, the capacity to do work. So, but Andrew was correct in that kind of assessment that it's basically stuff. But I just consider that a thing that exists, if it exists, it exists within the universe. The universe is in and of itself the sum total of all things that exist, that actually exist in reality. Like, so that's kind of like how I sum it up. What is the universe? Whether there are planets or galaxies or stars or life or whatever, that is irrelevant. That's just some of the stuff that just goes into the set of things that exist. But you could wipe all that out, and there could just literally just be space-time. And that would still be the universe. It would just be a universe without matter. Okay? So the universe, I just view it as this,
Where did matter come about?
From essentially matter as a result of work being done.
Yeah. Functionally speaking, there is no ultimate from, in a sense. If we consider that energy and matter, as we know it, are interchangeable. You're familiar with E equals mc squared? Does that ring a bell? Yeah? Okay. So at the point of the Big Bang, okay, close to that point, and for a period of about 60,000 years, the expansion, okay, of the Big Bang at those early points that we're observing through, there wasn't even stable matter. We did not have stable atoms for 360,000 years. Now, matter, baryonic matter, as it were, is an expression of energy. It's the same thing as like saying, it is energy that's coalesced into a form. So when you say from, it's the same sort of thing of thinking like, where did the Snickers bar you ate yesterday come from? Well, I mean, you could point back to, I got it from the kitchen. I got it from the kitchen because I bought it from the store. you could go through that whole deal, and at some point, it's all just energy that came together at some point, and you gave it a name and called it Snickers. Okay, but all those bits, nothing popped into existence. Think of it like Lego bricks. The shape you see of anything is just the shape. The same amount of stuff seems to be there. Whatever the stuff is, this is just the order you see it in. So when you say from, if there isn't a beginning, the word from doesn't ultimately matter in that sense. Not ultimately.
Yeah.
Like picture all of existence is a Lego box. You shake the box up, and poof, eventually you'll have a castle, but the castle will go away, but the bits aren't going away. Nothing more is entering existence or leaving existence.
So
eventually it comes up with shapes that we.
What's your question from there, Ferrari?
Yeah, you said it's just work being done, right?
Yes, matter is the result of work being done, which is particles interacting with one another.
Well, yeah, but matter is those particles. So it's complete circular reasoning.
Matter is composed of atoms, and those atoms are a result of when the atoms began to form once the universe began to go through its cooling phase. So, but the constituent particle, the constituent building blocks of atoms in and of themselves, quarks, gluons, are a result of the interactions prior to them. So, but you could boil this down to the way I've heard this boil down is it ultimately comes down to like fundamental eternal quantum fields that quantum fields in and of themselves are but those still would make up the universe. Okay, that would essentially be what the universe is just quantum field quantum fields, in that the state in which matter is possible is a result of excitations in those quantum fields. So, but this, like I said, this is still science, is where this is going into. It could very well be that this universe is just an expression of energy under certain conditions, but that would simply mean that the universe just goes through different states, or different things are possible as a result of energy. The question then becomes, if that's all there, if the universe is what there is, and I've heard this expressed by others who do it better than I do, because having a tremendous understanding of physics is not going to get you to a God entity. But it has. I have heard it expressed before that there's no issue in physics with the universe having always existed. So my question then is, as it says on the stage, why believe a God exists? What is the justification for believing a God exists? Is there a rational justification for believing a God exists? Or is it ultimately going to come down to just faith?
Yeah, I usually go to the Cosmological, and speaking how you're clearly more advanced in me than this, and I don't have a response to your...
Yeah, the cosmological argument has a problem with that because it makes a fundamental assumption about the nature of the universe, which empirically we know is not the case. Insofar as the evidence that we have access to, the universe doesn't have a beginning for it to be caused by anything prior. So in that respect, there's nothing to reference there. That's why the if you want to go with the Kalam cosmological argument, or if you want to go back to Aquinas's understanding of things, or if you want to go with the William Lane Craig idea of it, ultimately it comes down to the universe being an effect of a prior cause. And as far as we can tell, the universe in and of itself is not an effect of a prior cause. So there's nothing to assert before the universe. And as PhD Tony, who is one of our resident PhDs who hangs out here, that I want to make sure that I put him right. Where did he go? I can see his chats.
I'm sorry, I only have 3 more minutes I can be here. So
that's okay. He made a comment about time in and of itself. Damn it. I'm scrolling up. I'm scrolling up trying to find it. No, I can't find it. But it's about if time exists, the universe exists, and there is an explanation as far as the physics go that it can go back infinitely. So There's no issue there. So I look for a rational justification for believing a God exists. Like, is there one? Is there a rational?
Well, you kind of went through the one I have, so I will continue studying. Yeah.
Oh, this is
That
it.
was-
Sorry. If time exists, the universe exists. By definition, the universe exists at all points in time. And the way I've heard this, just to throw this out there before you have to go, I'm going to make this really, really quick. This is going to be really, really.
But yeah, that's my thing. I think God supersedes time because he precedes time.
Did God create time?
Yes, that's what I believe.
Okay, so how can there be a before if there's no time?
Well, basically God, we obviously, it's like telling an ant, telling a line about a 3D object. It's hard to explain, but because time is the fourth dimension. So best way to put this is in all points of our observable timeline, God is there in the exact same time all at once.
Then I would counter it with this. Premise one, a timeless state does not change, meaning a timeless state lacks a before and after because it's timeless.
Mm-hmm.
Premise one, a timeless state does not change. Premise two, if a God created time, then a timeless state would change into a timed state. Change requires a before and after.
No.
Conclusion, therefore, God did not create time. That's modus tollens.
Because it's not, he created a new thing. He didn't make it in a pre-existing thing.
But he would still be existing before time.
Yeah, but his creation did not change him fundamentally.
But how can there be a before if there is no time? Because before is a temporal point.
Well, we're saying before time, so at the beginning of time.
Okay, so but there was a moment before creation. There's God's existence, and then there's creation's existence in your worldview, and they're not simultaneous. The God goes back infinitely, has existed eternally, but creation has not. But time is necessary for that. So how can there be a before if there is no time?
Well, that's the thing is
because that would denote a logical contradiction, wouldn't it?
Not by definition, because Christ's existence throughout all of time, nothing ever changed because he created a new plane, which at its creation had time. He didn't create something within a pre-existing plane and added time.
But that would be because the entity is still creating from a point. There's still the point before creation, the act of creation, and then post-creation. So there's pre-creation, there's the point of creation, and then there is post-creation. For there to be a before creation, there would have to be time, because it's invoking time when you're saying in a timeless state is the problem. So the like I said, the syllogism is a timeless state does not change. It's by definition because it is timeless. There is no before and there's no after. A timeless state lacks a before and an after because it's timeless. If God created time, then his timeless state would be changing into a timed state. But that change requires a before and an after. Conclusion, therefore, God did not create time. God is still operating on a timeline prior to that. Time still exists, so God can't have created time because there can't be a before. There can't be a before time because that's invoking a timeless state or invoking a timed point within a timeless state. So it's logically contradictory.
Yeah, because we're always speaking in relative to us, right? Like if I say...
No. What we're doing is we're talking relative to God. See, pre-creation...
we're always speaking through our own paradigm, so everything is relative to our own paradigm.
Not really, because we're just talking time here. The mere idea of a before sequence.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Saying before time is saying that you can't have a sequence.
It's fundamentally incoherent is the problem, because our understanding of what time is and our understanding of how to denote things within a temporal sense to understand like a before and an after as to like what causation is, like the fundamental understanding of causation, in that a thing that there is a cause and then the effect comes after the cause, and there's always an effect that precedes a cause. So the problem is that to understand that, we are invoking our understanding of time. If you're saying that there is a different understanding, or there is some understanding of time like beyond our conceptualization, then you're kind of pushing the argument or pushing the position into an appeal to magic and mystery, which would not be a justification. Be like, oh, it makes sense, just not in a way that human beings can understand, which is kind of contradictory in itself, because how do you know it makes sense if it's in a position that is fundamentally incoherent to human beings?
Yeah,
Because that just pushes you see how this kind of pushes the argument, pushes the position towards faith, right?
Yeah. So here's the thing of what I believe in. There was nothing before time. The first day of creation, God created first the heavens and the earth. So I'd say that's when he created space-time. So there was nothing, and that means none but God. Like, he didn't exist anywhere. There was not anything at all. So there was nothing that pre-existed time. So there was nothing in the state of before times, because then that would be a logical contradiction. You're right, because then it would have an older age than time. But God, being existing at every point at all space and time, is creation. But existing beyond that is something I would not be able to answer as an Orthodox Christian. We believe in an essence energy distinction, where the energies of God are understandable, such as love, such as goodness, such as joy, all that, right? But his essence.
Well, that's also kind of begging the question, though. It's assuming that these concepts are more. It's assuming that there's a nature to these concepts that is different. That is simply different. See, again, and I had to. So this is still begging the question. Even the energy essence distinction that Orthodox Christians hold to is still ultimately begging the question, because it's assuming a kind of ontology for these terms, and then it has to like invoke the God to justify the metaphysical assumption that they're making. Like, if I say that love is merely a word that we invented to describe the physiological observation of the bonding process within animals, within like human beings, specifically human beings, we observe a bonding process. We observe extreme emotional responses as a result of that bonding process. We encompass those observations under the banner of a label that we call love. And it takes many, many different forms. Okay, so that's looking at it from a naturalist perspective, because that's what I have access to. But then you say, no, love has a completely different ontology. Okay, well, for that ontology to be the case, the God would necessarily have to exist for that ontology that you're invoking to be true. So how do you know that God exists for your metaphysical assumption to be true, is my question. Why not just acknowledge that love is a term that we give to direct observations we make in reality? That's what we call love. And that's it.
Yeah,
because that's parsimonious and it's not begging the question, right?
Yeah, I kind of have to go. It's been 9 minutes when I had 3, you know?
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. It looks like you may be at work, but I appreciate you popping in.
Well, I'm a kid, but...
Well, I don't know. It looks like you're in an office, or you're in a cubicle of some sort, or you may be. I don't know where you're at, but it looked like you were involved in something and taking a break. So, yeah, that's cool.
So, thank you so much. This was a great discussion. Thank you for having me on.
Anytime. You're always welcome. I do this every Sunday and Wednesday. So,
good to see you. Thank you.
Oh. All right. Take care.
Yeah.
Good times. Good times. It's not the first time that we've run into the before time issue, and
yeah, there's whatever, you just shove another letter in front of time, like time, you know.
Right.
It's trying to create a sequence without calling it a sequence. And technically, I remember a debate where William Lane Craig, actually, I'm not sure if it was so much a debate as much as a conversation, where William Lane Craig was trying to describe, well, as long as you don't make anything, any references to time. Meanwhile, his entire conversation was littered with befores and afters. So, yeah.
I want to make sure I get this. Good to see you, JR. Thanks so much for being here. And Jinju as well, and Ilosifer and Musashi. A bunch of people who popped into the chat. Thank you so much for being here. And Bogomil Brotherhood is also in the chat, spewing something. I'm not 100% sure what's going on there. Might be a believer. It's hard to say. PC Tony is having a good one. I like this. Does it mean that real particles are virtually real? I know I think he's having in the middle of a conversation with Leo Filius, which is awesome. And I'm loving the Star Trek love. Let's see here. Leo Filius, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here, bud. And Amir, I can't do this. Amir? I just call it Amir. Amir, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here as well. Sir Equinox 42, good to see you. And I think, and Magog again, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. If we do have any believers in the chat, you are more than welcome to come up on stage, and we can answer questions about things in our worldview, or you can present your evidence or your argumentation for the God that you believe in. And good to see you, and the George said. No Ducker Chris today in the chat. Haven't seen him yet, but we're just starting. We're only an hour and a half in, so maybe we'll see him. Who knows? But yeah, feel free. Click the link. The link is pinned in the side chat. You're more than welcome to come up on stage, and we will have a chat about what you believe and why. There were some people that popped in over on the politics Discord, but unfortunately, I don't think any of them have come over, which is a shame. I had someone named Heaven's Revealer wanted to come over. Maybe Heaven's Revealer will come in. I think that would be fun. Oh, let's see. Insert that clip of Doctor Who. Thank you, Jessica. Insert that clip of Doctor Who where the Doctor argues with the devil over the notion of being able to exist before time. Agreed. Josh is here. Josh hasn't been here in a bit. Hello, Josh.
Yo, what's up, man?
Not much. What brings you on today?
I just wanted to, you know how you say, like, oh, can you present evidence for the God without begging the question?
Uh-huh.
Well, I want to present evidence for the God by begging the question.
Would that, wait. So, but, I mean, would it technically then be evidence if it requires you to beg the question for it to be evidence?
I mean, we can maybe just talk about it for a few minutes, and if it doesn't go anywhere, then you can just let me know.
I think the idea that I'm coming at is like this. If I'm not saying this is what your argument is, but for example, if you were to say the Bible is evidence of the God's existence, and like, how do you know that? Because of the things that it says within the Bible, the claims that it makes within that, or whatever it says within the Bible. The problem is that in order for the Bible to be evidence of the God obviously, let's say that if the Bible was evidence for the God, obviously that would entail that the God would exist, right? Because in order for it to be evidence, the God has to exist. Now, it's possible that the Bible is just a cult manual that's just been written up by ancient people, okay? And there is no God, or there could be a God, and the Bible is simply a misinterpretation of that God. So looking at the Bible itself and calling it evidence assumes the God exists in order for it to be evidence. Otherwise, it's just a book.
I understand how begging the question works, but that's
right.
You call it begging the question. I call it an internal critique, potato. But let me just pose the argument, and then you let me know.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. So, there's this question about truth. What is truth? What is objective truth? Is it mind stance dependent, and so on and so forth? But I would argue that the Bible is true because it claims to be true.
The Bible is true because the Bible claims to be true?
Yeah, that's like a textbook begging the question argument, right?
Yeah, you could apply it to any. It doesn't have to be the Bible. It could be like X is true because X claims to be true. It could go to the Quran. The Quran is true because the Quran claims to be true.
Well, then that's where I start kind of like backwards engineering. Like the Bible in and of itself claims to be truth. Because Jesus claims to be, I am the way, the truth, and the life. And then he also claims to be the Word, and he claims to be the Word manifested in the flesh. So when you put all that together, the Bible is claiming to be true because it claims to be true. Now, again, it might be begging the question, but how many other things out there like are actually claiming to be true?
Oh, many things. The question then comes like, how can we determine that it is where the question, and we evaluate these evaluate these on a piece by piece. I'm kind of
like you said the other day, because I listened. Like you said, if I made the statement today is Thursday, it's not true today.
Right.
Okay,
That proposition would be false. It would not have the property of being true because it does not map to reality.
I want to get a quick clarification on your phrasing there before. When you said about things claiming to be true, I'm not sure what you mean by things claiming to be true. People make claims. That's a thing. So what are you implying? Because you're describing what a book says about a thing. So that's, as far as we know, a person wrote that in a book. So
okay, well, as far as we know, like our objective understanding of life, we die and then that's it, right? Can we agree to that?
Yeah. Consciousness ceases. Consciousness ceases at the point of biological death.
Right. But now let's take into consideration like a little bunny rabbit, right? A little bunny rabbit bouncing around, trying to find some cabbage. Like, we could just say that these are neurons blasting off, survival of the fittest. It knows it's hungry, so it eats. But like me and you, we have emotions, and we can think of art and music and express ourselves. But for us to argue that the bunny doesn't do the same thing, we can't neither prove nor disprove that. There's no way for us to know how conscious a bunny really is, right?
Sure. Actually, if the bunny went up and told me, well, I'd have a clue. See, that's the thing, is like we evaluate when we think we see a phenomenon happening. You know, we look at things happening going, I'm going to call this consciousness. How do I know if a person's conscious, for instance, at a given time? That means they're responding to their environment around them. So if I poke them with a stick and I start getting a reaction, that's at least some scale of consciousness. Now, see, we can start arguing where things are at. But if I start having a conversation with them, I think we're now on a different level, aren't we? So there's a question of scale and what you want to label things. So apply that to your question.
Let's stay on that. Let's stay on that idea for a second, right? So you see a homeless man passed out on the street, right? So you go up to him, you start poking him with a stick, and he's not responding. Either A, he's dead, or B, he's so wasted out of his mind, he doesn't have the ability to respond. So, what conclusion do we draw?
Okay.
The conclusion I draw is I need to check his pulse.
Yeah. Check for a pulse. Do you see respiration appear to be happening? Do you notice any putrid odor of, like, oh, this is actually full rot. This isn't just regular stank. This is full on rot. The obvious signs of, not quite.
I mean, even if we had all the technology in the world to check this guy's pulse, to verify whether or not he is or isn't alive, we have real life examples of people who, by all medical like agreement, they were medically declared dead. And
clinically, yes, but not biologically. People come back from clinical death all the time. Biological death, no one comes back from.
Brain death, as it's called.
Yeah, biological death is literally the cessation of all physical like processes within the body. It's like the brain is dead. There is no synaptic firing. Every respiration has ceased. Cardiovascular has ceased. It's all that. A person in that state, their body can be kept alive through machines that breathe and circulate their blood for them, which is, life support. A person can be, but they can be brain dead on life support. But if you take them off that life support, they are gone. So nobody comes back from biological death, but clinical death, people come back from that all the time nowadays because we have the technology and the knowledge to intervene and resuscitate them. But clinical death, obviously, like 1,000 years ago, clinical death was pretty much, it would equate to someone dying because people didn't know how to resuscitate people back then.
But I think so that goes back to me begging the question, and I know it's a little strange that I'm trying to use begging the question in a format that supports the idea, but it's like the Bible claims that there's people who died and came back to life, not just Jesus. There's several people in the Bible who were presented as dead, and then they weren't. Right?
Dozens.
Yeah,
dozens apparently.
Yeah, we also know that there are people that we also know that, and this is great. This is a great point that Spam has brought up in the chat. Death is a process, and like all processes, it's not binary. Once the process has progressed past a certain point, it's irreversible. But there are points in between. Like I said, someone's heart may stop, but it doesn't mean that they're dead, like they're biologically dead. You could restart their heart. Someone may stop breathing for a time, okay? But that doesn't mean they're dead. They're biologically dead yet, because just simply because their respiration has stopped. Because they can be resuscitated after that, or they can do it, or their body can do it themselves. A person who is drowned doesn't necessarily require CPR to bring them back. They just need to get the water out of their lungs, and their body will do the rest. It doesn't happen all the time, but it does happen. Their natural cough response can get them going again. It just depends upon how long they've been down.
Well, I'm granting that. I'm granting that it's there's a point of no return. Like
right,
even
clinical
as a
death
Christian,
and clinical death and biological death.
Even as a Christian, right? Like if our family members or fellow Christians die, the only thing that we have to hold on hope to is that Christ claimed that one day we would be reunited with our loved ones. Right?
Why do I need that hope? But why do I need that hope? I don't need that hope.
It's not that you need the hope. It's that the concept in and of itself is so unbelievable, right? That if someone came up to you and was like, hey, this guy died, he was dead for 3 days, and now he's alive, and you were able to witness the death and then to witness that they're still alive. I mean, we could both agree that that would be something like amazing, right? If that were true.
Well, yeah, of course. If it were true. The question is why would you believe that that's the case?
Yeah.
What makes you think that actually happens and happened?
It's not what makes me think that it actually happens or not. It's that if Jesus is who he claims to be, if he truly is God, then bringing someone back to life, no matter how long they've been dead, whether they were thrown in a meat grinder and chopped up into a million pieces and burned to ashes, if Jesus is who he claims to be, that's easy. It's easy for him to undo all of that and restore you back to full life and health, right? If he is who he claims to be.
Yeah, that if is doing a lot of heavy lifting. Why would I believe that is true?
Let's expand that into every other kind of if. What if we're really just shape-shifting aliens that were planted here and then locked into human form? But if it's true, then it's true. The whole point, the if is actually doing all the work. The question is why do we think that if is worth a consideration?
Yeah.
Well, to be clear, just to be fair, I did start off by saying that I was going to be begging the question.
Oh no,
So it's not like
we're not even begging the question. We're just asking, why does the if deserve consideration? Not whether or not your argument holds up. Why is it even worth considering?
And good to see you, Punta de Lest. Thanks so much for being here. And Kesplodicus, good to see you as well. So yeah, just kind of like, we understand that the book makes a claim. Just like, let's just take it from brass tacks. The book exists, and the book makes a claim. It is one of many books that are the result of a number of ancient authors putting things together. And so, of this one particular book, as opposed to all the other books that exist that are like far older than it, why would I accept the claims within that book?
So let's say we're reading a book, like a textbook, for U.S. history, right? And in this textbook of U.S. history, the book is claiming that what is it? The North, what are the ones? Not the Confederates, but the other guys, the Union.
Yeah, the Union and the Confederacy, the North and the South.
Yeah. So if I'm reading a American history book, and then in the American history book, it claims that the Union won the war, the Civil War, then that again is another example of the book begging the question, but we don't seem to have a problem with that.
But that's because textbooks, as is indicated by spam, textbooks are able to be investigated, and they have to be supported in the claims that they're making. So so what is stated in a textbook is based upon what has been demonstrated to be the case.
Now, it's not just a book. You see, there's the book the other guy wrote at the exact same time, published alongside. There's all the chain of witnesses, like, hey, my family members were there. I got the whole chain of stories. We got all the physical evidence. And everybody's writing about it simultaneously. See, this is multiple sources. This is like the losing side going, God, we got our ass whooped. Right?
But the Bible claims to have the same weight of support. It claims to have, if we're just looking at the 4 gospel accounts, 4 different stories from 4 different supposed independent authors who are corroborating the same story about a man named Jesus who performed miracles, was crucified and then resurrected. And then it also claims to have witnesses. And I know you're saying, well, it's supporting itself. The books have been, these letters and the epistles that Paul wrote, all of this has been compiled into one book. But in its initiation, these were, in fact, independent sources that have been compiled into a cohesive story. So, I mean,
not really cohesive. There's a lot of contradictions within them, but I mean,
well, there was cherry picking as to which books even made it into the collection that you may call a Bible. Now, if you try to take, for instance, a Protestant Bible versus, say, a Catholic or an Ethiopian, and you realize the number of books that are allowed entry are very different. But when you think of those,
to be honest, I think you're moving the goalpost. I think you're moving the goalpost.
No, what we're doing here is taking a look at the idea of where narrative was. When you said put into a cohesive narrative, that's the whole thing. The collection was chosen. Which ones make it in to make a narrative was a choice. And there's ones they excluded that would really make for a bad day for certain.
Okay, if you have manuscripts dated all the way back to the early 300s.
Yeah.
And
hold on. We got problems before there. There's a thing I just wanted to highlight. Sorry, I don't want to steal too much. I want to give you a chance to respond here. But the key thing I was about to get to is your thought that those were 4 individual attestations. When you consider how much individual gospels one stole from the other, entire chunks of chapters, word for word, they are not they are not independent sources. They had access to each other. And they directly copied in many instances. I think it was Mark. What are the 2 primary books, JL? Is that Mark and Luke?
You know, Useful Church on YouTube.
Not familiar.
Yeah, he does this whole breakdown thing. I mean, okay, so I know you're not doing this, but this is how I'm taking it. Like, first you tell me that for American history books, you have these independent people and different independent eyewitnesses who also corroborate the story. So there, and therefore we have.
Yep, we do
I'm
have
gonna let
that.
you keep talking, bro, because I want to just at least get a thought across. Go ahead.
Sorry. Sorry. Go ahead. Excuse me.
I'm just taking the same criteria and then applying it to the Bible, and then when it fits, then the argument changes, and instead of going from, oh, okay, cool, so you have multiple sources corroborating the same story, you move the goalpost, and now it's like, oh, well, how do you know which books are legitimate? In the Protestant Bible, they have X amount of books, and then in the Ethiopian Bible, so it's like you're not
That's different.
addressing my
There's
my
different
evidence.
points.
You're just moving the goalpost.
No, I was addressing separate points of yours. The separate points was the narrative of the unified story. That was the thing I was addressing with that particular comment.
That's an, I mean, both things move the goalpost, because then you go into like, oh, okay, well, yeah, but then they have contradictions and then they copied from each other. The reason I ask about this useful charts guy is because he does this very detailed breakdown where he goes into what you say, where it's like when you take the four gospels and you study them as a textual critic, then you have reason to believe that, like you said, one copied from the other, right?
Yeah, so you're familiar with the Q document?
That's one that they claim that is like not part of the gospel, but that the three would have had to have copied from in order for it to all make sense, right?
It's a common source for parts of them, where basically authorship came from different directions. So this is where the Gospels are not the kind of testimony that we have, for instance, with the Civil War. We have the names of the authors for those things. For these fragments, however, the Gospels are anonymous. We don't have a source.
JL, my phone's like completely like burning up. Thanks for kind of going down this line of questioning with me, Andrew. I really appreciate you kind of engaging as well. I'll try to catch you on another day here when I'm on my computer, so we can actually go more into depth on some of these things.
Okay.
But no, yeah, thank you. And then yeah, love the show. Everyone subscribe if you haven't subscribed, and I'll catch you guys. I am running. Let's be clear, I'm running. But just because
I would call you that. You said
my phone is like burning up in my hand, and it's gonna start glitching pretty soon.
I get that. I've run into it myself. Live streaming via phone. I've had that same issue.
All right, but thanks, Andrew and Jay. I'll catch you guys later.
Thanks, bud.
Welcome back, as far as I'm concerned, anytime.
And as a matter of fact, I wanted to check something. I got to go to the studio for this. 51 subscribers away from 15K. 51 subscribers. So yeah, if you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. That really would help the channel. I got 51 to go before I hit 15,000. I'd really like to hit that benchmark. It would make me very, very happy.
We need numerical significance. Help us attain.
And I agree. That's why I dig having Josh on, because at least he's open to having the conversations and ask these questions. Yeah. I'd say that given the opportunity to be so and not being hammered relentlessly like on other channels, has allowed Josh to engage in these conversations in a respectful manner, which is I'm always glad to have him on. So same goes for callers like Grace. There's no need to hammer them or overwhelm them. Let's see. I keep having some people pop into the Stage of Reason to a little voice chat that I created over on politics. Hopefully someone will want to come on. I really wanted to talk to Heaven's Revealer.
They've just been downgraded to Heaven's Concealer.
Yeah.
We're keeping it hidden under a bowl.
Come on, I'm looking for the good news. Bring the good news. I want to have that chat.
There's a nice little bit from Amy Schumer, who talked about being on the subway, and was approached, and the person asked him, have you heard the good news? She's like, oh wait, he's trying to save me. And she went like, sorry, just so you know, I'm a Jew, okay? And apparently this other person said, well, but have you heard the good news? Oh, yeah. So you're asking if I found Jesus? Oh, believe me, we found him. Have you heard the bad news? Yeah.
Well, and let me see. I'll make sure I didn't miss anybody. TP Seeker, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Appreciate you hanging out. Yeah, there's I was looking at that. I'd heard about it before. The Q hypothesis, the Q document or the Q source, hypothesized now lost collection of Jesus' sayings. It comes from the share that Matthew and Luke share about 235 verses of identical or highly similar sayings and parables that are not found in Mark. And so to explain this, experts suggest that Matthew and Luke wrote independently of one another and drew their information from two main sources. They drew their information from Mark and this hypothetical Q document, which the hypothesis is that the Q document contains the Beatitudes, the Sermon on the Mount, the Lord's Prayer, and various parables and other stuff. And even though it's never been discovered, it's just like I said, it's completely hypothetical in that. But I say it's a way of trying to explain why things are in the Bible, why things in the Bible are the way that they are, why things in the Gospels are the way that they are.
Yeah, when you hit textual criticism to that point where you realize that where these things are coming out verbatim, the sources are not as independent as you'd like to think.
Yep.
Yeah.
The Q source.
Just very briefly before actually kind of backtracking in a sense towards where PhD Tony was referring in our conversation towards how we look at the phrasing we use for the use of cult. I feel there's a bit of a double-edged sword to this. It's definitely a conversation starter, and I think it's a great conversation just to have a person who is a believer have a little introspection to their actual experience as well. Even if if the shoe only fits a little in a sense, it's as a sliding scale. Looser denominations, people who feel that they're independent, but then maybe commonly falling down similar lines of thinking. It is a point of introspection, even if we don't want to hold it as tight a title. The gray is the bigger point, in a sense. It's valid in its own way, but I think it's just the mere introspection factor validates it kind of being there, as long as we make sure to refer to it in that capacity. It's not a hammer.
Let's see what we got while we are waiting for someone to come up. We have some two decent conversations so far. Hopefully we can keep it going. Let me see.
Great start for the first 2 hours.
Yeah, I'm happy with that. Musashi said, I just ran out of Brasso, but I don't want to miss this stream. Oh, I'm sorry about that, Musashi. Spam says, John Cohen uses slightly inflammatory combo starter lines and he's very mild to speak to. I think the ones JL has here are great for starting conversations. Agreed, yeah. And like I said, I agree with with like PhD Tony's analysis of it that I do want to engage the conversation or do want to use it as a conversation starter. I personally do hold that it is that the mildness of their behavior does not absolve them of that kind of like observation that I'm making, that they could come in soft, they could be like, oh, hippy dippy, lovey dovey, whatever, but it's still, I still see the threads, see the common threads, and I'm not going to let them off the hook just because they don't present themselves like some extremist, hardcore cult. I'm going to maintain it. Liberal Destroyers in the chat. Good to see you, Liberal. Another one who'd be interesting to have on the stage. if I wonder if PhD Tony is here, if he can come up on the stage, because we could go over 5 scientific proofs debunking atheism. It's a 21-minute video, and I've had it sitting in my backlog for a while.
I love when they pluralize proofs and evidences.
Right.
The second you hear either of those two words, you already know what side of the fence they're on.
Or Leophilius. I'd like to get Leophilius up here if he had time. I can actually share this. Go to my desktop.
5 science.
Oh,
Yeah, you already know who it is.
I know that face. Hello, messenger of truth.
Yep. Messenger of truth.
Oh, yeah. Speaking of people who refer to Romans in all the worst ways.
Spam says, this guy. Yeah, I know some people are going to be really familiar with him, but because it's scientific proofs, I'd like to be able to take this down. I think it would be entertaining as hell. That's why I think Tony would like to hear some of the stuff so that he can bang his head against the wall.
So mean. Tony's trying to spread the good word. I mean, we're actively, masochists.
Hell yes, we are.
And you know why? Beats me.
I got like 5 scientific proofs debunking atheism. Messenger of truth.
Yeah, I get the impression he's reformed.
Because I want to hit this cat with some science.
Oh, PhD Tony caught it. You're too preoccupied, JL, but
yeah, I'm currently doing a quick edit.
I know.
What do you say? Where do it?
Oh, I see what you did there.
I see what you did there, Andrew.
Yeah, that's like, why are we masochists? Beats me. Yep.
Is Liberal Destroyer still going on about PSR? And Singer Soul, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. I really hope either Leo or Tony, or even both of them, or what was it? Jay Patrick would be good to have up here. Austin would be good to have up on stage.
Perhaps we're a little early for him.
It's possible. I'm saying I still have it open so that if anybody's in the politics Discord server, they might want to pop over and have a chat. As a matter of fact, let me put those links out again. Oh, Tony was just about to go shopping. Go shopping, Tony. Yeah, there's no rush. Do your thing. Go get your Vegemite. An Australian without his Vegemite is like, Italian food with no tomatoes. Vegemite and Foster's.
Funny enough, trying to associate Italians with tomatoes when they weren't actually native there.
Be sure to bring your donk.
Ooh.
Gotta have a donk.
A donkadunk?
Australians go nowhere without a donk. Vegemite. I swear. I'm sorry. Maybe I don't. It tastes like scabs. That's all I can say.
What did you have to put yourself through to validate that correlation? See, you don't get away with claims like that without me looking at you funny.
How's it going? Oh, I've got over in the Discord, I've got Zen and I've got Alley Cat. I'm doing this as kind of like to invite people over to the live stream to have a chat. Yeah, I'm streaming right now as we speak. We are live. Andrew is on stage with me. Andrew, Zen would like to say hello.
Ooh, howdy Zen.
And Andrew says hello back.
From? He's off in Discord.
So yeah, just hanging out, and if any believers come on, we can bring them onto the stage and have a chat. So this is why I created this room. Is any believers that pop in, I can invite them up. Right now, we are arguing about the merits of using Vegemite, which I think is just awful.
I think mathematicians refer to that as an empty set.
Zen would like to posit that it's LARPing, that Australians pretend it tastes good in order to screw with people who are non-Australian. Now, hopefully we will get somebody in. Okay, bud. Let me see. So that was Zen popping in to say hello. And I just hit somebody with the 1 Peter 3:15. See if they pick up the gauntlet. Oh, I definitely don't want to argue veganism. Blah.
See, vegans are just, secretly terrified that they're, delicious and just don't know it yet. Cannibals have entered the chat.
Let's see. All right. Put enough invites out there. Where is my room? I got to scroll through all the rooms.
Wow, rodent. You are a monster.
How to piss off your friends, make jalapeno poppers, but fill them with oh, gross. That would suck. Jay Money is here. Good to see you, Jay Money. Thanks so much. And he says Hokum was great. Yes, Hokum was great. Undertone and Hokum were both fantastic. I really enjoyed Undertone. I'm gonna send a message to Leophilius. Yes, I'm here. Why are you using a voice changer? So,
Got somebody in the back?
I understand that you believe that. Right now, I've got you here, but I'm currently live, and we're looking for theists who are willing to come up and explain to us here on the stage, like, why you believe. I understand that you believe. My question is, why do you believe these things? But you got to come up on stage. You got to come up on stage, though. It's not a conversation I can have with you in private. You're not. The link right there, the link is in the side chat. Did you open up the live stream? Yeah, Andrew, I've currently got him. I've got him in the politics. Hey, Warren J, good to see you. So there's a link in this. There's a link in the side chat. Just click that link. Yeah, so if you click the StreamYard link, that'll bring you up on stage and you can have a conversation with us. No, you don't. Oh, appreciate it. And supposedly somebody coming in. Oh, Warren J is here. Warren J. I see that you were on camera. I want to make sure audio is not a problem. Warren J, can you hear me okay? Is it audio coming through? Just type in the private chat that the audio is coming through. Or just let us know that you can hear me okay. Excellent. Yeah. So you can hear me okay? You get the audio? Okay, great. Fantastic. And I saw that you popped on your camera there, so I appreciate that.
Yeah. What's up, guys? Sorry, I'm ugly. I don't want to show my face. But...
That's okay. What do you got for us today?
Well, okay. Well, to me, I believe in a creator. Because basically I believe in higher power. Okay. And I see what the Earth is not flat. Vaccines are safe. Yeah. I just believe in higher power because because okay, I was studying the 4 fundamental forces of nature. Okay. And basically I realized, I woke up one day, I was laying down in bed and I was thinking, okay, what does human know, as far as knowledge or anything like right there, right? I realized that it is the four fundamental forces of nature, and all of those forces they equal energy. So I found out that humanity is I calculate I know calculus. Okay, Isaac Newton, the father of calculus, he studied biblical prophecy. Okay, he the father of calculus. And I found out that so I was using calculus. I like calculus, and then I basically, if you really think about it, right, humanity is going to get the energy from the sun, right? They're going to mine the moon, they're going to edit DNA, they're making rockets, they're splitting atoms, right? Nuclear bombs. And I found out over time, because I was studying Hitler, I was studying Saddam Hussein. Over time, humanity is going to get power. They're gonna get power in, and I found out that you guys over time, 100 years from now, 200 years from now, you guys are the whole goal. You guys are gonna do is you're going to become gods. You're gonna try to become gods. You're going to become. You invented airplanes, rocket ships, and and the Bible talks about this. It talks about you guys are gonna do this. You guys going to try to get. You're going to try to live forever. So to me, I believe atheism is not a good way, because you defeat purpose. You try to become gods. You're going to become a god. The only difference is I believe there's already a god. That's the only difference. But I do know if you do the math, E equals MC squared. The energy. You guys are gonna get energy. You guys are gonna become gods. You're going to try to take over the whole solar system. And I got proof. Yeah, the Kardashev scale. If you look up the Kardashev scale, I posted it on Discord side. I had to leave Discord because I couldn't talk.
Okay, but we can hear you. So I understand. I'm familiar with the Kardashev scale, type 1, type 2, all the way up to type 6, and it's just like a measurement of the amount of energy that's controlled. But in the sense of what a god is, just if like this wouldn't technically make us gods in like the religious sense, it would just mean that we have a tremendous amount of we were able to control a tremendous amount of energy and use that energy for practical purposes. So extremely advanced technology wouldn't make us gods. It would just give us control. It would just give us more control over nature.
This is where we need to fix our definition for what God even means.
Yeah, to me, it's just energy. It's just you guys are going to get energy, just more energy. That's how I see God. It's just more access to all the energy, and that's what I believe. 1,000 years from now, 2,000 years from now, you guys gonna build wormhole. You're going to basically be able to teleport, and at that point, you're going to become godlike. It's really basically. I know it doesn't. It sounds crazy, but it's not. You guys are going to figure out. That's why you have the Hadron Collider. You have.
Well, let me ask you this, Warren.
Yeah.
You've seen the show Star Trek, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Okay, but are the characters in Star Trek, are they still biological organisms?
Yeah. That's why I say 1,000 years, because or 2,000. It could be 1,000,000 years. You guys are going to basically what I'm saying is evolve, but I'm talking about more. You're going to evolve to a point where you're going to be outside of space time. That to me, the Star Trek civilization is just like I would say it's primitive. I'm talking about like super advanced technology where you're basically you're above the dimension. You know what I mean? You're going to
I don't think that they would do that. We would still be subject to the universe in and of itself, like transcending that. I don't think that's a thing, but I wouldn't say that the individuals in Star Trek, the characters there, are gods. And even the character of Q in Star Trek is still subject to but even the character of Q is still subject to things outside of it. Is still subject to the things that are outside the realm of Q's control. So they're still so even Q is not like a god in a god sense. He's just an extremely powerful entity that still has to operate within the realm of the universe. So, and Jessica Transmetal Alchemist for the $10 super chat, thank you, says Saddam Hussein and Isaac Newton have teamed up to use calculus in order to colonize the moon, which will transcend humanity to godhood. This kind of sounds like the plot of Neon Genesis Evangelion. Interesting, yeah, good point there.
No,
Good point
yeah,
there.
yeah, no.
So-
I'm talking about like you see, 99% of 99% of the universe is made of plasma. I believe that humanity will get to a point where they will play around with it like it's clay. Like right now, you
Well,
know.
that's if we
Yeah.
don't go extinct first. There's the likelihood that we could drive ourselves to extinction before any of this happens. We could wind up destroying the biosphere of the planet, and we all go extinct. You know,
Yeah.
life will just carry on without us. But the question comes down to why believe that a God entity exists? Like, do you subscribe to a particular religion?
Yeah, I'm a Christian. You know, I believe. Yeah, I'm a Christian, and basically, you know, I believe that we get resurrected. And that I in the Bible is that the reason for my way of thinking is the Bible. The God of the Bible said that nothing will be impossible for man. It's he already saw this Genesis. He said that nothing will be impossible for man, and that's why I said you guys are going to become godlike. It's inevitable. You're going to try to build civilization. You're going to colonize planet. You're right now. You guys building jetpacks. You got people in Saudi Arabia. They're jumping out of buildings with jetpacks and they're flying around like a plane. So
Okay,
this is not.
how
This
does
is
this?
not a joke.
But how
I'm
does
not
it? Okay,
joking.
so obviously the stuff that you're bringing up there is just advancements in technology.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
obviously the people who wrote the Bible had no conceptualization of these things, of like the technology that we've developed. My question is, you say that you acknowledge that you're a Christian.
Yeah.
I'm kind of curious, like what is your justification for believing that a God exists?
Yeah, I just believe that, like, I just believe in higher power in terms of energy. There's always a hierarchy. You know, you have governments, and then you have obviously you have after that you have your president, and then obviously, yeah. I just believe there's someone higher power that created. That's it. I just believe in creation. I'm a theist. I believe that everything is created by intelligent design, and that's all. It's just my belief. It's just what I see based on DNA. DNA. Our DNA is like very long. It's like I believe it's long. It's longer than the solar system. And I also, if you look at the sun, it's like you could fit multiple Jupiters. I believe that it's not accident. That's all. I just believe in that. I just believe that there's a higher power operating, and I believe that mankind. And I can look at mankind, and I can do the math on paper. That I know that over time your technology will get so advanced. You guys, that's why you guys are the Hadron Collider. That's why you're splitting atoms. You're gonna get to a point where you can control it. Fusion, fission. You're
Okay,
going to travel.
I get where you're coming from on that. And
Yeah.
Cord Lizard Mage, I just recently saw that clip from that episode where the Russian scientist was right. In Russia, I am physicist. Here I am janitor. But here's my question is, Warren, why? I mean, I get that you believe that there is a God.
Yeah.
My question is, why do you? Because you say that you just believe it. I'm kind of curious. Why do you believe that? What is it that convinced you that there is?
Well, that my problem with that, it's more personal. It's sort of like just personal. I have no like scientific proof or anything. It's something I can't show people. It's just something that people, I basically ask for something, I pray, and I ask for something, and I receive it. That's basically what I get. I receive something. Sometimes I get healing. Sometimes I get, I get the job that I want, or just stuff like that. It's like more pray. I believe in prayer. So it's not science. It's yeah, like you said, the Bible is not a science book. So I do agree with that. It's more of like it's faith. It's faith based. It's really not. But other
Okay.
than that, all I can say is that I just see from human activities that what you guys doing right now, like right, you're mixing animals with DNA. You're trying to uh, cure. You're trying to get eternal life, with our medicine. That's just what I consider,
So let
proof.
me ask you this: if you pray that you're going to get a job that you applied for, no,
Yeah,
like you applied for a job and then you pray that you're going to get it, and then you get that
yeah,
job because you applied for it and you meet the qualifications.
yeah,
Why
that,
is it
yeah.
that God cares about you getting a job and not feeding, not ensuring that the tens of thousands of children that starve to death every year, that they get enough food? When those
Yes.
children pray for food, why aren't they getting food?
Yeah. So I believe in the God of the Bible. The God of the Bible says that I will have mercy on whomever I will have mercy. So basically, the God has. So the God I believe in, He has free will. Sometimes, God said the poor will never disappear from the land. So that's what I believe in. So also the Bible teaches God makes some people rich, some people poor. So it's really up to God. Like God can make me poor, which I was. I was homeless before. So it is in the
So
biblical.
I
It
get
says,
that, but why wouldn't
yeah,
God feed starving children? He can. The God in your
yeah, yes,
worldview could do it, but it refuses to. Instead, it's too busy making sure that you get a job that you actively applied for and meet the qualifications for.
yeah. In the Bible, God says, I will have no pity on their children. God has free will. He decides who gets what. Kind of like a politician. Like a politician, like they'll decide, oh, these people, they're not gonna get this, and they deport them, into another country. So yeah, like God is not, like He also decides what goes, in the book of Job, it says God decides. He enlarges nations, and sometimes He destroys nations. So that's my God.
I'm asking you
Yeah.
why. I'm asking you why.
Oh.
Why would a God allow a child to starve to death
Uh.
when it could stop it from happening?
Yeah. In my opinion, like I said, in my opinion, this life is like a temporary. Like it's not like I'm more like the movie Matrix. I kind of see like we're like in a Matrix. It's not really. It's not real. Like it's like it is real, but it's not like it's temporary. Like it's temporary. It's not like I like I that
Okay,
it's
so
yeah.
what I was trying to go through is like
It's very awkward.
how you're evaluating your prayer claim and how you're justifying that, and it seems to be that's like an appeal to mystery. Like you're coming up with things as to why it's the way that it is,
Well,
and why God would not help a child that is starving to death when it could provide that child with food to keep it so that it would live, and is too
yeah.
busy answering your prayer to give you a job that you applied for and meet the qualifications to receive. It seems that you're attributing God to the things that benefit you and ignoring the God not interacting with other people to benefit them.
Well, like I said, I don't know. It depends, like, it depends. Sometimes it does says in the Bible, God punishes, people that to the third and fourth generation. And sometimes God, like I said, God, it says He will have mercy on whomever He wants. So some children die, old people die. But, I'm also going to die. So I'm not special or
I
anything.
know, but
But
what has a
yeah.
4-year-old child done to incur God's wrath?
Yeah, Jesus. So I am a radical Christian. So Jesus said, "No one is good; only God is good." So I believe only God is good, and everybody else, like I said, like a politician, they decide who gets what. Like it's sort of yeah,
Okay.
it's yeah,
So yeah, I get the idea.
that's a
I
complicated.
get
Yeah,
the idea, the Christian idea that all human beings are fundamentally broken. Like I understand
yeah.
that. Okay, but there has to be a God that exists for that statement to be true. Correct?
Hold on, say that again.
In order for that statement, for that theological statement that all human beings are inherently evil and prone to sin, for that statement to be true, that God would first have to exist, right? Because if the God doesn't exist, then that statement is not true, right?
Yeah, yeah. So for me, I believe God exists. So like in the
But
Bible, it says.
why? But why? Why do you believe that God exists?
Oh, like I mean, it's a personal thing. I just pray. I ask for help. Like I also a child can also ask for help, and I do believe God will help children. I don't. I do know there's wars, which is something that I can't deny. There's going to be wars, and that's
But
there's
this is
going to be
but
conflict. Yeah.
what you're doing here is you are evaluating things that go on in the world, and you are assuming that God exists in order to establish the framework in which you understand why these things happen. But if the God doesn't exist, then your framing of why these things happened is not true. So how do you know that the God exists for your theology to be true?
Like I said, I pray and I ask for things and I get them. That's
Okay. So
yeah, that's all.
then how did you eliminate the possibility that you praying to the God is simply an action you're taking that gives you the confidence to get what you want? That there's no God, it's just you.
Yeah, it's like, again, that's like, yeah, maybe I'm not, like I said, it's like I thought for me, I don't think there's anything wrong for me to believe that God exists. I think it made my life better, so I think it just makes my life better. That's the only reason. It makes my life. I feel happier. That's it. I think that's just it. I just feel happier.
That's something that I can understand. The personal
Yeah.
utility that the
Yes.
belief gives you. My question then would be, do you go around claiming that the God is a true thing about reality that other people need to believe as well?
Yes, I believe that. Yes, yes, I believe people will be happier. Yes,
Okay,
people will be
so
happier. Yeah.
okay, but are you able to demonstrate that a God exists in order to justify that claim that it does exist?
Like I said, I personally just well, in the Bible it says God, we are made in the image of God. So I just see humans. I see them as proof. And like I said, I believe that I believe humans are very smart and they will become like I said, like given enough
Okay,
time.
yeah, I get that,
Yeah,
but the Bible does make claims,
yeah.
but those claims are not necessarily true. The Bible could simply be a book. No different than the Quran, no different than the Bhagavad Gita, no different than the Egyptian coffin texts, no different than the Tao Te Ching, no different than any other religious
Okay.
inspired or whatever book that you don't accept. So my question is, I understand that you accept what the Bible says, but in order for what the Bible is saying to be the case, in order for all those supernatural claims or those claims about God in the Bible to be true, you'd have to show that the God actually does exist.
Sorry about that. I got
That's okay.
disconnected.
That's
Sorry
okay.
about that. I actually clicked the back button. Yeah. Okay. So there are things that I see as a proof that he exists. Like we found Sodom and Gomorrah. So we see the sulfur balls and we see the ark. We also found the ark in the mountains of Ararat. We also found the real Red Sea, where the Egyptians, because it says we have a song in the Bible. He buried the Egyptians in the rivers. Like it's called the Song of Moses. So
So
we
okay,
found,
so
yeah.
you put up a lot of points. I can tell you this, that mainstream archaeology has debunked the claims regarding the discovery of Sodom and Gomorrah, and mainstream archaeology has debunked many of those claims. Also, archaeology and geology has debunked the claims about finding the Ark. So those have been debunked, and there's the evidence to back that up. I can
Oh,
provide that evidence, but
yeah,
yeah, there's but
yeah,
these
that's
things have
fine.
been
Yeah.
debunked. These things have been debunked by the scientific fields that have gone after them to validate them. Like the claim was made by Ron Wyatt that the Ark was found, and then actual scientists went out there to see what he was looking at and said, no, this was not the Ark. This is a
Okay.
rock formation. The same thing goes with Sodom and Gomorrah. So of what was Sodom and Gomorrah is no. The claim was scientifically refuted. Independent geologists and archaeologists heavily criticized the data that went into the claim, and the methodology used in the airburst study. As a result, Nature Scientific Reports officially retracted the paper, stating the conclusions were unreliable due to clear errors and misuse of comparative data. Archaeologists also point out that the site's timeline doesn't align with the biblical narrative. So no, Sodom and Gomorrah were not discovered. So
that's fine. Like I said, I like science. It's very rigorous. You need, like, it's the same in the Bible. It says in the Bible that by the mouth of three witnesses the truth is established. So yeah, we like I said, there are witnesses that went to that place, and they did go there, and then they see the sulfur balls, that they see the remnants of the Sodom, and so I'm not sure. Like I said, I'm not an expert on this, but
so
yeah,
this
I
has also been debunked. Geologists universally debunk that claim. The sulfur nodules are naturally occurring, and they are not remnants of ancient supernatural firestorms. These types of geological formations are common in rift zones with high tectonic and volcanic activity, which the Jordan Rift Valley is, because the Jordan Rift Valley sits literally is on a fault line. It is, last I checked, the fourth most active fault zone on the planet. There are only 3 other fault areas, like fault lines, that are more active. They have a greater slippage rate than the Jordan Rift Valley. But that whole area is tectonically stable. This actually makes sense and kind of tracks that the widespread destructive events that are reported in the Bible were the result of earthquakes taking place in that area, which is why that area was so plagued with so many destructive events, was because of the earthquakes taking place there. But the claims have been debunked. And thank you to Jessica, Transmetal Alchemist, for the 10 Australian. Overseeing the entire universe, managing the forces of time and space would be very exhausting and time-consuming. God wouldn't have time to help humans. We're too small and irrelevant to get his attention. Thank you, Jessica. But yeah, all we have to do is look at the examinations of the claims, and they've been widely debunked. The Ark, Sodom and Gomorrah, these things. I mean, ultimately, what we're talking about is the theology. And the theology itself is predicated upon the existence of the God. If the God doesn't exist, then the theology that's built around that God, because that's what theology is, the study of nature, the study of the nature of God. If the God doesn't exist, then the theology is not true, because it's built up around something that doesn't exist. So we don't need to go into the theology. We need to look at whether or not the God exists for the theology to do. Claims in the theology are not going to back up the existence of the God, because that's just the theology claiming that the God it's built around exists. So we have to look at whether or not the God itself exists. Like, how can we determine that the God exists without looking at things that assume the God exists?
Yeah, I'm a former military. I tell you something. I'm a former military. I served in the submarine force, and so in the submarine we worked on all fundamental forces of nature: gravity, electromagnetic, and like I said, nuclear forces. And I just want to say, like, so to me is just the fine. Like I said, you probably know about the fine tuning of the universe, and but for me, like I said, like how you have Wi-Fi, and now I'm talking to you remotely through technology like Bluetooth and all that stuff, and it's basically, for me, it's like I can't explain to you why it works or how it works with the prayer thing. Like I said earlier, I just pray, I receive something, but I really cannot show you how, like, I can show you how Wi-Fi works and how radio telecommunication and
how
sonar,
about
maybe.
How about this? Can you pray for your God to give you the evidence that will convince me?
Yeah, to be honest, the only thing for me, it's a rainbow. That's really, it's in the Bible, talks about God put his rainbow on there. So to me, that's proof enough. Like I said, I do understand you need more rigorous, proof. But to be honest, to me, I just pray, I receive something, and that's just proof for me. But for other people, like, that's, But other than that, I just want to say thank you for having me here, like I said, thank you for allowing me to speak on your platform. I subscribe. and I really appreciate it. But yeah, there is a lot. I'm not, I don't know everything, but for me, that's just me. Like for me, that's just being a theist makes me happy. That's all I have to say. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you coming up.
Please have a great day. Thank you, sir.
You too. Okay. What do you think, Andrew?
I literally can't even. Well, the funny thing is that his proof, because you already addressed, like, you went to starving children in Africa.
Mm-hmm.
I cheered silently the moment you went there. Bullseye. That is exactly where you go. But the thing is that, see, that doesn't disprove his God. And by the same token, that him getting something doesn't disprove his God. Nothing can disprove that. It's all about the feels.
It's about the personal utility, which I do understand. It's just that acknowledging is just like crossing that bridge to claiming this is the thing that is true about reality that everybody needs to acknowledge. If his position is that everybody needs to believe it because it makes you feel good, then people need to take that on its own merits and evaluate that. I get it. I get the some people might need that utility, but at least I want them to be intellectually honest about it. So I do. So if Leo Phileas, if you're still in the yes, sir, Equinox, argumentum ad fifis. Leo, if you're still in the chat, I do have the video queued up, so we can watch that. I know that he said he was going to be mean. He would rather review the video than listen to that. But conversation is convo. I'm willing to have them, and it didn't descend into crazy nonsense. So I did my best to try and keep it on point. So hopefully we'll get something solid. But yeah, I think Leo's got the link. He's got it, but he's more than welcome to pop in. And of course, we will pause this if somebody comes into the back. So if we do have any believers that are in the chat, we'd love to have you up on stage, talk about what you believe and why. And let me see here real quick. Did Rage a Cow walk through the stream? What a load of bovine excrement-based fertilizer. Yeah, it's interesting stuff. Let me go. It's like God will let tens of thousands of children die of starvation as they beg to the sky for relief. But he got a job
that he applied for.
And met the qualifications of.
I
was hoping he'd pick up on that.
I predicted the arrival of the sacred cow, and it arrived curiously medium rare, as per the prophecy, in accordance with the prophecy. Those are the words. I'm told that I have to use the words.
So I think that starting up the little, creating my own little chat in the politics Discord and keeping that open for people, that has helped in bringing people in. So I think that I will have to do this next time. Let me go back and find my channel so I don't miss anybody. Where'd it go? There we go. So in case anybody pops in, I'll be able to hear them.
What's the name of the room?
Test, yeah. All right, got the link set up there, good to go. And it really does, Punta. It really does. It goes back to Celsus, all the way back to Celsus. All right, let me do this.
Top 5.
So for those who don't know, this is Messenger of Truth. He dropped this video. You can see he's obviously reading from his script or whatever like this. I will say this. He's got an Attack on Titan poster over there, and that's kind of cool because I did voice work on Attack on Titan. which I thought was really neat. It wasn't any character; it was just like some various voices on that show, but it was a lot of fun. I liked working. I miss doing like regular voice work in the studio. Thanks, COVID.
Here's my top 5 scientific proofs that atheism is false. I've touched on evolution in the past. I've disproven that theory.
He hasn't disproven evolution. Yes, Equinoxia. Oh, by Cthulhu, this guy is monumentally obnoxious. Yeah, he is obnoxious as shit. But it's scientific proofs. Like that. I will say this: that obviously there's the notion that atheism being a position that the individual is not convinced that a god exists. So science wouldn't debunk that because there's two fundamentally different categories. But nonetheless, I'm curious as to what he's got here. Yeah, Sir Sick did tear this guy a new one, and we're about to do it too.
Yeah, lots of people have had their hand.
Yeah, that's why I've had this one sitting in my back pocket for a while, and I just want to finally just get it over with, get it done with. And it's a fresh stream, so hopefully we can get someone on who is Pete. Like I said, Tony and Leo Phillips would be great to hear their takes on this as well. And Ken Speak, good to see you. If I haven't said hello before, but I appreciate you being here.
It's not a theory at all. I've touched on the Big Bang and distant starlight and all sorts of things. And I've seen a bunch of atheists try to make response videos to me, and it's fascinating how bad all of their arguments are. Like, they're literally not worth responding to because they really are YouTube, TikTok comment level argumentation.
And they all like crush your shit. This is why you have no response for them.
Oh, Matt, it didn't even reference Reddit.
I know.
We're supposed to be all Reddit atheists, isn't that the current slur?
Yeah, Reddit is the Reddit is the low tier lolcow responses.
Oh, okay.
With a lot of name calling as well. No real science, no real reason at all. But what can we expect from people who don't believe in such a thing as objective truth and objective morality? They don't believe that they should be acting honestly in these conversations. Now, right off the bat,
obviously a fundamental misunderstanding of like morality. Obviously he'd have to defend how he thinks morality is objective, like moral evaluations or mind stance independent. But then of course, like objective truth, I know that Leo has his own kind of like take on this, is like, what the fuck is objective truth? Like, I would say that it's kind of in reference to that which is true about the reality that is independent of our experience. So because it kind of like, there's an assumption being made there that truth is something that is more than what we asserted. That truth is a property of propositions, but he's not looking at that in that value. Like, truth is like objective, as though it objective, meaning that it comes from a God, that God is dictating what is the case and what is necessarily the case. So is where he's going from that. So obviously his reasoning is all screwed up here.
I just have to point out that I'm not like a lot of other Christian content creators out there. Instead of trying to use science to prove Christianity or the Bible to be true,
which is technically what you should be doing because you have the burden of proof for your claim that a God exists. So
I actually go the other way around. I use Christianity, I use the Bible to prove anything at all. The reason for this is because a lot of Christian content creators simply do not believe Romans 1, for the wrath of God.
Yep, he did it. He did it. He went there. I am a prophet.
The Bible exists, therefore God exists. This is just trash.
It is revealed from heaven against all ungodliness and unrighteousness of men who suppress the truth in unrighteousness, because that which is known about God is evident within them, for God made it evident to them.
Okay, so just to not like be dismissive, that right there is a claim. Okay, that is a claim that the Bible, that is in the Bible. In order for that claim to be true, that God would first have to exist. The existence of the claim is not evidence for the existence of the God. It's evidence. The only thing it is evidence for is evidence for people who believe that God existed. Okay, but even they couldn't demonstrate that their God actually exists. They're starting from that position that it does, and then operating in their theology as though it does, which is that's how these things operate. But obviously this is assuming this is begging the question the God's existence for what it says in the Bible to be true, which is just obnoxious. Obviously, it's circular. People understand this. We don't need to spend any more time on it.
I believe Romans 1 is part of the Word of God, okay? Therefore,
my question would be why? Why do you believe that?
I believe that God has already made himself evident to them, the people who suppress the truth in unrighteousness.
Okay, so you believe it. Are you intellectually honest enough to acknowledge the possibility that you are wrong? That's a big kicker. It's like, is it possible within the realm of logical possibility that this is just what somebody is claiming and doesn't actually represent reality? So my guess is the answer would be no, he's not.
It says it in his book. He can't be wrong.
It's impossible for him to be wrong. Show me the contradiction. Show me the P, not P.
Includes all of humanity in their sin. God himself.
Yeah, especially all of those human cultures that have no God concept within their lexicon.
Himself has proved his own existence and his divine nature and eternal power to everyone. Everybody knows something of God's divine nature and eternal power, and they are understood so that they're without excuse. That is the difference between me and a lot of other Christians out there, is that I actually believe and teach these scriptures consistently.
So you're logically inconsistent is the problem. So you're starting from your logical fallacy and you're ignoring it. Yeah, okay, got it.
Other Christians believe
he's intellectually dishonest.
That, hey, there's people out there who don't know God, they don't know that God exists, and so we have to give them evidence, science, reason, proof, before that we can start using the Bible, because they don't believe that God exists. Well, they do. They don't just...
Oh, so we're all just liars.
believe it, they know it, and they're...
Okay, great. So please demonstrate how you have special access to my mind to state what my own positions are, and then explain how I'm not consciously aware of those positions. Unless you he's just straight up calling me a liar or calling non-believers liars. Now, please demonstrate how you know that to be the case without begging the question.
Oh, it's in the book.
Yeah, right.
hearts, because God has proved it to them. He has communicated something of his divine nature to all of us, and God is a good communicator. Okay, if you want to say that there's some atheist out there who doesn't know that God exists, then you're saying that God is a liar and that he's bad at communicating.
So it's straight up, no, I'm saying that there's no justification to believe that's actually representative of anything happening in reality. This obviously, if someone were to present the argument from divine hiddenness to this guy, his response to that would be nuh-uh. That'd be the only response he could possibly have. That it would be like non-resistant non-belief exists. And he'd be like, nuh-uh, no, it doesn't. It's like, wow, okay.
My job as a Christian is not to prove that God exists, because that's God's job. He already did that. My job as a Christian is to tell people the good news, the fact that Christ died for sinners, and call out people's sin, that is their sinful way of thinking, the fact that they're suppressing the truth in unrighteousness.
So everyone is a lie. So all non-believers are liars, and you're just trying to explain to them why they're lying, or he's already sold on why they're lying, because they suppress the truth in their unrighteousness. So, how are you going to convince them that this is, I'm right, and it is impossible for me to be wrong. Therefore, it is impossible for you to be right, or for your belief to be true, to be a true representation of your personal position. Wow.
The way we do that is by showing that, at least in the atheist case, that their way of thinking leads to absolute nonsense and absurdities. And oftentimes they admit this, and it makes for a completely incoherent, irrational philosophy of life. And of course, nothing good comes out of atheism, something that is objectively wrong. Now,
so yeah, those are a bunch of claims, and none of the shit. If there's things that he doesn't like, it doesn't mean that they're absurd, meaning that they're logically inconsistent. No, so long as I recognize that there are people who, there are non-believers out there who may hold positions, may hold philosophical positions that may be contradictory to other statements they're making, but the worldview in itself is consistent. We just have to examine those on a piecemeal basis. We have to look at them we have to examine them each individually to see if they are making any mistakes in their if they're whatever those mistakes might be or contradictory positions they may take. But I attribute that to people who are not as educated on these things. So yeah, they do exist, but they don't do it. The existence of such individuals doesn't give his own claim any merit.
Let's get to the top 5 scientific proofs. First, you have to understand, though, the definition of science: a systematic study of the structure and behavior of the physical natural world through observation, experimentation, and the testing of theories against the evidence obtained. Note here, observation and experimentation, testing of theories, stuff that we can actually see in the real world around us. Starting
Which is why you wouldn't use science to try and get to a God if you define your God as being immaterial and not accessible within the natural world. So it wouldn't be something that science would get you to. It doesn't mean that a God doesn't exist. It would just say that science is not the methodology by which you would get to it, because it's about understanding the natural world, not understanding the nature of the God, which is what theology is for.
off at number 5 is our observation and experimentation of genetics. Basically, genes contain the information, the instructions for the cells in your body to create certain things. The information within the DNA tells the cells how to act. Now, this is something that is well studied and everybody agrees upon it because, you know, it's real science rather than coming up with stories about the past. We know that.
Yeah, but no geneticist is going to say that genetics itself gets you to a God.
No, it doesn't tell it what to do. It's the mechanism that does the doing. It's not like it's commanding. You know, the gene isn't commanding. It is the chemistry. It is the physics. It's not instructions.
Yeah, he's approaching it with this idea of what genes are or what DNA is probably along the lines of DNA is a code and code has to be written and therefore it's written by a god, because he's doing the false equivalence between humans writing code in order to to do like computer process or shit like this, and then like it DNA, the chemistry being the exact same thing.
Genes contain information, and what do we observe about information in every other area of life? Well, it goes back to a mind. I have this Greek textbook, and you know
look at crystalline structures. That's information. Take a look at like metallurgy, if you're familiar with forging. When you take a look at the crystallization of alloys, you can tell what temperature things are at. We're at a particular point. That's when those formations are out there. Information is what we derive from things like regularities.
From my understanding is that information requires a medium, and that it's not something that exists. It's literally like the thing exists, and then us describing it like, what was it? This is like Landauer. That information is physical. Information cannot exist in a vacuum. Let me see. It's that if the physical universe vanished, the patterns or data we call information would have no substrate to exist on, so therefore would cease to exist. So information would not exist. So it requires something about it, and then it's essentially the information is descriptors of the thing that's being evaluated. So
it's mental content. That's what it is.
You take it through a conceptualist view.
Yes, it's the way that your mind conceptualizes the observation. Like when you take a look at let's say a cliff face by a beach, right? When you take a look at the water stain levels going up to show you the history of how high the water's gone. We look at those patterns and we derive things. It's not like that's a book waiting for us. We look at the state of affairs and relate it to other states of affairs and go, oh, I see that this state looks like that state. Now that association is just done in our minds.
Right.
Reality is still just reality. The beach.
So it's kind of like it requires both a physical medium and a perceiving subject.
Yes, it requires context.
Right.
That's what we're doing. We're contextualizing all of these concepts into the hierarchy to create the thing going, this is a that. This is a chain. It's a pattern matching. That's what we do.
And I see Leo in the side chat. Leo, you're more than welcome to come up anytime, whenever you're free.
this contains information to be passed on. Okay, now understand this book right here is not a mind. This is something that contains information. So it's not like we're saying that DNA is a mind and it has information and it's actually consciously telling the cells in your body to do certain things. Now, there's obviously tons of AI out there that copy and send information, but they aren't the origin of information. You have to program these things to mimic human speech and behavior. Again, this is observed, testable, and repeatable in the present. We have seen this. If there is a piece of information out there, its source is a rational mind. Does it really make any sense for me to...
So that it's kind of a conceptualist view, but it doesn't require a God to exist. It just means that it exists as a result of human minds existing. But it's not something that is like prescriptive in a sense, or there's in a sense prescriptive. So this is just false. He's defining the God into existence by how he's using his terms.
Well, he's doing a little worse than that. Like, he's trying to establish that the information is already there, which basically is begging the question of a mind to granted that ontology, as opposed to the thought that we actually construct information. That's the thing. We construct information. That book, I presume that looks like English. So when we wipe out all of the English speakers out there, that book's just got it has ounces, perhaps grams to it. It can be thrown at things when there's nothing to decode it. Information. This is a pattern that's supposed to convey something to us. So when we take a look at, like I said, the beach and like the water stains, that's a physical phenomenon that we can align. Writing on a book won't tell us anything necessarily. You need the decoder ring to go with that. And that's passed from mind to mind. So, yeah, he has no clue about information.
Right.
Look at this Greek textbook and suppose that it came about through random chance, the ink came to the paper and just formed this Greek textbook. No, that is not reasonable. There is nothing like that in the created order. Now, atheists have their responses to this, as well as the next three, and this is...
There he is.
Greetings, fellow masochist.
What's up, Leo?
How goes it?
Have you...
I feel like I gotta squint every time I come on fucking StreamYard. I gotta squint because we have a dark mode, but we're not gonna offer it to everyone.
Yeah, you're not gonna offer it to guests, but only offer it to the people that are like to the host. It's obnoxious as shit. I think if you go full screen, it'll eliminate that problem, but then you won't see the live. You won't see the side chat.
Yeah.
And Kieran Dave, good to see you. He says, Kieran Dave says, I am so bored of these ridiculous information conservation arguments.
I mean, there's literally textbooks written by the pioneers of the field and titans in the field of like complexity and information theory and statistical mechanics and all of that stuff. That are literally, like, Gregory Falkovich is a titan in the field of statistical mechanics and computability and complexity theory and information theory and all that stuff. He has a book on it that's literally called, you could just go Google it, The Physical Nature of Information.
Do you hold to
Rolf Landauer, who helped pioneer the field, was also like, yeah, information is a physical thing.
So do you hold to a conceptualist view? That it requires
I don't know
medium.
What that is.
It requires that information requires a medium and a perceiving subject.
I just think information is physical. Information is not anything over and above the physical world. It's not extra stuff than the physical world.
Right. Okay. Gotcha.
Information is also not a univocal term. I mean, there's information in this everyday sense that people mean it in common parlance. Then there's Shannon information. There's von Neumann information. There's a variety of different forms of information. There's quantum information. There's all these different types of ways that this word is used, and they don't all mean the same thing. But in all of their uses, what's being referred to isn't something over and above the physical world.
The greatest proof, because the atheist can always pull out what we would call an atheist of the gaps argument. Oh, science will figure this out someday. There doesn't have to be a God.
No,
This
yeah,
is the problem. God of the gaps is a fallacy because number one, there is no precedent for God serving as a meaningful and well-established explanation for anything. And number two, God is ill-defined and so lacks an incredible amount of explanatory power. So it's not that's why it's a fallacy, because there is no precedent for it. There is a precedent for non-God, non-supernatural, entirely physical things causing stuff to happen and explaining things all the time. So suggesting that where we don't have an explanation or an understanding of something, that it will turn out to be consistent with the ways that we understand the world to work is
Right.
exactly the kind of suppositions we should be making, because that's literally been the only way it's ever been.
Give me 1 second, Leophilius. Prof, I see you in the side chat here. I'm running a live stage. If you're interested in joining the live stage, the link is in the side chat there. If you have some argumentation or evidence for God or anything you want to present.
They're commenting in the YouTube chat.
Hang on 1 second, Leo. Say again, Prof.
Yeah, he's got a Discord.
Yeah, I just opened up the Discord so that people might want to come over to the live chat to have a conversation.
Because I'm looking at the
with
YouTube
us.
chat trying to see the comments, and I'm like, who?
So you're more than welcome. The stage is open right now, and you can come over, and the link is available. So if you have something you'd like to present to us. Okay, we'll see if he comes over.
Out there who is the ultimate source of the information in DNA. They can always just push it to the side and say, oh, science will figure that out sometime. We have a bunch of other theories that can account for this. And obviously by theories, they mean stories that...
No, I mean, obviously this would go on to, it's not that. I like how Leo put that, how it's not fallacy in the same way that God of the Gaps is. So, but it's also like not taking the contextual understanding of what information is that he is. The context he's taking it in requires him to take that step back and go like, where is this coming from? And it kind of justifies the assumption he's making of the existence of a God. But if we don't make that same assumption that he's making about the nature of what information is, we don't need to step back to that God thing. So this is all kind of like setting up the stage to prove it, setting up the stage in a way that proves exactly what you are assuming is the case. So this is not in any way a proof for a God. It doesn't debunk atheism.
I think you have, maybe it was you, maybe it could have been somebody else has reviewed this guy before.
I've never done it. This has been in my back pocket for a while.
I've seen him. It might have been Tacos reviewing him at some point. I'm not sure, but I've seen him a couple times, people talking about him and whatnot. And so I'm somewhat familiar with how this guy does his whole thing. I do have to say it's all curls and no brains up there on that head, isn't it?
Could account for
I
this.
feel like this guy would be so fun to debate. I see people like this and it's just like, oh man, you could like, it would be so easy to put you back into a corner and just reveal that you just don't know anything. Yeah, it's kind of mean to do that. And so I don't like always doing that with people. But then there's some people where it's just like, you deserve this.
Tony Regime, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here.
Make up. And honestly, even I myself, I'm not commonly going to use this argument because there's some problems with it. If we are ultimately relying on our own senses and what we believe to be design and information, the only way that we can come to certain knowledge about that is if we ourselves are omniscient. Okay, I've used this example before, but let's say there's
Leo.
Well, no, I'm just some of what he's saying. I'm just like, what the fuck? What is that? What is that?
Apparently, intersubjectivity has not entered the chat yet. Yeah. So it's just your mind, huh?
Right.
Someone in public, you're at the mall and someone's waving at you, and so you wave back. You saw this information out there, this person waving at you, you assume that, oh, it's designed for you. This also applies to the cosmological argument. You thought the cause of that person waving at you is because they recognize you and they're waving at you. But no, it turns out they're waving at someone behind you. So you, in your own mind, you cannot be totally sure if what you're looking at is real information, real design, if all you have to go on is your five senses and scientific observation. So genetic information within DNA is a good proof.
Well,
but there's always...
I mean, strictly speaking,
there. Yeah, the wave was interpreted. It's only the target that was off.
Mm-hmm.
apparently he got 5 pieces of information. Hand goes up, smile, movement of hand. I got like 5 successful check boxes in the information column. I just got the target wrong. Oops.
No,
Something
like strictly speaking, he's correct, because we don't use our 5 senses to like intuit those kinds of social things, at least not in the direct sense. We're using our cognition to understand a variety of those aspects of social interaction with people. Now, obviously, we use our eyes to see them and our ears to hear them, but there's more going on inside of our heads with respect to understanding a variety of the social conventions that we have. Like why waving at somebody would cause you to wave back at them. That is, we interpret that as a greeting.
Me, myself, I like to go to the mall and stand at one end of the long hallway and just like wave and smile and just do this consistently. Well, I'm not actually looking at anyone, just to see how many people I can deceive.
Just yell out, "Hey, asshole," and just watch how many people turn around.
That's right.
that someone can come up with to argue against it. It's a good thing, though, that we know for certain that in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God, and He was in the beginning with God.
What do they fucking think doing this does? Well, if you look right here, the Bible says that there was words, and then it was God, and was with the words with the God, and so I'm telling you right now, like, what the fuck does this mean? This doesn't mean anything. Also, should I be cool too and just be posted up here like this? With my leg up and everything, and my arm resting. I'm cool too. Yeah, I'm cool for Jesus. Yeah, the Word was with God. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man.
And that entire first phrase violates the law of identity. It was with God, but it was also
Things came
God.
into being through Him, and apart from Him, nothing came into being that has come into being. God created the world through His one and only begotten Son, Jesus Christ. The ultimate source of all information, genetic information indeed, is God Himself. He wrote our genes. He is.
That's a positive claim. Please demonstrate that the God exists to do the thing that you think it do.
Did he just say God wrote our genes?
Yes.
Well, so first off, you don't write genes, you make them with cotton. So what the fuck? What the, like, just go to the Wrangler factory in, like, I don't know what, like Bangladesh or wherever the fuck it's at. Some place where they use like 14-year-old brown kids to make the jeans. And you'll see how they're made. That it's not God. It's some 14-year-old like Bangladeshi kid makes like 78 cents a day.
Jinju says, somehow I'm hearing Bill Cosby talking about pudding pops. Need the zip and the zorp and the zoop and the zeep.
Is the one who creates everyone exactly as He designed. And yes, that includes blindness, deafness. The scriptures literally tell us this about God. He decides.
God makes people specifically so that they suffer in very specific ways that He could have made them not have to suffer in, just as easily as He did.
It's a shitty God.
And then, well, but you say right here in the Flapper-Rapperins 1657, it says that God does stuff.
Now,
and
remember,
so sometimes that's just stuff.
So if you see someone who is incredibly stupid, remember, we're made in God's image.
That reminds me of a quote from the one Republican senator. He's a dumb fuck, but some of the shit he says is fucking hilarious. I think it's, what is it, John Kennedy, I don't know. But he said, now I'm not saying you're the dumbest person alive, but you better hope the dumbest person alive doesn't die. That's exactly what he sounds like. The accent's what makes it. It just makes it so funny. Oh shit, where did that go?
Is born blind or paralyzed or whatever. It is all for the glory of God. Now, on to.
I'm going to make people suffer for my glory. What is this fucked up God that he is believing in? This is so insane.
Where the fuck did that go?
Number 4. For this one, I'm going to take some help from.
Okay, so obviously his fifth one is information, and what information is.
No,
He's
but
got
he
this
really
fuck.
fucking did.
What are you looking for?
My headphone that I knocked out, it literally just like disappeared into the back rooms. I don't know where the fuck it went. I heard it hit my mic and it's fucking gone, dude. It's like...
Check inside your collar.
Oh, there it is. Thank you. Thank you, Andrew. There it was.
You're welcome.
Okay, sorry about that.
Part of the service.
Hey, don't
Hang
thank
on a
me.
second.
Thank Jesus.
We may have someone coming on stage. But we'll find out.
Charles Darwin himself, the famous God-hating atheist who came up with the
Why
Charles
is it that
did.
every time they bring someone up, it's someone who's been dead for like 100 and something years, if not like several hundred years? Every fucking time. Every time.
Yes, Jessica, this version of God is very much Ozymandias. Look upon my works, ye mighty, in despair. Charles Darwin, the lifelong Christian.
story, not theory, of evolution. I have a video.
That's right. He thinks that evolution is just a story. It's not a theory.
See, when you get guys like that say shit, you just go, what do you mean by story? And you listen to them waffle incessantly about something that has no technical meaning whatsoever, and they're just like saying their feelings at you. Like, well, it's words that make me feel like I'm not special, okay? And I don't like that. So that's what it means. And then you realize that, like, wow, you really don't think about things at all, do you?
At all. And his characterization of Darwin is completely false. As Tony Regime points out, Darwin never hated God. He delayed publishing because the evidence contradicted the Bible. So he was actually very, very, torn up about that. But he never became an atheist. He never said that I don't believe a God doesn't exist. He never took that position. So I don't know where this guy is getting his history from
a few months ago where I explained why evolution, literally on its own terms, cannot be called a theory because it is impossible to test and observe and prove science.
Except for the whole of modern agriculture and the last several thousand years of dog breeding, amongst other animals.
It can't, I just can't even.
Scientifically, even
I am a cheerleader. I just can't even.
if the story of evolution is true, that we used to be fish, our ancestors, gradually evolved over millions of years. That's its story. And even if it's true, you can't scientifically prove that.
There's enough evidence to indicate that is the case. Hence why taxonomically we are Sarcopterygians, as Austin Sims so likes to point out. That is a part of our taxonomical classification because the evidence is there. We wouldn't put that. We wouldn't have that taxonomical classification if the evidence wasn't there. So the evidence.
And as I understand it, the word fish isn't even actually any sort of cladistic term at all.
It's not.
It's like just a colloquial term that refers to, fish.
In fact, our closest living fish relative, our genetic relative, is the Australian lungfish.
What about the South African heartfish?
The South African heartfish?
Yeah.
Is that a
There's
thing?
also the East Asian kidney fish.
Shut up. Lungfish, heartfish. Yeah, I got you. You're fucking with me.
Theory, that is. Anyways, this is what he said. To suppose that the eye, with all its inimitable contrivances for adjusting the focus to different distances...
You know what's really scary, though, JL?
Huh.
The Siberian dickfish. Massive.
Emitting different amounts of light, and for the correction of spherical and chromatic aberration, could have been formed by natural selection, seems, I freely confess, absurd in the highest degree. Yes, I agree, seems absurd, because it is absurd. Again,
no, that's personal incredulity is what that is. That's the irreducible complexity about the human.
No, but who is he quoting there?
Who was he quoting? I'm kind of curious.
Charles Darwin. Now, the funny thing is the very next line says, but this is the case.
Why is there always a
let's actually look at that.
This is the exact quote that
You got it pulled up?
Oh, who the frick is Aviator Glass's face from last week? God damn it. The one that Tony debated. My brain's mush.
Oh, Hovind.
Yeah, Hovind misquotes this one all the time. Aaron Ra called him out in one of that. Remember that big video exchange he did? The video debate that they did back and forth videos to? It was about 2 years ago, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, Aaron Ra and Hovind had a video debate where they each put up their own segment and then respond to the other one to one. This is one of those ones where he misquoted it because immediately the next words after that, it says, "Oh, it looks like this, but it's not, and here's why."
And
Literally.
pulling this up says, however, this sentence was just the setup of his argument. Following the statement, Darwin went on to explain that despite the initial difficulty for the imagination, the evolution of the eye was entirely possible. He argued that if one could imagine a long continuous series of gradual improvements from a simple light-sensitive spot to a complex optical organ, and if each incremental step provided a survival advantage to the organism, then natural selection could absolutely build an eye. So, complete intellectual dishonesty. This is just a flat-out lie. Yeah,
It's a
just
full line.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is just bullshit. So, messenger of truth, you are a liar.
And a
Because
quote miner.
You are a quote miner and literally just deliberately misrepresenting the work of somebody else.
I'm going to use a Professor Dave word here. You're a charlatan.
Light, and for the correction of spherical and chromatic aberration could have been formed by natural
Cherry
selection seems, I freely confess, absurd in the highest degree. Yes, I agree, seems absurd because it is absurd. Again,
Going to ignore everything he says after. What a dishonest piece of shit.
that kind of goes back to number 5. Like, do we really think that this book came about on its own? That's what the theory of evolution says. Something that's way more
That is not what evolution...
What's really funny is that
Go ahead.
book came about by entirely natural processes that are completely consistent with the laws of physics.
That's true.
complex than that book came about on its own. But specifically for number 4, this is what we call irreducible complexity. We're using the eye for the example on this one. Here's a diagram of the eye. Pupil, iris, lens, retina, the optic nerves. You have all these different parts, and what the evolution is.
Why is it always the human eye and not the eye of the peacock mantis shrimp?
Because
the
they're
eye
not,
of
they're
an
not
animal.
allowed to touch shellfish.
Because the eye of the mantis shrimp, of the peacock mantis shrimp, it makes our eyes look freaking stupid by comparison.
It's the shellfish thing again. They're not allowed.
It's
How many
literally
subscribers
cannot
does
even.
this guy have?
Do what?
How many subscribers does this guy have?
I think it's almost 78.5.
Jesus fucking Christ.
That's a lot of people.
Blows my fucking
confirmation
mind.
bias.
It just blows my fucking mind, man.
So, just to throw it out there, they always go to the human eye because humans are fucking special in their minds. But the mantis shrimp's eye is possesses an unparalleled ability to process light and movement instantly without relying on a complex brain. While humans use only 3 color receptors, mantis shrimp use up to 16 to perceive ultraviolet, infrared, and polarized light, and can judge depth using a single eye. Not to mention, their eyes are not linked like our eyes are linked, that they are stalked eyes that can operate independently, and it still is able to process the information from each individual eye simultaneously. So, not only that, but the way their eyes function as extensions of their central nervous system is far superior to ours, but that's because that's how that organism evolved. So they never go to something that is superior to humans in how its evolutionary function. They always just go to the human eye as though this is not possible. Rawr.
They also
Pine
look
trees and
smaller
elephants.
ones. Yeah, like all the ones where they have just like a small photoreceptive little area.
Right.
gets vague brightness or not.
Or the photoreceptive cells that many reptiles have.
You got somebody in the back there, JL.
Oh, we do. DeFreak is here. Let's pull this down. DeFreak.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Mm-hmm.
Good evening.
Howdy.
You guys can keep, doing the video thing, and I'm not going anywhere, so.
Well, the whole point is to have conversations with believers about what they believe and why, and you're here, so we don't want to distract from that. The reviewing content is just to kind of pass the time till we get someone up on stage. So, what do you got for us? Is this going to be the same mystical stuff that, or what? Do you have something new for us?
Well, I think I've got a few different things. What were you referring to? The mystical things, like the insurance stuff, or something else?
No, the insurance argument made is just silly. So, because it's literally operating in two different contexts.
That is just that's a really good way to put it. It's just silly. It's just silly.
Flat out silly. There's no point.
I mean, it may be silly, but that's just the same way I feel about when people say, fairy tale as an argument. I think that's silly. So it's basically two sillies to cancel each other out. That's all
I'll basically give you this. The fact that the concept exists in human lexicon and that concept is utilized to describe certain things does not entail that a God entity exists independent of human minds. If you believe that a God entity exists as a thing independent of human minds, as a concrete thing standing in causal relation to everything else that exists, how would you know that exists without begging the question? Because I agree, a concept can exist and human beings can use that to reference things because we've invented the concept and we use it to describe, quantify, and reference stuff. But it doesn't mean that the concept is anything real. So how do you know that the God is real?
Well, what I do know is that your spiel there is not even valid, because I seen you in a debate over at Tacos say that basically there is no correct answer to your begging the question fallacy.
No, there is a correct answer. There is. I've actually explained what the correct answer is. If you were able to do it like that, here's the whole point. The question I typically ask of theists, because I'm not really interested in the theology, because the theology, in order for it to be true, necessitates the existence of God. So we need to address whether or not the God exists for the theology to be true. That's the whole point. My issue is this. How do you know that the God exists? Can you demonstrate that the God exists as a concrete entity existing independently of human minds without begging the question? If you have to beg the question, then that needs to be a point where you reassess why you believe the proposition to be true. Because there's a difference between belief and knowledge. You can be convinced of a proposition, but that doesn't mean the proposition is true just because you're convinced of it. If you want to claim that it's knowledge, then you should be able to impart how you ascertained that knowledge to other people without committing a logical fallacy. So that's ultimately where I'm going with that. If a God did exist and did interact with the world, then that would denote that there is something going on that is separate in its own identity from natural physical processes that are unguided. So how do we determine that? How do we point in the direction that a God exists? Some predictive model, some explanatory model, something that allows us a better understanding of the reality we observe, some experimentation that we can do that. But if none of that exists, and this all comes down to just an application of faith, then you need to explain why you think faith is a tool for epistemology, which I can also break down why it's not. So there is an answer. There's an answer if the God exists. You claim that it does.
When I bring up,
so let's do it.
Okay, so but whenever I bring up Jesus Christ as the evidence and Jesus Christ proved God, you will go with category error.
No, I won't. I'll simply say that the existence of a person who claimed that they were the son of God is not evidence that a God exists, nor is it evidence that they were supernatural in nature. I'm not a mythicist. Okay, I don't hold to the mythicist position. I hold it is entirely possible that there may have been that there was an individual who walked the earth who was the inspiration for the character that appears in the book. We see this across multiple cultures: Greek culture, Roman culture, Indian culture, Japanese cultures, Chinese culture, African culture, Aboriginal culture. We see it across the board. Characters, people who existed, who inspired legends. Okay? I agree that there was likely an individual, like a warrior, that inspired the legend of Beowulf. There was likely a king, or maybe several kings, that inspired the legend of King Arthur. Okay? There was likely an individual that inspired the legend of Jesus. But just because that individual existed doesn't mean he was supernatural in nature. It's not logically entailed, nor does it logically entail that the God he thought existed actually existed. He could have just been a megalomaniacal cult leader in the running around first century Palestine, which I don't have a problem with because he's just a human. So no, pointing at Jesus as a person who lived does not prove the God entity. You're talking about the Jesus character in the book, assuming that all of the supernatural things attributed to him are also true. But that's two separate things. Did he exist? One claim. Was he supernatural? Second claim. And even if he was supernatural, that wouldn't logically entail that his particular God exists. He could have just been a supernatural person attributing it to a God that doesn't necessarily have to exist. He could have just been supernatural, or it could have been something else. He could have been lying. Who knows? But we have to cross these bridges one at a time. So
okay, so what I'm saying is Jesus Christ proved God when he was resurrected.
How? No.
But you're assuming that he was resurrected.
Yeah, that's another
What
claim.
reason do we have to suppose that he was resurrected?
Because I can prove the cover-up.
What? Wait,
what cover? What are you? What?
What?
All right, so in the back chat, I posted Matthew 28:15. Okay, so they took the money and they did as they were taught, talking about the soldiers that were there at the tomb guarding it. And this saying is commonly reported among the Jews until this day. This is evidence of a cover-up. This is evidence of the event.
Well, no, okay, so let's grant that it's evidence of some sort of cover-up. That doesn't entail that Jesus rose from the dead.
Yeah, if the resurrection if the resurrection happened and there were Pharisees or people aligned with the Pharisees who tried to cover it up, then obviously their attempts to do so failed, but it doesn't mean that the resurrection happened. You also don't know that the claim that people were paid off to try and cover it up. You don't know that is true either.
Yeah, this is just like one verse. Like I'm not sure what the context is.
Yeah, it's kind of like, as a matter of fact, we can actually look. You said Matthew 28:15.
28:15.
But in any sense, we have strong prior reasons to suppose that there was no resurrection because it's recalcitrant to everything we understand about how the world works.
So Matthew 28:15 describes the immediate aftermath of Jesus' resurrection, where the guards who witnessed the empty tomb are bribed by Jewish religious leaders to spread a fabricated story that the disciples stole Jesus' body while the guards slept. Okay? So that's something that's claimed in the Bible. How do you know that is true?
All right, because the last part of that sentence says, and this saying is commonly reported among the Jews today. So my question would be, do the Jews deny Jesus Christ until this day?
But that's a claim. So
I mean, wait. So the Jews don't deny Jesus Christ?
Some do, some don't.
What that has to do with him rising from the dead.
Yeah, this still doesn't give any credence to the actual resurrection taking place.
But what it does is it
could have been,
gives credence to this being a true verse. This being a true reality.
But think about it like this: what if they did? What if they did still take the body away? Think about it like this. Let's look at the actual verse. The immediate aftermath of Jesus' resurrection, where the guards who witnessed the empty tomb are bribed by Jewish religious leaders to spread a fabricated story that the disciples stole Jesus' body while the guards slept. What if, stole Jesus' body while the guards were asleep? What if the guards were asleep and his followers did steal his body and then created the rumor that they were paid, and then they were paid to spread the rumor that they were paid by Jewish religious leaders? It's entirely possible that the entire story was fabricated by the followers in order to disparage.
So you're saying it's a
the Jews.
conspiracy of a conspiracy,
Right? Because it can be
What I'm
interpreted
saying
either way.
is
It's
the
like
cover
we
up
can't
proves the
eliminate the
event.
possibility that the story
No, it
itself
doesn't.
is false because the story was fabricated by Jesus' followers to maintain the narrative.
Do the Jews deny Jesus Christ until this day?
Some do, some
Whether or
don't.
not Jesus rose from the dead.
There are
That means
messianic
that
Jews.
that the verse is true. Therefore,
No, it
the
doesn't.
cover-up proves
No,
the
it
event.
doesn't. No, it doesn't. It doesn't mean that the verse is true. It means that there are people who believe the narrative and people who don't believe the narrative and come up with another narrative. You're looking at people who believe the thing and then saying because they believe it or because they reject it, therefore it must be true. But no, that's not the case. If you're talking about theological claims, people can accept them and reject them, but it doesn't mean that the theological claim isn't of itself is true. It's only evidence that they believe it's true or they believe it's false.
But it's
There's nothing to the
evidence
claim
of
itself.
the event. It's evidence of the event.
No, it's not. It's evidence that someone wrote that down. Because there's no other corroborating. There's no other corroborating sources that back this up. It's only in the Bible.
The Quran mentions it, but that aside, do the Jews accept Jesus Christ?
Not all of them. Some do.
Yes,
Messianic
very few do.
Messianic Jews do exist.
That's true, but like if you were to go to the state official stance of Israel about Jesus, they're going to deny that he was Messiah, right?
That's because they are not convinced that he was.
Okay.
We're talking. They don't believe that aspect of the theology. They reject that aspect of the theology. It doesn't matter whether they accept it or reject it. Their acceptance or rejection of the theology does not indicate that the theology itself is true.
But the fact that they do reject it shows that this verse is true, because
No, it doesn't.
it's commonly
It
reported
doesn't.
among the Jews until this
It doesn't,
day.
because it could be entirely false and made up, but they just don't accept that it was false and made up. But we
Who's
cannot
they?
say there's nothing. The rejection or the acceptance of the claim says nothing as to the veracity of the claim itself.
Okay, let's just say that the Jews accepted Jesus Christ. Then half of this verse would be false. Then you could say the whole verse is false.
No, the key thing that's happening in this verse is that it's inventing a reason why some didn't accept it. It invents the reason. So the soldiers took the money and did as they were instructed, and this story has been widely circulated. They're just inventing an excuse for why it didn't happen, why they didn't accept it.
So the cover-up proves the event.
No, the fact calling it a cover-up is the bullshit.
Yeah, how do you know that the cover-up itself was not fabricated?
That's
Because the Jews denied Jesus Christ until this day.
You know why?
Wait, hold up. They denied he was even beforehand. The whole thing about the people, about the guards being paid off. How do we know that even happened?
Because the Jews denied Jesus Christ
They
until this
denied
day.
before the event. How do we know that the narrative itself is even true? The whole narrative. How do we know that the narrative
The
is
whole
even
narrative,
true?
I mean, like I said, Jesus Christ proved God when he was resurrected, proven by the
That doesn't prove it. That
cover-up of the
assumes that
event.
God. No,
Jesus
that
Christ.
doesn't prove it. That is a claim in the book. How do you know that claim is true? You're talking about theological matters as though they're historical. They're not historical. They're theological.
Well, even worse than that, we're talking about the actions of soldiers. See, technically, that's not even the supernatural part. See, who says there were even these soldiers were actual people and not just completely made up people for a story?
I mean, these are the Gospels. These are witness testimony by 4 different people.
okay.
They collaborate. I mean, so
Yeah.
like
They're
you're
not.
saying that these people are lying and
There's
just
no
making up
witness.
stuff.
There's no witness. There's no witness there. These were all written decades after the fact.
That's I don't believe that's true.
That is true. That's literally the biblical authority on that, or the biblical scholarship.
The Gospels are anonymous. This is where
Number one,
scholars-
the Gospels are anonymous in nature, and when they were written, They're written between they're written between CE 66 and CE 110. The event supposedly of Jesus' death supposedly took place around 33 AD, or 33 CE. So 66 CE and 110 CE. That is decades after the fact. So no, these are not eyewitness accounts. And they're anonymous. So we definitely can't call them eyewitness accounts. And apparently Spam is telling me in the chat that this has been explained to you in the past.
Well, I mean, what motivation does he have to accept facts that contradict the way he wants to look at the world?
But the kicker the kicker here is that in order for any of that to be true regarding the resurrection, the God would first have to exist. Otherwise, all the theological shit in this book is just mythology. So, how do you know the God exists without begging the question, without assuming that the God exists for the stuff in the book to be true? How do you know that God exists for Jesus to be supernatural in nature, as opposed to just one of many megalomaniacal cult leaders running around the first century?
Well, first of all, we're having our own discussion, so whatever's being said in the chat is irrelevant because I don't even have access to the chat, first of all. Second of all, I keep bringing up Jesus Christ, and this is like the first time you even would even consider that as evidence, because I'm telling you that he proved God in his resurrection, evidenced by the cover of the event.
That the
How do you
happened?
Yeah, you haven't demonstrated that it occurred.
You know that Harry Potter's a wizard according to the book of Harry Potter?
That means magic is real.
Okay, but my fairy tale holds up in court.
It doesn't hold up in court. This would not hold up legally.
But
You're making an assertion and using a bunch of hearsay to back up your assertion. There is no evidence to support this.
Is act of God a real claim for insurance that holds up in court?
Depends on what you mean by act of God.
Yeah, it's a completely different context.
But the thing is, when you say Harry Potter was a real wizard or whatever, well, does that hold up in court? Act of God does.
It depends upon if you're claiming that event that's something true about reality or just a fictional story. I already told you, freak. I already told you. The concept exists because it was invented by humans. The context has multiple different applications. That insurance companies may use that context to describe a certain set of phenomena does not entail that the God exists. It's simply using it as a linguistic determiner for how they determine how things should be paid out. In other words, context that the insurance companies are using act of God are instances that were outside the realm of human control.
Right.
It's like if someone if lightning strikes a tree and the tree falls on your car. That there's no human act. There's no human action within that. Okay.
Right. There's no act of Harry Potter though, is there?
No, they're using it to derive so that to try and understand where the liability lies. Acts
Can I put this whole?
Go ahead.
Can I put this whole thing to rest right now, right here, right now?
I got it on screen.
This is from Cornell Law School's Legal Information Institute. Act of God. An act of God refers to a severe, unanticipated natural event for which no human is responsible. Despite its facial religious connections, the phrase act of God is frequently used in otherwise secular, statutory, and case law.
All done.
So we can stop talking.
Doesn't say act of Harry Potter, right?
Oh my fucking God!
Oh, we're down to branding. Is that where we're at?
I mean, mine holds up. My fairy tale holds up in court. That's all I'm saying.
No, it doesn't, because you cannot demonstrate. Just like we would never presume to say that we could demonstrate that Harry Potter exists in reality, that Harry Potter is anything other than a fictional character. You're literally conceding that your God is a fictional character that has merit simply because a whole bunch of people believe that it exists. But that doesn't work. No. The use of the term does not imply that the God actually exists. And it was just explained to you. Leo just explained to you.
Which is in reality, which is rubber meeting the road, brass tacks reality, where we can, physically determine that it's real or not. It doesn't say act of Harry Potter, it says act of God.
Once again, you're down to
So that
pride.
legitimizes my fairy tale over yours.
No, it doesn't. It does not legitimize it in any stretch of the imagination. I already told you this is silly, and I said if this is what you've got, this is
No,
not
this isn't what I've
interesting.
got. I mean, I'm just trying to say
Okay,
when you
great.
guys say
So please
when you guys say that
demonstrate-
it's all just a fairy tale.
So please
mine holds up
demonstrate
in
that
court,
you're-
your doesn't. So
Okay.
we shouldn't go there.
The freak, you need to understand this. The God concept itself, I understand that you may believe that it exists. I don't care. Beliefs are what you're convinced of. Okay? You don't actively choose to believe like a God exists. You are convinced that a God exists for whatever reasons that have been presented to you. You are convinced that it exists. That you are convinced of it does not mean that it actually does. If you want to convince me, you need to present argumentation or evidence that the entity actually exists without committing a logical fallacy to justify whatever you're pointing at. If you have
Okay,
to,
so
if you point at X and say that is evidence for God, but you have to commit a logical fallacy for what you're pointing at to actually be evidence, then it never was evidence to begin with. So you need to demonstrate that it exists before you can claim anything out there is evidence of its existence.
okay, so that applies to you guys too. Like if when I point out my evidence, you can't go and point out to
The
like,
fact that
fairy
it
tale or
applies to
whatever,
us
because
is
I've already
not
negated that.
itself evidence for your
Okay,
position.
so
you're
what
not-
I'm saying
you're not
is
saying anything
God
special here,
was
buddy.
proven by Jesus Christ.
It
Evidenced
wasn't.
by the
It wasn't.
cover-up
That
of
is
the
a
event of the
story.
resurrection.
That is a story
No,
that you believe, and you
So
have
you just
no
said,
good.
there you go. It's a story,
freak.
but my story holds up in
No.
court.
It doesn't
No,
hold up in
no,
court because
no,
that is a
no,
story
no,
that you
no,
believe that you have no justification to believe happened.
Why not? Because you've got 4 other witnesses that are testifying in the
They
gospel.
weren't number
that
one.
These events happened.
They were not witnesses, and they were not testifying to that. They were stories that were written down, and there are many contradictions within those stories. Why?
My story holds up in court, JL.
Doesn't hold up in court. There
This
is no
is-
legal
dude.
evidence to support this. There is zero legal precedent, legal evidence.
Testimony
If you
holds
tried
up
to
in
present this
court.
in court, if you tried to present this in court, your God would be found not guilty of existing.
Is cover-up evidence of an event or a crime?
No, because we don't know that a cover-up ever actually took place.
Do the Jews accept Jesus Christ?
Some of them do. Some of them don't.
Most of
Which
them
is not
probably
evidence of
don't,
that.
right?
Which is not evidence of that. It's simply because we don't know that the cover-up ever actually took place. It could have just been literally narrative religious, or like a narrative building of a religion. It could have just been religious narrative building. That's all.
Do the Jews accept Jesus Christ
This
today?
is irrelevant to the point. Can you
But
demonstrate
it's
that
in the
God
verse I
exists?
presented that
Can you
shows the
demonstrate that a
cover-up
God
of the
exists
event.
without begging the question?
This is going to go
Jesus
nowhere.
Christ
He's gonna
proved
say that
God.
he's going to say one of the same 5 sentences he's been saying for the last 20 minutes.
Right. So, if you're unable to demonstrate it exists without begging the question, you can just admit that, freak. And
I'm
we'll be able to
not
move on.
admitting that's like what's happening because I presented
But that still
a
begs
good,
the question.
solid, logical,
You're
empirical
still begging
evidence,
the question.
whatever.
No, you're not. You're still begging the
How's it
question.
begging the question?
Because you're assuming that God exists for Jesus to be supernatural.
No, what I'm saying is Jesus Christ proved God is supernatural.
No, because you haven't proven that Jesus is supernatural because you're pointing to claims in a book that you don't know actually happened.
But I do know they happen because the Jews do deny Jesus Christ.
They literally rejected it before he died.
I know magic is real because Harry Potter went to Hogwarts.
Okay, prove that in court.
Exactly the point, freak. This is the exact same category. You
God.
cannot prove it. There is no evidence for it. There is no rational justification to believe that your God exists, and you can't
Act
supply
of God
it,
holds up in court.
which is fine. I mean,
There's a
it's
second
okay.
of, like,
I
5
will tell you this,
sentences.
freak. If you are not interested in having an intellectually honest conversation, there's no,
No, I am. I
place for
mean,
you
this
on
is
the
even
stage.
what I
I
came
don't
up here
think
for.
you are.
But
Okay, so can you demonstrate that your God exists without begging the question?
why? Okay, why can't you accept Jesus Christ as evidence for God?
Because there's no reason for me to accept that. There is no
So, okay,
evidence
so
that
so
there's no
let me
evidence.
let me
that
understand this right.
No, I'm
You
not
don't
done.
want to
I'm not done.
the
There is
theology
no
at all for
evidence.
me to
There is
prove
no
God.
evidence. There is no evidence that such an individual. There's no evidence that a God exists, and there is no evidence that such an individual was supernatural in nature. Why would I accept that?
Let me ask you this: you're asking me to prove God without any theology at all? Is that what
Yes.
is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, good. Okay. So, debunking evolution wouldn't help make the point that God exists, would it?
No.
No, it wouldn't, because evolution could be false, but God could still exist. So
Right. And evolution could be true and God could still not. I mean, either way, evolution could be false and God could still not exist. Evolution could be completely true and a God could still exist. It just wouldn't be the version of God that you're convinced exists. So, no, going to science is not going to get you there.
Well, it could if there was a way to test that.
If there's a way to test it, yeah, but that would pertain to going to what we have established in science today is not going to get you there. You need to be if it was interacting with the world, like I've said before, like I said earlier to Freak, if the God exists and created everything that's not itself and it directly interacts with the world as per the theistic worldview, it is direct interactions with reality. Those interactions by the law of identity would not be identical to non-God actions, to like natural unguided processes, like, the wind creating waves in the ocean. All right. You could say that the God actions, you could label them as miracles. Okay. So we would need a way to determine what a miracle is, when it happens, why it happens, what's the mechanistic relationship. Using that information that the God exists, we should be able to develop some form of a predictive model to facilitate why these things occur and when they ought to occur. But there is nothing that exists. So no.
So if I can show a gap in evolution between warm-blooded and cold-blooded animals, would that be a reason enough to believe in creationism? Probably not, right?
No. Because like Leo pointed out, everything we know about evolution could be wrong, and that wouldn't entail that a God doesn't exist. That wouldn't entail that a God does exist. And everything we know about evolution could be right, and that wouldn't entail that a God doesn't exist. That's called naturalistic theism. So,
okay, let me ask you this: why is it that you have to put theists jumping through all of these hoops just to prove something to you when they have no real motivation to do it? They don't ask you for money or anything, and yet we're still here trying to prove God to you.
Aren't they trying to bring people to Jesus or something?
Yeah, they do have a motivation. It's to spread the good word. Or the good news. Spread the good news.
I had a bunch of Mormons come to my door who are, of course, looking for congregation to grow a little bit and put money in the coffer. So, yeah, there's motivation there.
Okay, but why would we even bother jumping through all these hoops that you're putting before me or anyone else to do it? I mean, we're secure in our life after death.
Wait, say it again.
Already, so we're already secure in our life after death. So why would we even bother jumping through all these hoops just to try and have you deny everything that we bring forth?
Because you're making claims about reality, and we can examine those claims to see if they actually comport with reality. And if they don't, then you have no justification. You have no justification. What the point is to provide people who are believers with the tools they need to evaluate why they believe what they believe. Because a lot of believers out there don't have those tools, and they aren't doing that. They're believing irrational stuff for completely irrational reasons, and they're trying to convince other people to believe the same shit when they have no justification to claim that anything that they believe is true. That's the whole point, is to help people reason better by critically analyzing why they believe certain propositions. That is an important thing, an important tool to have. Because irrational beliefs tend to lend themselves to irrational behaviors. And irrational behaviors affect other people, especially when irrational people are defending their irrational beliefs.
Okay, but even just the law of conservation under thermodynamics, right, is not irrational belief, right?
No, it's predicated on evidence.
Okay, so there's evidence to believe that there's a hereafter.
No, there isn't. There's no demonstrated existence of an afterlife whatsoever.
But if you have the law of thermodynamics saying that energy cannot be created or destroyed, then there's some part of us that isn't completely destroyed after we physically pass from this place.
First law of thermodynamics says.
The freak, picture this. Do you accept that you're made up of stuff?
What you mean physically? Yes. We're biological.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So we run you through a meat grinder and we just spew your guts all over the place. I mean, all the pieces are all still there. I mean, what makes you think that there's anything meaningful about what you used to be after you've gone through the meat grinder?
Because whatever is making up the conscious mind right now that we're interacting and everything,
Your brain
it continues on, even though the body
there's
doesn't.
no evidence of that.
That's a cool story. You see, that's like the thought that there's a magical you outside of the meat. That's what you'd have to demonstrate.
Yeah.
Like there's a homunculus there or something.
All the
Yeah.
evidence indicates that this thing's come from your brain. If I chop your brain up into 1,000 tiny pieces, there's no you anymore. I've destroyed the organ that allows for the facilitation of your consciousness.
Yeah, you got to show that thing existing absent what just got passed through a meat grinder.
Okay, so when we dream, aren't we in a different mental conscious state?
Are you in a pre-meat grinder state or post-meat grinder state?
I'm in a current reality, active God holds up in court, physical biological reality state. So where your dreams occur to you when you're in a semi-subconscious state in a different frequency of the brain and of the mind. And yet you still have these
dreams occur as a result
experiences.
of the brain. Dreams occur as a result of the brain processing information when you are in a particular state. And you don't dream the entire time you're asleep.
Isn't that proof that other states of dimensional states or different realities can exist regardless of the conscious aware mind?
No, because it's imagination. I can imagine anything.
Your dreams are just your delusions. Dreams are delusions to you.
I had a dream one time that I had a conversation. I had a dream one time that I had a conversation with a celebrity that I'm a fan of. I've never spoken nor met never spoken to nor met that celebrity. You can conjure shit up in your brain.
But according to you, that was a delusion that wasn't real.
It's a dream. It's what we call a dream. It's what we call dreams.
Right, but that experience was real to you because you experienced it.
No, it wasn't real. It wasn't. It was a dream.
You want to know what's really funny? I can't speak for other people, but I can tell when I'm dreaming. Like last night, I knew I was dreaming because when I went to take a drink of water, it didn't. It's just the sensation of the water actually going down my throat and satisfying me just isn't fucking there. And there's a variety of other things where if they happen, I immediately, oh no, I'm in a dream. This isn't right. I can't speak for other people. There are some people I think that can't tell that they're in a dream while they're in the dream, but I can't.
Right, but so doesn't that prove that there are different states of mind, different dimensions of being, other than just our awake, aware, conscious, being that we're talking to each other right now?
So, Freak, the evidence, of what goes into it. Scientists, cognitive scientists and psychologists believe that dreams serve several important cognitive and emotional functions: memory consolidation, emotional processing, and simulating scenarios. They can come out extraordinarily absurd. They can come out extremely contextually understandable. But it's a variety of the information that you have that your brain is currently processing. Okay, so that's all it is. It's an involuntary mental experience. Okay, images, thoughts, emotions that occur while you sleep, and they are most intense during REM, during rapid eye movement. But they don't occur.
What is that?
What was that you just said, JL?
They're most intense during rapid eye movement, during REM sleep.
You said REM?
Rapid eye
That's
movement,
me in the corner.
REM.
That's me in the spot. Light, losing my religion.
So, DeFreak, rapid eye movement sleep is the stage of sleep characterized by darting eye movements. When you physically look and their eyes are darting back and forth. Temporary muscle paralysis and vivid dreaming. It makes up about 25% of your sleep time.
Okay, so isn't that REM sleep a certain particular type of frequency of the brain at that time?
No. If you're talking about the different
physical
waves,
electromagnetic waves that your brain gives off change when it sleeps, yes.
So the electromagnetic frequency specifically for REM is when you have like the most vivid dreams and stuff, right?
Well, I don't think the electromagnetic waves cause the REM. It's the other way around.
Well, it's broadcasting those, or it's in that state of, that's the frequency of within the mind that causes that dimension to become.
The frequency doesn't cause anything. Not as far as I'm aware.
We're throwing that word around really dangerously.
Yeah.
And loosely.
And this is all just kind of chemistry. So
yeah.
So chemistry causes the electromagnetic waves in the brain that causes dreams.
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah, kind of, yeah.
Well, the electromagnetic waves don't cause dreams.
Well,
the changes in the electromagnetic waves are a result of changes in what the brain is doing, because it is those processes that produce that radiation.
Beta waves are produced during wakefulness and alertness. Alpha waves are seen during like relaxed moments. When you're active, you produce more beta waves. When you're relaxed, you produce more alpha waves. When you're beginning to drift off to sleep, as your brain enters that stage, which is N1, you begin producing theta waves, and then deeper sleep produces sleep spindles and K complexes, and then stage 3, which is deepest non-REM sleep, you begin producing delta waves, and then in REM sleep you go back to producing beta waves, which is similar to brain waves during wakefulness, which is why the dreaming is so vivid during that time period. So it's just the state that your brain is in determines the waves that it's producing.
Okay, so the electromagnetic radio waves or whatever, or electromagnetic waves are causing these brain states and these different realities to occur within the brain, right?
Oh, God, no. The electromagnetic radiation that the sun gives off does not cause the sun.
So all we have to do is look at why certain brain waves occur at certain times. Brain waves are rhythmic fluctuations in electrical voltage produced by millions of neurons firing simultaneously across different regions. The brain automatically shifts its wave frequencies measured in hertz or cycles per second based on your current mental state, whether you're asleep, learning, or relaxing. So the 5 primary types of waves.
So electromagnetism can determine your reality at any given point in time. Would that be fair?
Oh, shit.
Andrew, yes, this conversation hurts. So if you're talking about like brain stimulation, that can affect outcomes. Like you can stimulate the brain in a certain way to affect certain physiological responses, yes. And you can even like for example, the Karen helmet. The Karen helmet uses what is this the magnetic stimulation, but it can stimulate a euphoric or religious response just by stimulating certain areas of the brain. So yeah, you can affect. So depending upon how you stimulate the brain or even damage the brain, you can affect how someone perceives reality, of course. But this is because the brain is the brain is literally who we are. It's what we are.
Okay, so couldn't a certain frequency also be equated with like the spirit realm, as in like the REM is equated with the dream realm?
No, because number one, there's no dream realm. Dreaming is a process, but you'd have to demonstrate the existence of a spiritual realm.
Yeah, about
dreams.
Look at the internal combustion engine. I mean, which part of that is interacting with the spiritual realm? Because it does the motion, right? You're trying to think that if a mechanical process going on transports to another actual place, that's not a thing.
But a combustion engine is not perceiving reality. It's just a mechanical device that is doing work.
And when I'm doing Scarlett Johansson in my dreams, I'm definitely not doing Scarlett Johansson. I'm not going
in reality.
I'm not going to a real place. This is just shit in my head, regardless of the restraining order.
So coming down, so freak. The whole point is in the description. Brainwaves are rhythmic fluctuations in electrical voltage that are produced by the neurons, depending upon what is currently happening, like the mental state of what is going on. Whether you're asleep or you're in a state of learning or you are just simply relaxing, those fluctuations change. They fluctuate. They are the electrical voltage produced by the cycles change. We describe the different states of this, the different cycle changes. That's what we call beta, alpha, theta, delta. Okay, that's what we refer to those as. When we use those terms, we're referring to what state the brain is in. In other words, what is the current fluctuation of the electrical voltage produced by the neurons. When someone is awake, it is a different pattern than when someone is asleep.
Right. So I think we both agree that there's a different state of radio wave activity or electromagnetic activity in the brain during sleep versus when we are awake and aware. So I want to shift gears a little bit now, and I want to talk about how radio waves are literally bombarding us right now, like with 5G or with any other like broadcasted radio waves, and how when we pass on, our mind could literally just be converting into some sort of radio frequency, electromagnetic frequency that was forever.
No, hold up.
And that's provable by the fact that we have broadcast television and telephone communication.
No, this is a different form of energy. Freak. The operative word you use there, is could. It has yet to be demonstrated that happens. Why would you believe it does? Right? Why would you believe it does when there is because we know that when the brain dies, the electrical activity of the brain dissipates. Okay? So
it transfers into 5G.
Tell me you're joking, or I'm just gonna have to be done with this conversation.
What did he just say?
Why couldn't it just be part of the radiomagnetic frequency that is occurring all around us? Or even be swept up by it and live forever.
Sure. What's generating the change in the electromagnetic field?
Just the release from the brain into the general.
What's being released?
Firmament, I guess you would say.
What's being released?
Whatever frequency of electromagnetic activity that's going on in the brain.
The frequency of electromagnetic radiation is changes in the electromagnetic field. So again, I ask, what's causing those changes?
Physical death.
We're missing a medium.
How does it do that?
Yeah, we don't have a medium. This is the problem. See, the brain is the mechanism that's causing all this activity. That's the thing that bounds it and gives it actual structure as the brain processes. It's like when you have like radiation going out in a direction, radiation goes out in a direction. There is no process about that. The brain is a mechanism. All the switches and shit going all around. Without that bounding, energy doesn't freeform and go, I'm going to take a U-turn to make a brain thought.
Which is why, as you die and your cells are getting less and less oxygen during the process of death, your brain begins to malfunction because it doesn't have the appropriate energy it needs to facilitate normal brain operation.
But we see that when you go from a normal state to a dream state, that the mind is able to compensate or basically adapt to different electromagnetic frequency and still produce.
It's not adapting to a new one.
No,
it's not adapting to a new one. It's just the brain changing states. The cycle, literally, the electrical voltage. The cycles per second. The cycles per second. Okay, the hertz that it's measured in of these fluctuating electrical voltage, the number of cycles that occur per second, that is what's changing. Okay,
that's all that's changing. Yeah,
that's it.
So the law of thermodynamics still applies, and you're still alive.
It's
I don't know what you mean by the law of thermodynamics.
Number one,
there's three laws.
I've given you at least a model to believe that God is possibly real.
No, you haven't. You have asserted something about reality and then asserted that there is something that exists outside of that.
Well, you're saying that radio waves aren't real.
Do what?
Oh my goodness.
You're saying that radio waves are not real?
No. Well, okay, radio waves are different from the waves that your brain produces.
Do you realize the stuff that leaves your brain isn't the thought? That's like a byproduct of what's going on in the brain.
It's the same way that waves are scrambled for like 5G or television broadcasts.
No.
And then when they're scattered and then when they're received.
This I don't know if we should be able to entertain this level of delusion. This is way past all sanity. This is why I brought up the meat grinder. Because, see, all the things that you're trying to appeal to require that brain intact and functioning and doing stuff, and you're not showing us stuff external. So where's that mind absent the physicality that binds it?
What I'm saying is it transitions from, just like it
Where
goes
is
from
it?
conscious
No.
state to dream state. It's the same thing from the physical to the electromagnetical when you die.
Those are both
Electromagnetical.
Both of those
Whatever
are
it is called, you know.
Freak.
Speaking-
Do you have a brain when you're dreaming?
I mean, I'm giving you a concept here that could actually validate what you're looking for, and you're just
Speaking-
you're nitpicking my vocabulary. So
Speaking of meat grinder, I just wanted to share this really quickly because this is what this conversation has me feeling like.
Yes, I feel that. Yeah, and when you're oh, Jesus, Murphy.
Nah.
Nothing could be more right than that.
So a dream state and experiences in a dream state doesn't prove or disprove that other dimensions or other realms of reality exist, right?
Yeah, no, it doesn't, because dimensions don't mean what you probably think they mean, and there's something that physicists study.
And Freak, while you're dreaming,
And some
you
mathematicians.
still have a brain.
So let me go back to it because we're like way off in the weeds and shit like this.
Yeah.
So Freak, are you able to demonstrate that a God exists independently of human minds as a concrete thing, standing in causal
J.O.,
relation to everything
come
else?
on. You know the answer to this question.
I wanted to acknowledge it without begging the question. Is that something you're able to do?
5G proves God. That's why it's called G.
fucking God.
I think he's officially checked out of the conversation.
He has.
I mean, I think you guys have, because I've proven that there are possibilities.
And the reason that Freak has responded that way is because he knows he can't answer the question.
G, and now you want to eject, not me.
I know he can't answer the question. He knows he can't answer the question, so he has to go off to something
We all do.
ridiculous. The whole point
What's
of
ridiculous?
the whole point of the conversation, Freak, is to see if you can be intellectually honest about these things. That's the whole point. Is can you be
List
intellectually
one
honest
thing
about
that I
this?
said that was ridiculous.
That 5G proves God. Patently ridiculous.
But we know that electromagnetism and the same frequencies that are caused in the brain cause that dream state, right?
No.
These are radio frequencies.
Nope. That's not what they are. They're subtle
So
changes.
why couldn't the mind exist outside of the brain at that point?
No. Demonstrate that it does. Is there a reason to believe that it does? A justified reason to believe? No, because we understand what dreams are.
You can say
no.
AI, or you can say
the answer
Neuralink.
is no. So the answer is no. There is no justified reason to believe that it does. So thank you. And I will say, this Singer Soul for $4.99. Thank you so much. Do you think the consciousness people do you think the consciousness people have can be found external of them and be caught in a jar for us to study and validate?
That's what Neuralink is.
That's what Neuralink is?
Yeah. The Elon Musk
Hey, JL, can I have you do something? For me real
downloading of
quick?
your mind.
Sure. What's up, Leo?
So can you highlight to spam goes here, their most recent comment, not the no it is not comment, but the one right before that they have, and then share my screen.
Oh, it's like the finding something that wasn't ridiculous.
No, no, you idiot, your brain is not a microwave. Yeah.
No, you're idiot.
And,
No,
and then
your
share my screen.
Your brain
you're
is
gonna
not a
put the
microwave.
comment down to
Hang on a
fully
sec.
see it,
There we go. Your brain is not a microwave, but it possibly has been microwaved.
Oh, someone who's definitely cooked.
It's fucking me.
So if what I was saying was not true, every broadcast that is done by radio wave frequency would be scrambled and unintelligible. Is what you're saying.
Calling a broadcast.
No.
What's a broadcast?
Radio waves that are sent out
By what?
by a I forgot what it's called.
A thingamabob?
I think into the broadcasting thing, and then it's received by a receiver. You know, why don't you help me out here?
Why would I be doing that?
Let me ask you this.
Because I'm trying to help you.
No,
find God.
DeFreak. Here's the thing.
Your argument.
So a radio station has the radio station is the source of the signal, and they use an antenna to broadcast that signal out to other people who have receivers that are designed to receive that signal, translated into the music that you hear on the radio station.
Right.
What if there were no radios, like in the world? What would the antenna be doing? If nobody had a radio,
it wouldn't be receiving radio waves.
Okay, okay. So what? No. I'm asking you. So the antenna would still be broadcasting, right? So the radio station exists. The antenna for broadcast exists. But imagine that nobody in the world has a radio to actually pick up the signal. What happens to the radio waves, to the broadcast signal, once it's left the antenna? What happens to it then?
It just would go out into empty space or whatever. But
it just
what
dissipates.
I would be saying,
it just dissipates, right?
Right.
Okay. The brain produces through neurochemical interactions, sodium and potassium across charged ions, produces an electrical signal, and produces electrical waves, which differ in cycle depending upon the state of the mental state of the brain. When the brain dies, that energy dissipates. Because there's nothing. So it's akin to the radio station exists, the antenna exists, and then it's broadcasting a signal. Nobody is receiving it because nobody has a radio. So we blow up the radio station. The antenna still exists, but it's not broadcasting anything because the radio station has now been destroyed.
But
so
you say that, but I'm saying that it dissipates into the God realm.
Okay, demonstrate the existence of the God realm.
Dreams.
Again,
dreams exist, therefore the God realm exists.
You keep pointing to the thing your brain does when it hasn't been smashed by a rock.
The fact that you have different states of consciousness and experiences is proof that there could be a God realm.
It's not proof that there could be a God realm because we understand what dreams are in their entirety.
So
that's fine. That's fine, but it still offers an alternative viewpoint of just your conscious being.
Oh, you're just making a claim. It's a random claim. Look, there's the spirit realm. I can tell because I talked to the magic wolf outside. That's all you've shown.
Right. So if you were to do your diligence, if you were to do your actual due diligence, you would explore that a little bit instead of just cutting it off at the feet or the root and saying no, it doesn't exist and blah 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 blah.
Show us the consciousness.
It requires a little bit of diligence at that point.
So show us the consciousness, absent the physicality.
And thank you, Singer Soul, for the $1.99 super chats. Do you think our brains are antennas? Apparently,
no, I don't. I'm gonna get going, fellas, because it's almost 10:30 here, and I gotta work tomorrow.
Okay, Leo. Sorry we didn't get through all the scientific proofs.
Oh no, that's good. That's good. There's always next time.
Definitely.
Later, Louis.
All right, you guys take it easy.
Take it easy, bud.
Excuse me. So anyway, you asked the demonstration of it, and that would be just the law of thermodynamics. Number 2.
Where's the mind?
It dissipates into the antenna of God.
No, that's a claim. I'm asking you to demonstrate the mind.
I mean, I'm going in circles here, but you're asking.
I know you are.
But you're asking the questions in a circular manner, so I have to answer them in a circular manner.
No, we're not asking them in a circular manner. We're looking for how you are substantiating your claim, and you don't have a way to substantiate it. You're simply asserting things. There's no way to demonstrate that anything of what you're asserting is true. There's no rational reason to believe what you are asserting.
Do dreams occur in our mind at a certain frequency?
When our brain is in a certain state, yes.
A frequency.
Okay, so that's a different state of.
And they don't. No, hold on.
Different dimension, a different state of mind, right?
No, they do not occur because of the frequency. They occur because of the brain state, because of how the electrical, the electrical interaction, the cycles of the electrical interactions that are taking place.
Okay. Do radio waves contain information?
No, we derive information from observation based on pattern recognition. That's the thing we do. Once again, predicates on having a material observer. You keep not showing us the thing existing absent the matter. You either are going to do that or we're going to drop the claim.
So the mind, even in the face of the law of thermodynamics where energy cannot be created or destroyed, you're saying that the mind does not convert into a physical matter of a radio wave that can be continued on.
After we pass you through,
and I'm saying that it can.
If you're in a sealed room, okay, with a grenade and you pull the pin and it goes off, and it's a really big one, and all your bits splatter through the room. The law of thermodynamics says all the little bits that were you are still in the room. Where's the free-floating consciousness? The bits are all still there.
It's in the electromagnetism of the frequency of that was in the brain in the first place.
No, that doesn't make any sense. In order to sustain an electromagnetic transmission, you need energy. You need to be constantly pumping energy into the system. This is why humans and other animals eat food, is to provide the energy that we need to keep our brains running. In fact, having large brains requires an enormous amount of energy. This is why mammals tend to eat so much, is because they need to. They need to keep their brains running. Reptiles can eat once every few months because they don't have such sophisticated brains. So in order to claim that your consciousness in any form, be it an electromagnetic transmission or whatever, persists and reacts to stimuli after the brain has been killed, you need some mechanism for generating the energy involved in doing that, and you need some transmitter. Destroying the brain is like destroying the antenna. There's now nothing providing the electromagnetic signals, so you can't transmit the electromagnetic stuff.
And thank you, Singer Soul, for $1.99 super chat. Says, where is the God antenna and how do you know it? Very excellent point there.
Who's your daddy?
It's a different frequency of energy.
Pardon?
I would say that it's just a different frequency of energy. But what you're saying, Tony, is the energy that it requires to sustain our state of mind right now of being conscious, and the energy that is required to constantly pump that out and produce it and to receive and to broadcast information via language and via being aware, that energy ceases to exist at death. And I'm saying that it doesn't.
Well, where is it coming from?
That it doesn't continue on is that it dissipates into the organ of the fleshly body, which would be false.
Well, no. You've got no justification for saying that whatsoever.
Jose, when he responds, you need to listen.
You need to demonstrate that there is some energy source other than the body that is, or some artificially induced energy source that is capable of sustaining awareness, and you have yet to show that that is possible. And in fact, the law, can I just clarify, are you saying thermodynamics or are you saying thermal dynamics?
The law of conservation of energy, which states that that energy cannot be created or destroyed.
Yes, just to clarify it, it's thermodynamics. That is the first law of thermodynamics.
Thermo, right? Not thermal.
Yes.
And quick note, as per my grenade analogy, nothing is being ultimately destroyed. You're just a stain equally distributed across the walls of this cell. In terms of material and in terms of energy, the energy is not lost, right? The electrical impulses that were in your brain before death peter out under a natural and dissipate out, and they heat up them. They're now no longer used as thoughts. They're just used to heat up what used to be your brain material, and then the matter of your brain radiates that energy into the surrounds. There's no energy lost in the process of dying.
You're saying that the energy isn't dissipated out into the ether sphere or anywhere else other than the organic matter that is what is the brain or what is the body.
Yeah, but well, except for the term ether sphere, which is meaningless. Yeah, I'll agree with that. It is, the energy is just radiated out.
It's the field around the earth of ethics, Tony.
All right, so
The
it would
ethos
be
it's the
whatever radio waves
ethical.
would be,
It's the ethical
And
field
just,
around
this
the
is
Earth.
hard enough with just one idiot in the chat and without you laughing as one.
It's the ethical. Sorry, you said the freak. You said the ethosphere. That's not a thing. But then, Tony pointed that out. Tony pointed that out to you, and I said, "No, wait, no. It's the ethical field around the Earth, because that's what ethos is." I was making a joke.
Let's just say it's a place where radio waves are able to exist.
Okay, radio waves are able to exist anywhere, but in order to propagate, in order to generate radio waves, you need some physical mechanism and some form of energy, right, to transfer into the electromagnetic radiation. And once the body has stopped doing that, there's nothing that sustains that, unless you're arguing against conservation of energy and saying that somehow energy comes from this God dimension and sustains your awareness. But that's an argument against conservation of energy, not from conservation of energy.
Prove that.
Well, I just did. The fact that you didn't follow my proof is not my problem. That you don't understand basic reason and science is a you problem, it's not a me problem.
Actually, but what you did was you disproved that you just disproved the law of thermodynamics by saying that, because
No, I didn't.
you have to prove that there is no continuation after the mind is gone, more than just dissipation of energy into the dead brain.
That has been done. These experiments have been done.
Okay, so why couldn't that release of energy go out into the radio wave sphere?
There is no release of energy in the radiosphere. These experiments have been done. We put electromagnetic sensors around dead people and we measure their mass to see if there is any such transmission at the point of death, and we have not detected any such.
Right, so when it goes to zero, that's the transfer into the radio wave sphere.
When what goes to zero?
The activity of the mind, as you said.
The activity of the mind. So it's being transmitted, but it can't be picked up by any of the detectors around the body.
Right, it transfers into a different realm.
Okay, what is your warrant for believing in a different realm?
That would be the law of thermodynamics and the fact that we have dreams that occur in a different state of a different frequency in the mind.
Okay, in what sense? So there is no energy that is going missing from the system, right? So
Right.
The law of conservation of energy does not require the existence of this alternate realm.
But you're saying that that energy just redeposits into the flesh of the biological brain,
Yes.
the physical matter, where I'm saying that it dissipates into the other realm of the
I'm saying
the godly or the spirit
I'm
realm.
saying something that can be physically verified. You're saying bullshit.
Okay, but when you say it's dissipated into the flesh of the brain, why isn't it why isn't it able to be remeasured? Because that energy should be actually active at that time.
Can you rephrase your question in a way that is meaningful?
So if the energy of the brain is causing the mind to be the frequency state of consciousness at the point of physical death, you're saying that energy is being dissipated back into the mind. It should have some sort of measurable activity, but it doesn't.
You are still not making sense. Please, you're going to have to reformulate your statement in a way where I can be confident I understand what you're saying. Or do you
What I'm
want
saying
me
is
to
what you
restate
say.
my claim?
What I'm saying is what you say. It doesn't make
No,
any sense.
it demonstrably isn't, because if it were what I said, it would make sense to me.
Okay, so when the law of thermodynamics is applied, the energy the
Okay,
brain
I'm
is
going to stop you
using
right
to
there. I'm
create the
going to
mind.
stop you right there. I'm going to stop you right there. You have been corrected on this before. There are, in fact, multiple laws of thermodynamics. You are using conservation of energy. Just say conservation of energy. Don't try to introduce the law of thermodynamics. That is meaningless. I don't know which one you're referring to. So let's go back.
Okay,
You're
so
saying the law of the law of conservation of energy states what?
energy cannot be created or destroyed.
It can only do what?
Go from kinetic to
It can only change form, right?
correct.
Now, it also
Okay.
doesn't have to do that immediately either.
It doesn't have to do that immediately, but the best it can do is change form. So we have we have chemical processes occurring in the brain that generate electrical impulses. The energy supply necessary to sustain these chemical processes is cut off. They continue for a little while producing processes, then they lose their ability to produce any more charge, to operate the cells anymore. There is a dissipation of that chemical energy. In order for nerves to fire, you have to have an exchange of ions, right, in a sudden pulse, and then you have to have a process by which your cells recreate that ionic imbalance, right? So the positive ions go over to the negative ions, and now everything's neutral. Well, that's okay for one pulse, but you need to be able to do that multiple times. So you need to recreate the difference in charge. You need to separate the positive and the negative ions. If you don't have any energy coming through, you can't do that. So once the electrical discharge has occurred, without any input of energy, it just stays neutral, right? So that's what happens in our physiological system. We create that final electrical charge, and then we lack any energy to recreate a voltage across the cell membrane, and at that point, activity is stopped. The cell is dead.
Okay, so what do we see at that point? Do we see like a surge or a spike right before the flat line?
No.
Why not? Because if it's being dissipated back into the physical flesh, biological organ, we should see that. In theory.
No, you're claiming that what you just described is a logical consequence of what I said. I disagree with you. No, what you are claiming is not a logical consequence of the process I described.
Okay, so if that's the case, that means that energy is being dissipated into the realm that I'm talking about, because it can be destroyed or recreated or whatever. It's going somewhere, right?
It can change form.
There you go.
The chemical energy that is in the food is only taken out of the food by the process of digestion. Once digestion stops, the energy just stays in the food. There's no loss of energy. If some other animal were to come in and eat the bowels of the dead person, they could derive energy from the stuff that is in their digestive system. That energy in the food has not gone anywhere.
So is there a spike in the mind right before the flat line?
I beg your pardon?
Is there a surge or a spike in the mind or the brain organ right before the flat line of, physical, what we call physical brain dead death?
That depends slightly on the form of death, but in general, no.
And I need to
So then where does the energy
apologies.
go?
Hang on a second, different. Apologies for I had to step away. I had to go to the little atheist room, and I magically turned a 1 into a 2. Singer Soul for $9.99. Thank you so much. As I think the problem is that the freak thinks that consciousness is the energy and it cannot be created or destroyed. Consciousness is a process of your brain that requires energy via neurons and stuff. So I think that your idea of what consciousness is, DeFreak, I have to agree with this, that you have this idea of what consciousness is that is not what it is.
Wait, could you read that again?
So Singer Soul says, I think the problem is DeFreak thinks that consciousness is the energy and it cannot be created or destroyed. Consciousness is a process of your brain that requires energy, the food you eat and the nutrients you take in, to fuel those interactions, those neural interactions, the potassium and sodium that is
okay, so we're still talking about energy, right? But we are still talking about energy, just whether we're talking about the conscious state or we're talking about the dream state or we're talking about the post-death state.
Consciousness isn't the energy itself. Consciousness is the emergent property of your brain functioning.
But we're still talking about energy.
No, we're talking about the medium it is flowing through. You need the mechanism of the brain. It's not just free-floating energy. It's like water. It's like how is water without pipes?
So where does the energy go? Where does the energy go when our brain is officially dead?
Where did you go when that grenade went off? All the kids are still in that room. You're just not doing the you stuff anymore. What happens when somebody pops a cap in you and you drop to the ground? Where's the energy? It's all on the ground. It hasn't gone anywhere. It's just not running anymore.
Let's use another analogy. Suppose you turn off the light in a room. Where does the light go? It just goes away, right? It's traveling away until it all hits something and is absorbed, or or reflects off it until it is absorbed. Right, that's the fate of all of those photons. They just dissipate and go away. The energy just dissipates and goes away. There's no violation of conservation of energy here. And can I just say that it is fucking amazing to be talking to somebody who doesn't know that there are multiple laws of thermodynamics, doesn't even know how to pronounce thermodynamics, doesn't even know how to pronounce electromagnetism.
Those are assumptions, Tony.
Doesn't know how. I don't care if you interrupt me. I'm still going to keep on talking. It is amazing that someone of such cavernous ignorance is up here arguing that they can prove something that has actually been scientifically investigated and found not to be true. People have done point of death studies on people. They have attached electrodes to them. They have put receivers around them. They have measured their mass. They've done all this in an attempt to determine whether or not the law of conservation of energy applies, and if so, how.
Okay, so where does that energy in the mind go?
Freak.
It's like turning off a faucet.
Freak.
The water is running through. Then I turn off the tap. Where did the water go? The water is still in the pipes. If it were possible to turn the faucet back on, things would happen again. But when a mind is dead, it is not possible to turn the tap back on. You've broken the tap. So there is energy in the body that just doesn't get processed. There is chemical potential energy stored in the body that just doesn't get used anymore because it doesn't get metabolized, because the metabolism isn't working, and it doesn't get turned into neural impulses because the brain isn't working. So it's just like turning off a tap. Turning off a tap does not violate conservation of mass.
Okay, so but what it's producing though is some sort of electromagnetism frequency that it operates on, right? that is understanding
That
and receiving
sentence is
these
meaningless.
signals from.
No, you said your first sentence is just meaningless.
There is no more production. The machine is dead.
But it's electromagnetic energy.
The bits, yeah. You know what happens? So, you want to talk conservation of energy, huh? So, freak. What is this? What is this?
Crown Royal.
Probably a similar material. What's inside?
I don't know.
Your argument is inside. Tony, you got a guess?
I can't really see that well. Is this a modem, or I can't really?
It's a box.
It's a box. Okay, sorry.
What's in the box?
Don't get JL started on that crappy film.
What's in the box, freak?
Electromagnetic radio frequency.
That is some real dumb gibberish.
Yeah, that is nonsense.
What's in the box, freak?
Is the box empty? I
The
don't know.
organ that generates electromagnetic radio frequency.
Oh, there's no organ. Organ implies structure. You see, that's what a brain is, while it remains a brain. And it's running.
So I do need to show this. Singer Soul for $4.99 points out, or think of your car engine and combustion. When you turn off your car, where does the combustion go? The process stops, like consciousness. I had a similar idea. It was the idea of that when your car has gas and you turn your car on, you're able to drive your car. Okay? The driving is possible because your car is functional, because your car has energy to facilitate that function. But when your car has no energy, where does the driving go? Okay?
What if I put it like this?
When the brain doesn't have any energy, the brain cannot produce the physical interactions that facilitate what we call consciousness. It is a property, not the energy itself.
What if we agree that it dissipates into just the atmosphere where radio waves exist?
No. What's in the box, freak?
Okay, sorry, no, freak. Now you're repeating yourself. Tony has already explained this to you, okay? And I'm not going to put up with this intellectual dishonesty again. All right, flat out. These things have been measured. These experiments have been done.
You think I'm being intellectually dishonest?
Yes.
Why would you say that?
Because you were ignoring the things that Tony and Andrew have said to you and I have said to you multiple times and going back.
Because it is physically implausible that somebody can be as stupid as you're pretending to be and still be able to digest food.
Okay, so how is that not being intellectually dishonest when all I'm trying to do is introduce a concept?
No, because we keep explaining something to you and then you keep going back and asking the same question. We have disseminated your assertion as being completely baseless.
And you don't seem to understand that you need, in order to posit that something is a possible explanation, like the God dimension, you have to have some warrant for that. You have to have some factual basis on which to believe that that is a possible explanation. Otherwise, we could just as well be appealing to pixie farts or unicorn burps, right?
But I already did that with dreams.
There are infinitely that you consider that a warrant does not make it a warrant, right? We are here to tell you, and you can go down to your local philosophy department and ask them, or your science faculty, and ask them if that is sufficient warrant to believe what you're suggesting. It may seem like a sufficient warrant for you, but it isn't.
You don't think dreams are a different state of mind that occur, that are real experiences. I mean, do you dream?
Yes, I do.
That's not reality, right? But yet we have them and we experience them.
No, hold
And
up.
so
But
Normally, when
in
you
that
ask a
regard.
question, you shut up long enough for the person to answer it. Is that not a thing in America?
Well, I'm just, getting my thought out, so I apologize there.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I do dream, but I have difficulty with saying that dreams are real experiences, because I don't think of dreams as real.
So you're denying the experience of your dream.
Well, I'm saying that it's an experience, but I don't say that it's a real experience. It's not an experience of reality. It's an experience of some imagined state. It's a fiction.
It's a state nonetheless.
Even so, it's a fictional state, and I don't see how this gives you warrant. So, what you would need to demonstrate in order to support your case is an example of somebody dreaming after their brain had been destroyed. Do you have such an example?
That would be the spirit realm, but I can't prove that in the way that dreams can be proved.
So you can't demonstrate the existence of a mind or a spirit or whatever once the body has been destroyed. We all have bodies and we all have brains when we dream. So the fact that we dream does not indicate that any sort of experience is possible if our bodies or our brains stop existing or stop existing in an integral sense, stop functioning in an integral sense.
But why wouldn't the law of conservation cover that?
For the reasons that I have explained many, many times over.
What's in the box, freak?
The generated electromagnetic radio wave frequency that the mind generates, or the brain generates, right? Otherwise, I don't know. I'm just guessing.
A frequency isn't a thing.
It's not a thing.
It's a pattern that some energy may happen to be considered as being exhibited.
Okay.
So, for all those in the audience, your conservation of energy. This was a person. If we're familiar with what cremation is, conservation of energy, when you knock a lot of that excess water out, it's just there. It's conserved. It's still there. It ain't doing much. The same way that if somebody pops a cap into you in a drive-by and you hit the ground, all your energy is still there. You're just not doing anything interesting anymore.
So what you're saying, Andrew, in your example is that
you hit the ground. Who cares? The pattern is not going on anymore. The engine ain't running. It's sitting there, not doing the thing it used to do.
And this is very much like the car analogy that JL and whoever it was from the chat. Once your body ceases to be able to burn fuel, it just stops functioning.
And just goes to the ground.
Like
go, don't matter.
Like consciousness.
So where did the radio frequency go that was generating prior to that point?
God, will not shut up. When I am speaking, DeFreak, when you die, does your stomach, does the processes that facilitate your digestion still continue on when you're biologically dead?
No.
Okay. The same thing goes for your consciousness.
You keep on using these electromagnetic waves as though they're an indicator of something. They're a symptom, they're not a cause. they're a symptom. These electromagnetic waves that the brain transmits are a result of chemical processes inside the brain, and these chemical processes require a constant supply of energy in order to keep on going. And if the body stops supplying energy for whatever reason, then it stops, those chemical processes stop occurring, and there are no electromagnetic waves. It's not like the electromagnetic waves exist and must be released. The chemical processes that produce those electromagnetic waves no longer occur. It's just
okay,
like
but
a
you're
car
saying
that is out of fuel.
This is actually conflating two other things.
But what you're saying is
hold on,
they
hold on.
dissipate back into the flesh.
The waves you're thinking about is like mistaking a word that someone hears transmitted through the air as being your actual thought. When we pick up waves, that is stuff that has left your body.
Have a good night,
Right.
Steve.
Do you think the stuff that leaves your body is you? Are you your own farts? Because you're sniffing them. When you
So
give
what I'm
off
saying
waves-
is
when you give
the
off
frequency
waves-
also
when you
dissipates
give off
out into the
Look at this.
the spirit
when you
realm.
give off waves.
Okay,
This is
okay,
not
I'm a little bit over this. I'm a little bit over this at this point
I'm
because Freak, you keep asserting the spirit realm. Can you demonstrate a spirit realm exists?
Dreams.
It's not a spirit realm. We understand what dreams are. I've already explained this. Can you demonstrate a spirit realm exists?
If we could show that dreams
It's
are
a yes or
different,
no fucking
realm,
question. It's a yes or no question. Can you demonstrate a spirit realm exists?
I'm thinking. I mean, the example that I could bring to you right now is a dream realm exists.
No, because it's not a realm
spirit
that
realm could
exists. It's not a
exist.
realm that exists. Just like the unicorn that I picture in my mind does not exist. So no, the dream realm is not a place that exists. Can you demonstrate the existence of a spiritual realm that exists independent of human minds? Yes
That
or
off
no?
the top of my head.
So the answer is no. No, you cannot. So there's no justification to believe that any of this stuff is true. All right? There's no justification to believe that your God exists. You have provided no evidence and you provided no argumentation to support that one does. All right? So if you can acknowledge that and be intellectually honest with this and just recognize that you may believe what you believe because you're convinced of it, but you have no warrant to say that it is true about reality. You have no justification to do so. If you can acknowledge that, then then things will be fine, because at least you'll be intellectually honest about the positions that you hold. Would you agree with that?
What I'll say is that I acknowledge that I haven't been able to explain it as well
Would
as
you
I
agree with the
should be able
statement
to.
that I just made?
I think that I can explain it better and make the point better. That's what I think.
Would you agree with the statement that I just made?
I'm not going to say that it doesn't exist or can't exist because I wasn't able to
That's not
explain
what I
it
asked
correctly.
you. That is not what I asked you, freak. Actively listen to what I'm saying. You have presented no evidence nor argumentation to warrant belief in the things that you are asserting. I understand that you may be convinced of them, which is just on you. But because you cannot show that these are things that are actually true about reality, regardless of you being convinced of them, that entails that you have no warrant to assert these things as being true to other people. Would you agree with that statement?
No, because I have every right to bring forth concepts for people to consider. What's
Okay,
wrong
let
with that?
me ask you this. Would it be intellectually honest of you to assert these things as being true about reality just because you are convinced of them?
I'm saying that these are concepts that
That's not an answer to my question. I asked you, would it be
but JL,
intellectually honest?
You're pigeonholing me into something that
I'm asking you a direct question that goes to your epistemology. Would it be intellectually honest for you to assert these things as being true about reality to other people when you cannot demonstrate that they are?
You trying to pigeonhole me into this answer is what's this intellectually dishonest, JL.
It's not, okay? It just straight up
It
goes
shouldn't
to
even
how,
come down to this at this point. I'm just introducing concepts that
no, you're not. And this is not being intellectually dishonest. I am trying to understand I'm trying to make sure that you understand that you can assert things as being true. You can assert that you believe things are true. But when you make the assertion that things are true about reality and expect other people to accept them, you need to be able to show your work, how you determined that they were true about reality. You can't do that. You've already acknowledged that you can't. So I'm asking you, since you cannot demonstrate that what you are asserting is in fact the case, would it be intellectually honest for you to assert to other people that it is?
there's nothing in what I asserted that is not part of reality.
Okay. So
it's a concept
now
that
you're
is
just
based
dodging
on
at
what
this.
we know.
So now you're just dodging at this point. Okay?
JL.
Because you know full well that asserting something is being true about reality when you cannot show that it actually is not intellectually honest.
JL, are dreams real? Is
No.
conservation of energy real? Is different?
Okay. So I'm just going to pull him down because we're not going to go around this circle again. Singer Soul for $4.99, thank you, says, Freak just doesn't want to think consciousness ends after death, grasping at anything to not accept this cold, hard probability. And I get that. I want him to be intellectually honest about these things. And flat out, Freak, because I know you can still hear me because you're still in the back. I pulled you down because we're not going to go around this circle again. We have better things to do. You know that it is intellectually dishonest to claim that something is true about reality and expect other people to believe it when you cannot demonstrate that it is. When you claim that things are true about reality just because, and that other people should believe them just because you yourself are convinced of them, that is not warrant for you to claim truth. You would be being intellectually dishonest. I've asked you multiple times for why that is, and you continue to refuse to answer the question, which tells me that you are not interested in engaging in a conversation. You just want to hear yourself talk. We're not going to go around in circles over and over and over again with shit that PhD Tony has taken time to explain to you ad nauseum that you are wrong on. Okay? I've let the conversation go on as long as possible because I want to be as facilitating as possible, but it comes a point when I have to put a pin in it and say, or put the nail in it and say, you're not interested in actually learning. So when you can and you are interested, you are welcome to come back up here, but you are not right now.
Pointing to the living does not point to the life after the living.
All right. So I think that we are good there. Because I just the minute he started that, I was like, we're not going back to the beginning of the trail just to go back down the trail again. We've done it too many times. I think I've given him ample opportunity. All right. So in that sense, from that, we can actually, I don't have anybody over in the Discord who wants to come in. Nobody's popped into my channel for a minute, but my channel's still active, so maybe somebody will come in and I'll address them there. We do have this. So in this video, this dingus has went to the information thing. His number 1 point was information, and Leo Phillies helped us to break down why his view of what information is faulty. And the second one was irreducible complexity. He was talking about the human eye. And I pointed out, why do they ever bring up the eye of the mantis shrimp, which is so much more impressive than human eyes?
Or the octopus, which doesn't have the blind spot that we have.
And begin to explain is which one of these possibly evolved first. Like, the eye cannot work with one of these missing. Suppose there's an organism out there that doesn't have any eyes, and nature has decided that it's preferable for this creature to have eyes in this environment. Well, first of
I love the way he's framing this. It's completely, totally just bullshit.
Yeah, nature does not make any decisions of that sort. It is either the case that being able to detect light or darkness is advantageous, and there are many circumstances where that can be true. Like, if you want to determine where photosynthetic organisms are best located, being able to detect light is really, really good. Plants can do this. Being able to detect the shadow of a predator, that's advantageous. So it's not a matter of nature deciding that being able to detect light is a good idea or not. It's whether or not you're within a reasonable genetic distance of being able to have photosensitive cells, and two, whether or not you're in an environment where photosensitivity confers an advantage.
And by the way, I did see I killed Earl. I did see Earl pop into the chat. I don't know if Earl is still around, but I appreciate her popping in. I didn't get a chance to say hello, but I did. I just wanted to acknowledge. And BV, good to see you. Gary Son as well. Good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Bogomil's still running stuff in the chat. I have no idea what's going on there. 100th Monkey, also good to see you. I didn't get a chance to say hi. Average Joe, Cool Atheist, good to see you as well. That's right. He just couldn't grasp it. The answer is no. He could not grasp it. So that's on him. And he left the private chat. He left with I think he quoted 2 Timothy as though it means anything.
Well, again, with the theory, you couldn't possibly know what's preferable outside of which creatures survive. But let's just say that creature starts evolving the optic nerve first, or the retina. In what world is it biologically advantageous to have part of an eye rather than the whole eye? What in the world would cause a creature to start growing parts of the eye that don't work, knowing that somehow, but they're not knowing because it's not conscious?
He keeps saying that they don't work. They work. They function the way to what they do. Light sensitive cells are just light sensitive cells, and these can become increasingly. Darwin explained this, but Tony, I don't know. You weren't around, but he quoted that line from Darwin about. Give me 1 second. And darn it, ones. He quoted that line from Darwin, where Darwin is expressing how the initial impulse is that it's absurd to think that something as complex as the eye could come about through natural process, and then follows it up by explaining, if you look at the evidence, we understand that it is entirely possible. And he just took the first half of it, like apologists do, and just completely ignored the back half.
Yes, well, he might be guilty of sort of listening to other creationists on this point rather than going to the source material itself. But the simple fact is that we have all of the intermediate and primitive forms of eyes. We know genuinely that they did and still do confer an evolutionary advantage. We also know that there are eyes vastly more sophisticated than ours, but our eyes haven't evolved to that stage because we don't need to be able to see into the ultraviolet. We don't need to be able to see a rat at 200 yards, whereas other animals do. So it's an argument based completely in ignorance. There are exactly intermediate forms extant in the animal kingdom today that show the progression of the eye from just a cluster of photosensitive cells through to vastly more sophisticated instruments than we ourselves possess.
And thank you, Objective Ethics. I appreciate it. And good to see you. And it says, thank you. It says you were being very patient, all things considered, jail. I appreciate that. Thank you. I've been working on that, trying to be that. That's the kind of stage, the kind of environment I want to facilitate here, is one where we can have these conversations. But my patience will only go so far. I will go right up to the edge of Krakatoni, and I'll let Krakatoni do the Krakatoni. I'll let him do that.
Where patience ends, masochism begins.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah. So the funny thing is, he also did an extra little bit projecting backwards on the identity of an eye. So he calls it parts of an eye, as if that is an assumed finished form.
Yes.
So taking what we take as a finished form now and go, you can't just have a part of an eye. Wait, why are you even calling it a part of an eye? So you're just assuming where it's going. This is just where it ended up.
For instance, we can take the nautiloid eye, which doesn't have a lens, right? It's largely the same as ours. It's got photosensitive cells at the back, but it does, and it has a sort of an iris that can contract and what have you, but it doesn't have a lens that focuses the light or separates the interior of the eye from the exterior of the eye. So yeah, you can take the lens away and you can still have something that works well enough that the animal can function in the wild. So this guy is just speaking from ignorance, which I think is one of the greatest sins, is to, because the way he's couching his presentation makes it sound like he's looked into all of this and this is what he's found. The reality is he hasn't looked into any of this at all. Otherwise, he'd know what he was saying was absolute bullshit.
Natural selection, Mother Nature, they use these terms, they personify nature, but nature's not actually making choices because, we can't have a higher power. What could have possibly caused this organism to start growing part of an eye, knowing that this eye, what it's growing, what it's evolving into, is only going to become an eye millions of years down the line, perhaps? It's not going to see the benefits of its evolution in its environment from developing this eye until way later. Also, besides that, even if there is a...
No, it provided benefits all along the path. That's why it began developing that way. There was benefits along the way. So he's like, this is just weird.
If there were no benefits, then there would have been no natural selection favoring it, right?
And favoring the increased complexity of it.
Yes, that's right. So it would not have developed because there was no natural selection in favor of it. So there have to have been benefits at every step in the way, and indeed we can see what those are.
And he tries anthropomorphizing that change when he described it, seeing those things coming.
Yes.
Which is damn weird.
And D to the Dubs, good to see you as well, in case I didn't say hi before.
Certain creature, an organism with no eyes, clearly it's fit to survive in its environment. Why would it need to start developing eyes? It's
because its environment has changed and facilitated the development of these types of cells because to survive in the new environment, which is what we call. Yeah, that's one way. Yeah.
Actually, I'd reverse the phrasing on here. It doesn't need. The ones that have it just happen to reproduce better.
Yeah.
There is no need. There is only result.
It confers an advantage, and it may confer an advantage compared to the environment, but it may also confer an advantage against other members of its own species. It may just be that it's out competing all of the other members of its own species. It doesn't need a change in the environment. It doesn't need a new predator. But if it can outcompete the other members of the gene pool that have not made this, then they will go extinct and it will prosper. So there's no need. It might have been, it might not need this, but things with this have an advantage over things that don't have this. If that were not the case, then it would not be favored by natural selection. This is just such fundamental ignorance of the very processes by which natural selection work.
It's another anthropomorphization being projected in a different direction this time.
Yeah.
Surviving just fine. Also, one last point on the topic of evolution. The existence of dinosaurs, I believe, proves the biblical worldview. I highly recommend you do your research into the dinosaurs, my favorite being the biggest dinosaur to ever live, the Argentinosaurus. It's a sauropod. According to the American Museum of Natural History, one of the very largest, the huge Argentinosaurus may have grown to 90 tons. 90 ton. You can look up all these illustrations, and I just think it's really cool to think about all these animals that Noah brought onto the ark, and that Job saw, and that Adam named on the first day of his existence. Now,
so Adam knew of the country of Argentina. I'm curious about something.
No, see, we've been calling Argentinosaurus the wrong name all this time because it was given a different name before. We just got it wrong now.
So yeah, I just want to double check. So Argentinosaurus literally translates to Argentina lizard. The name combines Argentina, the country in South America, where the fossils were discovered, with the Greek word saurus, which means lizard. So Adam named Argentinosaurus because he was aware of the country of Argentina?
No. We're misnaming it. It's like we're dead naming it. Because, like, see, it was actually called Tim before. That was Tim. Okay. Adam knew that. Adam knew that was Tim. Okay. And
did he pull that name from the ethosphere or the pathosphere? Or maybe from the logosphere?
This would be rectally sourced.
The anosphere?
The anosphere. Trademark that.
Tony hated my ethosphere joke.
I did.
You were reminded of the stupid.
It's the thermosphere, the mesosphere, the ethosphere, the logosphere, the pathosphere. It just keeps going out and out and out.
So remember that dinosaur as we take a look at the heaviest land animal today still living. The giant African elephant, up to 6 tons. This thing is tiny compared to the sauropods. We have elephants living today up to 6 tons. They are fit to survive in their environments. Remember, according to evolution, everything can be traced back to a single-celled organism and eventually evolved into everything that we see today. How does it come about that you have an animal 6 tons, then over a few million years, 7 tons, 8 tons, 9 tons, 10 tons, 11 tons, 20 tons, 30 tons, 40 tons?
He does know that elephants are not dinosaurs, right? That
Yeah, he
different
does.
organism.
Well, I assume he does, but what he doesn't seem to understand is that the climate and the entire ecological network that dinosaurs existed in was very different. It was much, much warmer, with much higher oxygen levels than we have now, I think, for much of its time. The plant life that existed and the animals that they were competing against were very different from what is the case nowadays. So, yes, the animals got bigger and bigger and bigger. And interestingly, sort of when the Triassic dinosaurs I think when the archosaurs went extinct, the dinosaurs evolved in very similar ways to fill the same gaps in the ecosystem, the same niches, because they were viable. But those niches are gone now because the climate is radically different.
And for those who might not know, and yes, Cosmological says it's almost like Earth's environment was different during the Mesozoic, which it was. And I do love this. Argentinosaurus, the area that it lived, it shared that area with a massive theropod named Mapusaurus, which had a length of up to 38 feet. Not sure about the weight. Upwards of 3 to 8 metric tons, which would be the primary predator that the primary predator for Argentinosaurus. So.
Or as Adam would call it, Bob.
So spam says Archosaurs, Noah proven. Sorry, Tony. These jokes are going to drive Tony to madness.
I'm going to, I didn't have much sympathy for Gutsy Gibbons' antipathy to puns, but you guys are beginning to get me there. No reflection on
50 tons.
Reflection. No reflection on Andrew's joke about beats me. That was a good one.
Sorry, about what?
Your joke about beats me.
Oh, I have my moments.
Still not quite fit. There's some more adaptation that it still needs to go through. It's more advantageous to become 60 tons and then 70.
Well, the problem is that obviously he's talking about two different organisms here, and even if the environment were to change back to something that facilitated that, it wouldn't be elephants that did that because where they're at, because of how they are physiologically. Dinosaurs, especially like sauropods, required a physiology that allowed them to get that large and sustain that weight, and they are structurally different than mammals. And so the elephant wouldn't be able to get that large because it would collapse under its own weight by virtue of how its bones and its muscles function. So, but there are other organisms that still exist on the planet that could, because they have functionally similar physiologies. So,
but again, so the oxygen levels were higher. That has an impact. But also the nature of the plant life was very different back then. And you'll notice that these large dinosaurs are essentially vacuum cleaners. You know the old vacuum cleaners where you've got this big heavy thing with the bag in it, and you know the suction head is light and you can move it around. That's exactly the design of these large dinosaurs. You've got this huge gut, right, and then you've got this sort of vacuum head on this long hose and their teeth decreased in size because that made their heads lighter, which made it easier to reach to get more food, which meant that they could chew less, which meant that their gut had to do more digesting, which led them off into this positive feedback loop. But these, this existence is not in the existence of these large animals and the suitability for their for the environment that they were in, but they would have a hard time competing against mammals because mammals are in general have very high levels of neural activity. They're very, very smart creatures. So any dinosaur would be competing with something that is actually quite a bit sharper than your average dinosaur was.
Do you see these things? I just want to make sure that these are visible. They're essentially walking mouths, is what they are. They are mouths with legs, designed to eat anything that they can get around. So,
yeah,
that is what they are.
We all live to serve the
90.
Almighty
Like,
too.
why? Now, again, atheists on this issue have their answers. They have their arguments and theories, rather stories, of course, as to why these animals got so large, why nature selected for them to become so ginormous. But we know from Genesis chapter 1 that God...
Enough about the atheist stories. Now let me read you a story.
Let me read you the atheist story is as such, and that's bullshit. But let me read you from my theological story, from my religious story that is different from other religions, and this is the one that is correct. God, this guy is...
And you still haven't managed to sort of distill the essence of stupidity. We know from Genesis chapter 1. The only thing we know from Genesis chapter 1 is that the ancient Israelites had no fucking idea how the world began. That's what we know from Genesis chapter 1.
Yeah.
God said, on the sixth day, let the earth bring forth living creatures after their kind, cattle and creeping things, and beasts of the earth after their kind. This includes the dinosaurs. Yes, dinosaurs and humans inhabited the same earth on day 6. And it
Oh, yeah, he's a young earth creationist, so we'll just throw that there.
was so. God made the beasts of the earth after their kind, and the cattle after their kind, and every creeping thing of the ground after its kind, and God saw that it was good. Real quick, very common misconception is that the dinosaurs and the lions were carnivorous from the beginning. But no, verse 30 says, to every beast of the earth, and to every bird of the sky, and to every living thing that creeps on the earth which has life, I have given every green plant for food, and it was so. So, no, dinosaurs were not eating each other. Lions weren't chasing after other animals to eat them. No, the result of animals eating each other, including humans eating
Prediction is going to be because of sin, because of the fall of man.
animals, that is a result of the fall.
Okay,
I win.
I have a question. I have a question about this. How does the fall of man impact animals?
The curse of the earth, I have no idea.
Magic, duh.
Like, why is it that, you know, some wankers eating some quinces all of a sudden means that my brother needs to be eaten by a saber-toothed tiger? Like, where the fuck did... And they think that this God is moral and well-adjusted. Like, what? He ate your fruit, and now these toothy bastards are chasing down me and my family? What the fuck is the justice in that? Doesn't make a lick of sense.
Ironically, it was eating fruit that made us carnivores. Go figure.
Yep, that's true. That's...
Take that, vegans. Let that be a lesson to you.
I'm looking up something real quick. So last I checked, and hang on a sec.
Yes, spiders. We all remember the vegan spiders. And scorpions. The vegan scorpions, they're well attested. And the dragonflies.
So last I checked, and I'm trying to make sure that I have a good one here. So there's a difference, and they wants to claim that they all ate grass. So these are theropod teeth.
Well designed for eating grass.
These are theropod teeth. So, I mean, many examples of these. Ceratosaurus teeth. Or Ceratosaurus teeth.
What I particularly like, I think you've gone to the wrong example here. Can you bring up a megalodon jaw?
Sure, yeah. Oh, I love this. The serrated, yeah, there we go. Look at those serrations. Megalodon. Megalodon teeth. Ooh, that's a good one.
Yes.
There we go.
I've got a fake one up on my bookshelf. But...
Ooh.
Yes. Well-known herbivores, the megalodons.
Such a sunny disposition, those folk. All plankton eaters. Curious.
All plankton eaters.
Well, no, that's a form of carnivorousness. So.
Oh, that's right. They're eating plankton. No, obviously these guys.
No.
Well, obviously the megalodon.
Accidental.
Obviously the megalodon use those teeth to trim seagrass.
So
they just go along the bottom and just trim off the seagrass and eat it.
They were laid back dugong motherfuckers, were they? That's...
Or we could go even better. Let's check out Leopleurodon. Leopleurodon teeth. Perfectly used.
Hold on. You only know that one because of Jurassic World, don't you?
No, I've known what Leopleurodon is for a while. Leopleurodon teeth. That's perfect conical shape for eating plants.
Have you shown Andrew what the inside of a penguin's mouth looks like?
I've seen the Carnival Horror
terrifying.
Show. I'm quite familiar.
All right. Okay.
I love comedic animals like flightless birds.
Yeah. Say that to a cassowary.
Oh, yeah. Oh, those are nightmare. Those are nightmare birds.
Yes, they are nightmare
That's
birds.
like Velociraptor didn't actually become more chill.
Okay,
No,
if anybody,
well,
I don't know. I mean,
Probably-
the cassowary is
Or,
one, but the African was it the African shoebill?
oh yeah.
I do
Yeah, they
recognize
can hurt you with their beak. Cassowaries will just disembowel you. But yeah, the shoebill, the shoebill's beak is just, God, you could see that doing.
cassowary is kind of like in the ostrich class, isn't it?
Yeah, it's kind of. They're a fairly massive bird. Like I think they're shorter than an ostrich, but I think they might be heavier. But they've got really thick legs. Like they are designed for fucking kicking. And they have really sharp talons. So being kicked by them is just not a great time for anybody involved. You can probably come up with videos of cassowaries attacking people.
Yeah, ostriches I know can, like, out of animals people think are predators, one kick from an ostrich, bad day.
Yeah.
Cassowary.
Oh, the stuff of nightmares.
I am death. Just get out of its way. That's all you can do.
Like it's and just look at those toes. Like if you zoom in on the
Yep.
Let me get a good look at these. There we go.
like that, and you can see sort of the picture there of one of them. They kick as they're. Those things can do real fucking harm. Like
Is
people.
Is that kicking right through a board?
Yes, so it's kicking. It's probably trying to kick around the board, but yeah.
It's through the board.
Right. Okay.
No, it's like shield integrity. That's failed, sir.
Generally, they eat fruit, right? These are fructivores. But you do not mess with them. Like, and they're generally fairly chill animals. But if you encounter a mum and you startle her, you are in for a bad time. And a couple of people have died, like being on the wrong side of cassowary.
The deadliest bird?
It is a question mark because there are poisonous birds. Obviously, there are birds with poisonous plumage. And that are deadly as well. But yeah, in terms of hand-to-hand combat, yeah, cassowaries are probably the deadliest bird. And then in these photos, they're doing their best to make them look like steely-eyed killers, but they are generally placid, fruit-eating animals that will try and stay out of your way. But if one of them is looking directly at you, maybe reconsider your life choices. Because
if the cassowary is doing that,
yes. But they definitely look like they definitely strongly resemble dinosaurs that didn't quite get the memo that they're supposed to be extinct. And I don't think anybody from management was courageous enough to come down and tell them. Yeah, the shoebill, that beak is just terrifying. Like, and the sound it makes.
That.
Yes.
Yeah. when they clack that sucker.
Yes, that's right.
The shoebill stork.
A couple of coy shots to set you at ease so you don't see it coming.
Yeah.
Look at the hook on that sucker.
Yeah. But if that thing were inclined, it could do serious. And again, just go back at that one, looking at the camera and like, is that edible? Do you think? Like,
the previous one was like very crocodile looking. Is that edible? This is the it is edible. Just take those two little prepositions and invert them. It
So,
is
a bird that eats crocodiles. So you gotta.
There you go. They make this machine gun sound when they clap their bill.
Nature is truly astounding. This is the thing that gets me. Like, would it be super cool if there were a plesiosaur in Loch Ness? Yes, it would be super cool. It would be so cool. Or if there were dinosaurs in the Congo River, yeah, that would be super cool. But because it would be cool, that's why we should raise our standards of evidence, right? Because deep down, we all want it to be cool, right? We want it to. Yeah, this is they are.
Yeah.
Herbivores, don't you know? Herbivores. They were herbivores. Back in the Garden of Eden, they were.
The barbs are there to ensure that the leaves don't escape.
It's got to make sure the leaves hit from the tongue, the barbed tongue.
Well, maybe we've got the wrong end of this. Maybe all the animals were herbivores. It's just that some of the things we now think of as animals used to be plants. So there were slippery fish plants that the penguins had to get. Yes, they're positively Thulian.
Jeez. There is no escape. All right.
Death came after the fall. And so this is why creation groans. All of creation. It's not just humanity that is suffering. It is also the animals. And so when we look at these fossils of dinosaurs, we're reminded that, hey, this is what happens when we rebel against the creator, which is what...
Hang on. It was them. It was the fucking humans. It wasn't us. We didn't do it.
The Tyrannosaurus is gonna be. If the Tyrannosaurus had a brain larger than a walnut would be very mad at us.
Yes. Well, I don't think the Tyrannosaurus. I don't think the Tyrannosaurus is the problem. They're doing the eating. It's the animals that are being eaten that I think have reason, like humans.
Yes, the Argentinosaurus would be very upset with us if it had that that level of comprehension. Like, those fucking humans ruined it. Now I'm getting eaten all the time.
Like, what the fuck, dude? I didn't eat it, and I eat everything, right? But I didn't eat this stupid fruit.
Poor Timmy.
Yes.
Primordial Puggles, good to see you. Ramen eating planarian flatworms.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, those herbivorous leeches. Those crazy hagfish and those lampreys, just all that grass they were eating.
God.
What the atheists are doing when they're coming up with all these crazy stories about our past rather than submitting to the truth of God's word. Why were dinosaurs so comically large? Why do any creatures have eyes? Well, because that's how God had designed these things. In the book of Job, God pointed to the behemoth and said, hey, can you subdue this creature? I believe the description of the...
I do want to point out that nothing that he's pointing out is actually a refutation of atheism. This is obviously it's scientific ignorance and shit like that. He's misrepresenting a ton of stuff. But the huge thing is that atheism is not predicated upon an understanding of science. So him going after like all the scientific ignorance shit is not actually a refutation of atheism. Because one could say that a God entity exists and that all of the science stuff is true and just reconcile it by a naturalistic theism. That the timelines are correct, dinosaurs existed then, they've long since gone extinct, asteroid climate change, volcanoes and shit like that. Like this is supposed to be, this video is titled 5 Scientific Proofs Debunking Atheism. In order to debunk atheism, would require the demonstration of the existence of a God, which would then merit belief that the God exists because it's been demonstrated to exist. We are not convinced that a God exists because there's nothing to warrant belief in that. We are not convinced of it because beliefs are what you're convinced of. So this has everything he's presenting here has nothing to do with atheism at all whatsoever. All he's doing is attacking established science by misrepresenting it and leaving a ton of shit out, and then saying, my Bible says what's right. He hasn't demonstrated that his God exists.
I think you're missing his central point, which is quite profound. If science is so fantastic and can explain so much, why is this fuckwit so stupid?
Because we have artificially selected for the survival of such individuals.
Right. Okay. That's a good point.
That creature fits a sauropod, but the point is when Job looks at such a massive animal, the answer is obviously not. I cannot touch this animal. I can't even hurt it with my bare hands. Even with the greatest tools that I can come up with, I can't hurt this thing. And God says, yeah, I made it and I can put it to sleep whenever I want. Dinosaurs declare the glory of God. The millions upon millions of cells in our eyes that are able to take in light and convert that into electrical signals to the brain so you can have this sensation of seeing things, that declares the glory of God, not the glory of fish somehow evolving into humans and geniuses who are able to come up with this idea that our ancestors are fish. Now, moving on to number 3, you can actually see this one with a good pair of binoculars or a telescope.
Okay, so obviously his 5 and 4, complete nonsense.
Can we rewind to see his teleporting dog?
Into humans and geniuses who are able to come up with this idea.
I see his
that
dog there in the corner.
Our ancestors are fish. Now, moving on to number 3, you can actually see this one with a good pair of binoculars or a telescope. The planet Saturn in our solar system. This is from Wikipedia. But
ooh, we're in your territory.
let me guess where this is going.
Okay, prediction time.
Saturn's rings are only stable for, 100 million years or so, so therefore the universe can't be more than 100 million years old. Therefore, the creation is recent.
My guess is he's pulling his Saturn argument straight out of Uranus.
Aha. Ah.
Tony with the flat affect.
He's gonna crack a smile someday.
I refuse.
I have hope.
I refuse to open the door to this foolishness.
That's right.
That's why he lowers his head just below camera range so it can sink out of view. It's like.
But its ring system. Saturn has the most extensive and complex ring system of any planet in the solar system. The rings consist of particles in orbit around the planet made almost entirely of water ice, with a trace component of rocky material. I'm just going to be focusing on Saturn for this video, but when it comes to every planet in our solar system, you can point out something about it that the atheists don't really have a good answer for. Now, according to...
Huh? Why, number one, cosmologists would be answering this. Atheism is not predicated on an understanding of cosmology. A cosmologist would be answering these things, especially
I think a planetary scientist would be.
I was about to say, someone involved in planetary sciences would be able to answer this. And there are plenty of planetary scientists out there that are atheists, but atheism is not concerned with these things. So,
Angel Rivera, yes, Uranus does have its own
its own rings. And one day I've heard that Phobos will eventually result in a small ring for Mars. I think is the prediction.
Very possibly, yes.
Yeah.
The atheist universe is 13 billion years old. That's a made-up number, of course, and as science...
Tony's just like, no.
No, it's not made up. It's inferred from the data that we have. But whatever.
it progresses and we get more real data from the real world we live in, they keep pushing that number further back and back. And they say that our solar system is about 4.5 billion years old. And so Saturn's out there with this ring system made mostly of ice. And there's this thing in our solar system called the sun, and it's constantly giving off UV light radiation. And again, the stuff that I'm telling you here, it's not debatable. It's just how we're interpreting the facts and the evidence that we see in the observable universe. So basically, 4.5 billion years, why is there still this super bright, icy, and reflective ring system that Saturn has? There's a bunch of other things that could impact.
Stop it. Okay. He's poisoning the world with the use of the term still. Nobody says, and nobody has any evidence to suggest, that Saturn's current rings were in existence at the beginning of the solar system. That's just an assertion from zero observational foundation. That's just something he's made up or he's pulled out of his anus.
Out of his Uranus.
He hasn't touched my anus. I'm not letting him anywhere near it. Uncomfortable silence. Carry on.
Hacked Saturn's rings as well over millions, billions of years. So essentially, it's estimated that the ring system of Saturn can only last up to 100 million years or so.
Prediction confirmed.
And yeah, sure, that's a long time, but still way less than 4.5 billion years. This
a whole hell of a lot more than 6,000.
Funny thought here, because apparently AI Overview says Saturn's rings are significantly younger than the planet itself. While Saturn formed alongside the rest of the solar system about 4.5 billion years ago, the rings are estimated to have formed only 10 to 100 million years ago. What number did he just say?
100.
100
oh, look
billion.
at that.
Yeah. So,
I guess
and this is the thing. If a large enough body comes within what's called the Roche limit, there's a point where if you get too close, if a moon gets too close to the body, it gets ripped apart. The tidal forces actually tear it apart and turn it into a ring. So if there's some large rocky and icy body that comes inside the Roche limit, it just gets turned into rings. That's all we need for this to happen. And the evidence suggests that this happens reasonably regularly. Uranus has rings. I think Neptune has rings. Not great ones, but I think that this happens. Anyway.
So something to posit here, and I'm just going to throw this out. According to this from the University of Colorado at Boulder, there's the young ring theory based on data collected by NASA's Cassini spacecraft, which orbited Saturn back in 2017. Many scientists propose the rings are young. This estimate is largely driven by observations that the bright, icy rings don't have as much dark, dusty pollution from micrometeoroids as expected. If they were billions of years old, they would be much darker. But there is the ancient ring theory, which is a newer study suggests the rings could actually be as ancient as Saturn itself. Researchers posit that the rings may appear pristine, not because they are young, but because the micrometeoroid collisions vaporize the space rocks and eject the resulting dirty residue, keeping the icy rings spotless over billions of years.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of this is very uncertain, but to use it as evidence against, the 4.5 billion year age is determined from radiometric dating, from cosmogenic exposure age dating on asteroids and meteorites, and this has been replicated a lot. We can also look at the age of the sun. The sun's mass and luminosity can be charted on the Hertzsprung-Russell diagram to tell us where it is in its evolution. And we know that it's about 5.5 billion years old. So we have a good constraint on when the sun formed. We have good constraints on when the rocky bodies inside the solar system formed from asteroids and meteorites. We're fairly confident about when all this stuff formed. Whether or not Saturn's rings formed then or later doesn't really change the fundamentals of the model that we have, or the evidence, or the robustness of the evidence supporting it. So this is not an argument.
Spam points out he's operating from the idea that everything has always been the way it is now for all time.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yes, you're correct, Spam. History does not happen all at once.
Well, it's weird because so they'll say things like Kent Hovind was going on the other day about the rate at which the moon is moving away from the Earth, and saying, yeah, well, we can extrapolate that backwards. Well, you're assuming that rate goes backwards. If I do that with the rate at which continents move, I can show that the Earth can't be 6,000 years old. And so you'll have creationists say, oh, well, obviously you can't do that. You can't extrapolate back that. Obviously, the rate at which tectonic plates move was billions of times faster than it is now for some reason, and then spontaneously decelerated down to current levels. But even a modest change in the rate at which the moon leaves the Earth, no, you can't have that. Like they're intellectually bankrupt. They can't accept that some rates will stay the same within an order of magnitude or so, and some things, some things will change within an order of magnitude or so. But anyway, yes, Rodent, no last name. I'm not considering God did it.
I was just about to call it out. And good to see you, Randall Flagg. The walking dude is in the chat.
Simple.
Oh, and Greg Nietsky, good to see you as well. And Greg Sanich as well. Thank you so much for being here.
Randall Flagg, is that? No, that's Reuben Flagg, isn't it?
No, Randall Flagg from the Stephen King mythos, from the Dark Tower.
Okay. All right, okay.
Or Walter O'Dim.
All right.
Biblical answer to this is that, well, Saturn, just like the rest of the stars, and biblically speaking, star is just something that is out there in space, and it's a light in the sky. That's what.
No, that is not what a star is.
It's just out there. It's just chilling.
Is this dude a fucking flat earther?
He might
just
be.
The star is biblically speaking. So when we're speaking scientifically today, we don't refer to the planets as stars. Just understand that. But based on the biblical terminology, we know that Saturn was made on day 4. Let there be lights in the expanse of the heavens to separate the day from the night, and let them be for signs and for seasons and for days and years. And, it was so. And there was evening and morning, a 4th day. Saturn is about 6,000 years old, just like the rest of the universe. God designed Saturn to be that way and to be beautiful from the human eye. The heavens are indeed telling the glory of God, and the expanse is...
Pause.
Mm-hmm.
If God designed Saturn to be beautiful to the human eye, then he fucking sucks as a designer, because the human eye can't resolve Saturn. Can it? We need telescopes in order to do that. In order to see Saturn's rings, we need telescopes. And in order to make out the structure of the telescopes, we actually needed to make spacecraft that could travel there. So this God made Saturn to be appealing to the human eye is a bullshit argument based on absolute nonsense.
And good to see you, Krakatoon. Next somebody says Krakatoon, but my holy book. Yep, what it's coming down to. Science sucks. Science doesn't know everything. Bible is pretty much what it is.
Declaring the work of his hands. Saturn is telling the glory of God, not the glory of random chance universe popping into existence for literally no reason at all. If you want to learn a bit more about the solar system, then check out this video from Jason Lyle. He's an astrophysicist. He's one of my favorite scientists alive right now. He has a lot of good stuff. Now, moving on to number 2, sticking with
going up before we get to number 2.
Existence for literally no reason at all. If you want to learn a bit more about the solar system, then check out this video from Jason Lyle. He's
Jason
Please
Lyle.
don't. Jason
I'm not
Lyle
going
is
to.
a lying sack of shit.
Oh, so you're familiar with him?
Yes, I'm familiar with him. I'm singularly unimpressed. This is a man who went and got a PhD. He was a creationist before he got a PhD. His only purpose in getting a PhD was so that he could turn around and say, look, I have a PhD and I'm a creationist. He was ideologically biased the entire fucking time, and he just fucking lies.
He's a resource for answers in Genesis.
Yes.
Okay. Dr. Jason Lyle is a Christian astrophysicist who researches issues pertaining to science and the Christian faith. All right, so I wasn't even familiar with who he is, or if I was, I'd forgotten it since then. So yeah.
An astrophysicist. He's one of my favorite scientists alive right now. He has a lot of good stuff. Now, moving on to number 2, sticking with the solar system, comets, the existence of comets. Atheist.
Okay, let's pause and let's predict.
I'll lay bets he has problems with Donner and Blitzen too.
Right, okay. So comets have finite light. Once comets are perturbed into the into the plane of the sun and they start orbiting the sun, they have finite lifespans of I think a few 100,000 years, maybe millions of years. But they lose mass every time they do an orbit around the sun, and eventually they'll just cease to exist. We kind of saw that happen to a comet late last year that sort of it went round behind the sun, and when it re-emerged, it was just the body of it was gone. And so the fact that there are still comets orbiting around the sun is a suggestion made by Lyle that the solar system can't be that old. But this relies on the fact that there isn't a cloud of icy bodies out there. Say, for instance, the Oort cloud, gravitational perturbations of which could produce new comets. So we've got this massive body that extends something like 2 light years out. Like the Oort cloud is absolutely massive in terms of its spatial distribution. It extends a large portion of the way to the nearest star, and gravitational perturbations due to passing nearby stars or rogue planets or whatever nudge things from the Oort cloud and send them into the inner solar system where they become comets. So we've actually got a flux of these bodies coming into the interior of the solar system, and that's where comets come from. They have not been here since the start of the solar system. So what he's about to say is bullshit from beginning to end, and I'm betting again that I called it.
Okay. Essentially, it's the same. It's kind of the same fucking thinking around Saturn's rings.
Yes, that's right.
Okay.
Cannot explain coherently, that is. Comets are icy, dusty, and rocky bodies that orbit the sun, often exhibiting a bright glowing tail as they approach the sun due to the vaporization of ice and dust, and are considered remnants from the early solar system. And basically, it's a similar issue with the comets, this icy material orbiting close to the sun. How long is that going to last? Well, not billions of years is the answer. And again, this isn't something that's debatable. Atheistic scientists will agree with this analysis. They're not going to last longer than 100,000 years or so. With the technology we have today, we've been able to measure the size of comets. And as they orbit the sun, they lose some mass. And of course, if it goes around again and again and again, it's going to cease to be. Now again, with this proof, along with all the other ones, they're always going to come up with some sort of answer. Oh, there must be some sort of mechanism out there in the universe that we can't.
Got to pause really quick. Hi, Zeal. How's it going? Zeal, if you're interested in having a conversation, use the link to join my live stream because I'm currently live right now. As a matter of fact, I probably need to refresh that. Give me 2 seconds. Sorry about that. Just wanted to refresh that, and we're good to go.
prove nor disprove. We haven't observed anything like this. There must be comets just coming from somewhere, being generated out there in the universe. It's
Where did you say, Tony?
The Oort cloud, OORT.
The Oort cloud, and someone mentioned, and then wrote in the last name, mentioned the Kuiper belt.
I think comets in particular are supposed to come from the Oort cloud, but I can't remember off the top of my head. I think it's the Oort cloud because we can't directly observe the Oort cloud. We can see similar structures around other stars, but because they're very small and they're very far away from us, and they're not illuminated by our sun that well, we don't really see them. We have mathematical evidence for them existing.
All right.
always this, again, it's atheism of the gaps. We don't have an explanation, but we just can't accept God being the answer. We can't.
The explanation that Tony just gave, by the way.
Accept the Bible being the most straightforward, clear answer to all these questions. The earth simply is not as old as you think it is. God created the universe in 6 days, as the Bible says.
But the evidence doesn't.
But we don't think that the earth, 400 years ago, everybody thought that the earth was 6,000 years old. That was the predominant position. We have abandoned that not because we think it's a bad idea, but because all of the evidence that we have available, radiometric dating, amino acid racemization dating, cosmogenic exposure age dating, the hundreds of magnetic cycles that we observe in the relatively small portion of Earth's geological history that is measured by the ocean floor, the multiple layers in the marine isotope record, the length of the ice core record, dendrochronological dating, ice core dating, VAV chronologies. We have the Green River Formation contains VAV records with 3 million layers. These are seasonal things, right? They form 1 layer per year. It's not that we think that the Earth is millions of years old. It's that we have multiple overlapping strands of evidence, all of which insist that the Earth must be billions of years old. And the evidence to the contrary is just, we haven't actually seen the Oort cloud. I haven't seen your brain. I don't instantly assume that it doesn't exist.
And GeoSam, you're correct. This kid has already come to his conclusion. You are correct. And I'll give him this. He actually states this at the very, very beginning of his video, where this is what he's arguing from. The problem is that his video is titled 5 Scientific Proofs That Debunk Atheism. And already the problem is in the title itself. It's issues that he has with science and things that he's starting about science because he believes a God exists, but it's not a refutation of atheism because he hasn't demonstrated that a God actually exists. He's begging the question, obviously, of the existence of the God for the thing says in the Bible to be true. That's why that's deeply problematic. So, but he already stated at the beginning, God exists, the Bible is true, yada, 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 and this is how I'm going to interpret shit. Give me 1 second. How's it going? Anybody in the chat here? We're doing a live stage. So the link is in the side panel, in the side chat there. You can click on that and you can join us on stage to talk about what you believe and why.
Now, the number one scientific proof against atheism is the existence of science itself. Science disproves.
This is just presuppositionalist bullshit. The idea that God must exist in order for logic to exist, that the laws of physics to exist, requires that God exists. This is presuppositionalist bullshit 101. That's my guess as to what he's about to say. Any other takers?
I'm inclined to agree with you. I'm inclined to agree. I haven't watched this all the way through, so I'm inclined to agree that's definitely possible.
Just atheism. The concept of science itself disproves atheism. You see, science depends.
So just to make sure, like our understanding of this, science is the method. Science is the tool that we utilize to best explain the phenomena that we observe, and we make observations. We work through hypotheses. We develop theories that explain what we are observing. So whereas laws describe what happens, theories describe how something happens. That's what it is. It all depends upon us agents making observations. It is a tool. It is a methodology. Done. To understand that. I'm curious how he thinks that's what science is. I'm curious how he thinks that debunks atheism.
The people I've encountered who make these sorts of arguments tend to suggest that the only reason science relies on things being uniform, and things are only uniform and systematic because God made them uniform and systematic, that this requires that there is a rational organization to reality. It's complete precept, but maybe he's going to surprise us.
Definitely top down, and I would say working bottom up. I mean, obviously the metaphysical assumptions we'd be making about these concepts would not be the case, and there's no warrant to go in that direction. So let's see what he has.
On this thing we call the uniformity of nature. That is the world that we live in, is uniform, that is the same. An example of this is gravity, the warping of space and time, not necessarily a force, but that's irrelevant. All we have to do as Christians to point out the atheists' inconsistencies is ask them why they don't think that gravity is all of a sudden going to stop working, you know?
So to answer that, to the best of my ability, is literally induction. And now that's not an absolute, it's not making an absolute statement. We are warranted from the probability that it's not from that warranted the probability right now. Because asking why don't we think that it's going to stop, like why couldn't it change tomorrow? Is because there is no evidence to indicate that there is something that would cause it to do so. Because the only way it would, was I don't even think that it would be possible for this planet with its mass, but nonetheless, it's induction. Okay, but we recognize the limitations of induction, so we work within those limitations, and we don't make these like absolute hardcore statements. We say that they're 99.9% likely that it's not going to turn off tomorrow. If it did suddenly turn off, that would obviously be something we would have to take into account, and we would, because now we are observing gravity suddenly turning off. And if somebody survives that, that's one thing. The converse of that is that the existence of the God entails that it could. Because there is something there that could effectively turn gravity off or change it in some way that we wouldn't suddenly expect. And so that the existence, asserting the existence of that agent is literally introducing a variable that could make that a possibility or a reality. We don't assert that there's anything like that does, because there's no evidence that any such thing does exist. So we can look at the probability, we can look at the history of it, and we can assert through induction, we can conclude that it is most likely it will never turn off, and that it's been this way because the Earth has had this mass, it has this gravitational effect. So this is just induction. Okay, we understand it, we work within its limitations, done. We don't make absolute statements.
And there's nothing in, he's about to suggest this requires a God. That's an axiom. You're asserting that without any observational or really logical support. You're just introducing it as one of your axioms. I don't accept it.
And the weirdest thing is that they will do this. They'll invoke the God defined a certain way as kind of an axiom that they're holding. And then they will do so in order to justify making absolute statements. Statements that it's going to be that way, it's true, it's eternally true because God, or it's made that way, so it's irrefutably true. While also acknowledging that there is no solution to the problem of hard solipsism. They can't defeat that, which is why Descartes' demon eats precept. So they'll literally ignore the problem that they run into just to assert that a God exists, define a certain way, just so they can try and make what they think are absolute statements about reality. When in fact, the existence of the God, as Planet Peterson has pointed out multiple times, the existence of a God actually throws that out the window because everything hinges upon its subjective stance and could be changed instantaneously. So there's no reason to believe that it would, because there's a variable that exists that could change it. So the fucking
According to them, we live in a chance universe, random universe. There is no creator who is upholding the world by his very power and consistent nature. Ask them this, like, and this is a very honest question. It's not aimed to trap them in this, oh, we're better than you atheists. No, genuinely try to answer this question. The fact is they can't. So why do you, Mr.
I just answered it. So there you go.
Atheist, think that you're not going to start floating up in the sky within 5 seconds from now? Again, the atheists love to think that they have all the facts and the evidence on their side, but just simply ask them, to scientifically prove that he's not going to start floating up into space 5 seconds from now.
Because
science doesn't prove, right? Science can disprove a hypothesis, but it can't prove a hypothesis, because new evidence could become available, rendering any previous conclusion wrong. We could wake up tomorrow and discover that all of the observations that the Earth is round no longer hold, and that all of the tests that we had used up until now produce different results, right? We don't know that can't happen. All of our results are provisional, they're contingent. So science doesn't say 100%, I'm not going to start floating at 5 seconds from now. Science says, look, based on all of our previous observations, it doesn't seem likely. And as Cosmological says, look, the prediction was correct. Yes, and if God wanted to demonstrate his existence, actually turning off gravity for a brief period of time, 5 seconds could be bad. 5 seconds is a long time. If you imagine, for instance, the oceans of the Earth no longer being bound to stay in their margins for 5 seconds, I wouldn't want to be near the coast. Let's just say that. Nor would I want to necessarily be in a very tall building where all of the strain had been taken off and then was instantaneously put back on. But if God could do that, actually one painless way would be for God to stop the Earth rotating around the sun. Right? We could still rotate. We could still do our 24-hour rotation, but if we stopped moving around the sun for like 37 days or a year, let's spend a year where we just don't have seasons, or even a couple of days where we don't have any seasons, where we don't progress along our orbit. That would be a demonstration that God exists, right? Or at least that some supernatural effect was in evidence. So this is a good mechanism by which God could unquestionably demonstrate his ability to influence Earth with appropriately controlled experiments.
1 second. Tolly, how's it going? We're doing a live chat over here. If you want to join to present whatever evidence or arguments you have, the link is in the side chat. Right, yeah. So the link, I've already provided the link and you can access it right there. And you'll see the link for the stage in the side chat. And you see the live chat on the side? Yeah, we're currently doing a review right now. But in the side chat of the live stream where people are chatting, there's a link that's pinned in there. Got evidence and argument questions, and there's a link there. That'll take you to the stage. Yeah. Awesome.
Number one, he can't do that because we can't observe the future. Nobody has observed the future and tested the future. Now, secondly, the attempted answer that every atheist is going to try to give you is that, oh, in the past, I haven't started floating up, and so it's reasonable to conclude that in the future, I'm not going to start randomly floating into the sky as well.
That's called induction. So congratulations. Welcome to that.
Now, this right here is textbook circular argumentation, and that's fallacious. I am justified in my belief that I'm not going to start floating into the sky 5 seconds from now because 10 seconds earlier, 5 seconds after that, I didn't start floating up into the sky. So the atheist...
That's not circularity. That's not begging the question. That's literally just induction is what it is. It's not making an absolute statement that we won't, but the probabilistic certitude established by the evidence that it won't happen. So... Not to mention, it's about, is there something that could cause that to happen instead of just like happening magically all of a sudden? Is there something that would cause that to happen? No, we haven't identified anything that could turn off Earth's gravity. So why would we think that it could happen? So he'd present something that would warrant belief that that's even a possibility.
His answer here is that he believes that the future is going to remain uniform. It's going to be similar to the past because in the past, the future was like the past. So the future is like the past because the future is like the past. It's so fascinating how the atheists, when you actually get them into a corner like this, they do the very thing that they accuse me of doing, which is saying that the Bible is true because the Bible says it's true. I have never made that argument. They think that I make that argument, but I don't. And this right here has been a problem for...
That is exactly what he's doing.
Well, but I don't understand what he's doing. He seems to be asserting that the Bible is true. And he doesn't even seem to be relying on the fact that the Bible says it's true. He just seems to assume it. That is begging the question. But using the past as an indicator of the future, that's not circular reasoning on any level. This is just, I don't know. This is just a cognitive dissonance. This is trying to project something onto other people. There's nothing circular about the argument that, based on the results of previous experience, I don't expect that there is any likelihood that gravity will turn off at any point in the near future. It's just not a reasonable thing to expect based on previous experiences. And, it's not that we previously made a prediction 5 seconds into the future. It is at no point in the past have we observed this behavior. Yeah. Previous predictions of the future have nothing to do with it.
Yeah, it's not circular because, and this big screw up, because he says, well, yesterday was like the day before it. See, we're not pointing back to today again. We're just going to backward, backward, backward. We're not going in a circle. We're just going that way.
Yeah.
He's going in a circle and he admitted it.
Yeah.
He attempts to sort of twist it into a circle, like it was okay to predict that it wouldn't happen in the future yesterday, so it's okay to predict that it wouldn't happen. But that isn't how we construct things. Like, at no point in our past have we floated. Therefore, we don't expect at any point certainly not in the near future. If it were the case that these events were suddenly to start occurring, then we would revise our expectations. But we hold the position that gravity is not going to turn up with a confidence proportional to it hasn't happened before.
Atheists for centuries now. Like, their very claim to science and knowledge and facts and reason and all this stuff, observation, testability, all of it rests on this fallacious argument that upholds their scientific observation. Oh, the future's like the past because the future's like the past. This is why I put this on.
Wait. So yeah, this is just a straight up lie. It's just a complete misrepresentation of the methodology.
argument at number one. It's because it literally cannot be responded to by atheists. They have no rational explanation for why science even exists in the first place, why nature remains generally the same. And not only that nature remains generally the same, but why us humans even assume that in the first place. Why don't we wake up?
Because we observe it.
We don't assume it. We live it.
Because we fucking observe it. It is the first step. It's literally make an observation. What do you observe?
Our expectations for what is going to occur are informed by our previous experience of what has occurred. And it's not just humans that do this. Like animals in the animal kingdom believe that the way that they got food yesterday is going to work for getting food today. They can respond to different circumstances, like a prey. They're not expecting to catch the same animal in the same spot, but the same general techniques are going to work. Everybody uses the fact that that nature is uniform, but as for why, well, if it weren't, nature is not perfectly uniform. The tiger isn't going to find the same deer in the same point today as they did yesterday, because that deer's dead, right? They're going to have to find a new deer to eat. Actually, tigers generally only eat every couple of days. They don't eat every day. But the central point is that things are different from the way they were yesterday. So we know the range inside which things are predictable and inside which things can reasonably be expected to change. And this governs the confidence with which we navigate the world around us. We know that some things today are different from what they were yesterday. So we don't assume that there is uniformitarian. We don't assume that everything is uniform. We don't assume that everything goes along the same. There are some things that are very, very predictable based on our previous experience, and there are other things that are less predictable, and that's a spectrum. I did not predict yesterday that I was going to encounter an argument this stupid today.
Geosam brings up favorite hunting ground is a thing, and elephants traversing their paths to find water holes they've used in the past,
or to find a tree. You remember that story about some people built a hotel around a tree. That was a favorite stopping point of a herd of local elephants. Their annual migration, they'd stop by this tree, and they built a hotel around it with the tree in sort of the middle of the courtyard. So the elephants turned up the next year and just wandered through the foyer of the hotel to get to their tree, because
it's our fucking tree.
It's our fucking tree. I don't know what you guys think you're doing here, but we're going to use our tree. And don't think we've forgotten it exists just because you put some walls around the outside. We're smarter than that.
Hoping that we're not going to float into the sky. After all, chance universe. That's how we should be.
It's not how that works at all. It's like, no. He's completely misusing the idea of chance as well. Even
if we accept, we can accept he's right. There is a chance that gravity can turn off. We just have concluded based on our previous experience that chance is quite small. Right?
Right, exactly. But he's saying that because there's no telos to the universe, that because there is no teleological purpose behind the universe, then anything that could possibly happen will invariably happen. At any given point, like every single moment is a roll of the dice of how the universe will look, and not understanding that that's not how it works. That's not what we observe. That's not what we use induction to get to. There are things that are causally deterministic the way they are because of the prior states of being. It doesn't mean that every single moment the universe ticks by, the dice roll. It's not like the probability generator in fucking Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Yeah.
Okay, we're all like in 5 seconds we'll all be made of yarn and shit. So
I just shared the video in chat of the elephants.
Sweet.
Acting if atheism were true. But no, biblically, there's a very clear answer. Genesis chapter 8. God promises, while all the days of the earth remain, seed time and harvest, and cold and heat, and summer and winter, and day and night shall not cease. We are justified in assuming.
The funny thing is that is, considering whoever wrote that, the author is making the observation that things appear to remain the same from day to day to day to day, and that they are asking why are they that way, and then asserting an answer as to why, without demonstrating that a God actually exists.
Yeah. But all he's demonstrating there is that God is a liar, because climate change is a thing. The Nabateans, for instance, built a massive, empire, you could call it, but certainly a kingdom, based on water management, only for the hydrological conditions and climatological conditions to change, such that they just ran out of water. They had very sophisticated canal systems and dams and water storage systems, and all of that. But then the system changed and they no longer got the rainfall that they used to. So they couldn't maintain the system. And this happens over and over again. So rainfall, rain patterns, drought, civilization collapse. These are we have hundreds of examples throughout human history. So God is a liar if he says that things are always going to be the same.
That the future, even though we haven't observed the future, we can't scientifically prove this objectively with only our own five senses.
That's why we make predictions.
Future is going to be like
and
the past.
We are still more than five senses.
Justified in assuming this because our creator God, who loves his creation, upholds it with consistency because he's rational and he does not change, and he has this end goal of glorifying the Godhead. So we as Christians have an explanation for why science itself even exists, whereas atheists don't. They're using science, something that God created, as a gift for us to use and examine and glorify his creation and give thanks.
And yet science can't get us to an establishment is not able to establish that a God actually exists to do any of this shit as like a theistic intervener or like something that interacts with the world. So like It gives us a tool to understand the natural world, but it doesn't give us a tool to understand that it actually exists and anything that's built, all the theology built around it is actually the case. That's fucking hilarious and is the most egregious double standard in epistemology that ostensibly the God would know when it instituted this whole system. You have this methodology that I'm going to create for you that's going to allow you to explain shit, predict shit, and do shit in the world. And it's going to be able to address so many different things, except for the one most important proposition of all, that I myself exist. You won't be able to do that. That requires faith to get to. Just the stupidest double standard ever, like imaginable. Obviously a very, very, very dumb God.
Is there much more of this to go? Because I want to watch the elephants.
There's like less than a minute.
Okay.
Actually, like maybe a minute.
Thanks to him for giving us life. The atheists and non-believers in general, they take that gift, all the gifts that God has given us, and they use the gifts to argue against God. And this is how I've demonstrated Romans 1 to be true. These people know science, they know facts, logic, reason, etc. They know that we should be acting in a righteous way. We should be thinking rationally. They're taking all this truth that they know in their hearts. God is real. He is true. He's consistent. He's upholding this world.
Blah, blah, blah. No, he's just calling us all liars again. Same shit at the beginning.
Exchange the truth of God for the lie, and exchange the glory of the incorruptible God for an image in the likeness of corruptible man, and of birds and four-footed animals and crawling creatures. Anyways, please like this video and subscribe if you have.
Yeah, we're not going to do that. So easily destroyed, none of the five, and it's a complete straw man of atheism in the beginning. Just straight straw man of atheism. It doesn't address atheism at all. It doesn't demonstrate that God exists. He's simply pointing to his Bible and saying this is true. But in order for that to be true, he has to assume that his God exists for that theology to be true. So that is a bunch of hooey. And because Tony requested it and I grabbed the link, Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Baby elephant.
So it's a mango tree.
I'm checking in. I like the dodo.
Yeah. So anyway, smarter than that guy. That's all I can say.
Everybody loves elephants. I love elephants. They're freaking badass. I especially love. Just elephants are just cool as shit. Oh man. All right. Well, I'm so glad that I can remove that video and I can dump it off my freaking hard drive. Delete that. Shred that. We are good to go. All right. Well, we've been going for about 6.5 hours now, and haven't had anybody up. We did have somebody pop into the chat. And I told them how to get on the stage, and they said something weird. Must pay to type a message. This is beyond weird. So, but we do have someone over there. Give me 1 second. How's it going, Boom Master? If you're interested in having a conversation regarding that, we are currently live over on YouTube. The link for that is over in the side chat, if that's something you're interested in doing. No, not millions of people, no. I don't know of anybody who does a stream with millions, but the side panel, the link to it is over there. It's on YouTube, and you can click the link in the side chat, and that can bring you up on stage. That's my channel. Okay. Cool. Maybe then. So we shall see.
I do have a story for everybody to fill the gap while they're there.
Hell yes.
Australia has a special forces organization called the Australian SAS, the Special Air Service, and they have very few casualties, but most of their casualties are from training. Though they have lost one of their members to an elephant.
Oh, damn.
So while on patrol in Borneo, I think, or they set it up so if you're not approaching camp from one of the approved pathways, you just get shot. And one of the guards heard something coming from one of the not approved directions and shot it, and it turned out to be a baby elephant. One of that baby's parents tracked the unit for 3 days and then charged out and gored the guy to death and then pissed off. And that's
this happened. This happened back in '65.
I think so. Yes.
So yeah, I got in June of '65, an Australian SAS patrol was attacked by a rogue wild elephant in the dense jungles of Borneo during the Indonesian-Malaysia confrontation. Lance Corporal Paul Dennehy was severely gored and trampled during the encounter, ultimately succumbing to his injuries a few days later. 4-man covert reconnaissance patrol operating deep inside hostile territory. The patrol was suddenly store significance. He was the first Australian SAS member to die in active service.
Exactly.
I'm not seeing any mention of the baby.
Right. Okay. That's what I had read, but I don't know.
But I have heard there was something I heard.
There was a guy
elephant kills woman. Elephant kills woman and returns to her funeral to attack. This happened in 2022. Elephant in India kills woman. Indian poachers poisoned a male alpha elephant with a jackfruit, prompting the herd to seek revenge by destroying 54 homes. Oh, so no, wait. I was like, this is elephant in India kills woman, then returns to funeral to trample her. So in this one is, from what I remember, originally they reported that the woman was paid by some poachers to lead them to the elephants. Once the poachers arrived, they killed a smaller elephant, which the mother witnessed and went ballistic on the whole poaching team, killing pretty much all of them. Funny enough, so it looks like that one, hard to corroborate this story, but this was reported widespread in the news. Elephant kills woman and returns to her funeral to attack her corpse. Murmu was collecting water in Rapai village, located in the Mayurbhanj district of Odisha, India, where a herd of elephants came her way. That's when she tried to flee, but one of the elephants rushed towards Murmu and trampled her. She was rushed to the hospital but died from her injuries. Her family brought her body home for funeral preparations to take place the same evening. And then as the ceremony was taking place, the Times of India reported that a herd of elephants appeared from the forest, sending everybody running, and they left her body behind. One of the elephants then reportedly attacked the woman's corpse by picking up the body and throwing it in the air. In a video of the alleged incident, a herd of elephants can be seen at the edge of the forest, with one chasing a villager as mourners yell towards the herd. The herd then destroyed her home, with 3 other houses being damaged because of the attack.
Yes. So don't piss them off. And if they want to go through your hotel's foyer in order to get mangoes, let them.
And then someone said, whatever the woman did to that elephant is the biggest mystery of the decade. It's like, what did you do?
I don't know what you did, but it was something fucking serious.
Kind of reminds you, what do you think? Let me ask you, Tony, what do you think could be a possible explanation for the recent orca attacks on boats?
I think just increasing populations and competition. I think orca populations are on the rise, and I think they just, they're more keen to establish space for themselves, and they are probably in areas where the boats are actually scaring away prey. They're smart enough to work out that if these things are disrupting their hunting patterns, they're best got rid of.
Someone brings this up. The Randall Flagg brings up, a tiger was shot in Russia years ago. It tracked the man who shot him to his home and mauled him to death. And so looking at this, this is the 1997 Markov incident. In December of 97, a local poacher and hunter named Vladimir Markov came across a freshly killed wild boar in the Primorye region. Starving, he took portions of the meat for himself. When the tiger, the rightful owner of the kill, returned, Markov shot and wounded it before taking the rest of the meat back to his cabin. Instead of fleeing, the large cat survived and displayed a terrifying level of intelligence, memory, and premeditation. It tracked Markov's scent for miles, tracing him all the way back to his secluded cabin. Finding the poacher, the tiger systematically destroyed. Finding the poacher gone, the tiger systematically destroyed anything inside the cabin that carried Markov's scent. The tiger then waited in the dense forest surrounding the property. When Markov eventually returned, the tiger ambushed and killed him, dragging his remains into the bush.
This is we had a discussion the other day when I was in chat about tigers being ambush predators, and I thought of ambush predators as basically like trapdoor spiders, like brown recluses, like
okay.
They just stay in And cats are what are called stalking predators, stalk ambush predators. So they will stalk the animal, and they will, and then they will take their opportunity, and they'll close that last 10 yards or so very quickly, rather than wait for it to walk past them and leap out and get it. If that makes any sense. So yeah, I remember us having that discussion. But yeah, tigers are very thoughtful animals, and they're very good at making you dead. And this is
yes, they are.
and we have God to thank, because God made them not herbivores. God made them not herbivores. God made them that dangerous. So
we had to eat a quince, and now all the tigers want to eat us.
yes, that's right.
No, this is just evidence that Jaws 4 is a documentary.
You had to go with the worst one of the bunch.
Yes.
The one where it hunted her down, following her plane.
Presumably having gone through the Panama Canal, right? Because it's traveled from California to Bermuda in order to keep track of this woman.
Right.
So presumably it's stalked underneath one of those ocean liners. Like, I'll get her. Like, and how it knew she was in Bermuda, I don't know. Psychic, is this? I just watched the final episode of The Boys, and I'm reminded of the deep.
I have so many problems. We were talking about that at the beginning of the stream, and I have so many problems with the season finale. Overall, season 5, I think ultimately was a letdown. There were some good moments throughout it, but given all of the buildup and how strong the first 3 seasons were, I think 4 and 5 just dipped. Like I said, there were some good moments that I enjoyed, but overall, just not fantastic. Just some weird. It felt very rushed. Like we have to get to an ending, and we have to wrap this thing up. And they could have easily parsed, the last episode out into 2 episodes, into like a 2-parter. That would have worked really, really well. But,
yeah, it's. I mean, I can pick flaws, but I thought overall the season was very successful, and I kind of think that any season that has one of the producers being torn apart by a speedster. As in the Seth Rogen episode, another Seth Rogen episode, because he was in some earlier episodes. I thought that was very funny. Like, when you guys are silent, like you've no idea. Seth
I know
Rogen,
you're talking about there was the episode where they go to L.A. and Seth Rogen, Christopher Mintz-Plasse, Will Forte, Craig Anderson are all in the house, and
Johnny.
Come at me, bro. I'm fucking yoked now. So I do recall that.
I thought that was extremely funny. Like,
the laugh that it got out of me was Craig Anderson coming out of the bathroom. Damn, Trejo, you need to stick to acting. Those tacos fuck me up. Hey, Soldier Boy, splat. Oh, damn, Trejo, you need to stick to acting. Those tacos fuck me up.
There was a lot of good stuff in there, like when they were referring to Hader's execution, like
Bill Hader. Oh, and naming all these celebrities that are starlighters. It's like,
yes,
it's like, right, yeah, but yeah. You think you take out Michael Cera? It's like, dude, you've been friends with him, but you've been friends with him for 20 years. Yeah, but I really we're up for the same part, and I really need it. What the fuck? And I just had one Homelander moment. You need to get the fuck away from me right now. It's like, you got it.
I don't know. And let's face it, Billy Butcher is always good for a laugh.
Fucking diabolical.
Yes. Oi, cunt.
Oi, cunt. Scorched earth.
Yes, I got to use the Don T. Be a cunt on my role-playing group.
Nice.
took them a while to work out who it was. Anyway.
All right. Okay, well, I think we're in good shape. I think I have a start here one here. Oh, yeah, I got that. Thank you, Singer Soul. Appreciate that. Just want to make sure that I didn't miss any. Okay, well, nobody popping in. Apparently, the guy that was here that popped in is probably not going to join in, but that's okay. As long as they check it out, that's cool. But I think we're 15 minutes away from the 7-hour mark. I think we're in good shape. It's almost 1 o'clock here where I am, and I think we're going strong. So I think this may be where we call it. Tony, do you have anything for us coming up?
No, not really. I might get this spherical video out, but I've got to get some motivation for it. So we'll see.
Cool.
I'm still basking in my post kicking Kent's ass glow. So when that wears off, maybe I'll move on to something else.
Cool. Andrew?
Nothing online related on my side.
Cool. So as it stands, where am I currently at? I gotta go back. I gotta go over to the studio really quick. So I think this is good. We had some solid conversations. I am exactly 50 subscribers away from 15,000. Hopefully very soon. Been kind of like trying to push that. Hopefully that will come in. I want to cross that threshold so bad. But a huge giant thank you to everyone for hanging out. The audience level is pretty steady the entire time, so I appreciate it. I appreciate that. All the channel members and all the super chats that came in. I appreciate that. Thank you all so very, very much for that support. You rock. That's what makes this channel possible. And as usual, we do this every Sunday and Wednesday. I may increase that because it's looking like this is doing pretty good, so I may add another day. We'll see how it pans out as far as my usual schedule, my regular work schedule goes. But right now I'm knee deep in a film adaptation. This is the book that I'm adapting. I don't want to spoil anything, but I'm currently working on a film adaptation, converting it, doing a screenplay based on it. So, and I've got other stuff going on, but we'll see what happens. But I want to thank everybody for being here. As usual, I am JL. This has been the Stage of Reason. And I appreciate you for being here. And I hope to see you on the next one. As always, be sure to like, dislike if you didn't like, subscribe, hit the, throw a comment in there that helps me, that helps us in the algorithm. Something that, we may have missed or something you want to point out. Love to hear what you have to say. And as always, I'm not forgetting anything, am I, Andrew? No, I got it right.
Almost there.
What did I miss?
Target.
I just got to say the outro. It's just the outro, right? It's just the outro.
And B.
Oh no, okay. So no, it's just I'm not missing anything in between before the outro. So it's just the outro. So thank you all so much. As always, be safe, be excellent to each other, and together we can bridge the divide. Say goodbye, everybody.
Bye.
And remember rule 1: don't be a cunt.
I approve that message.